One day a simple guy is drawn into an unusual world, martial arts in the Wild West. More than 1,000 years have passed since the Central Plains were united into a single entity. That was more than enough time for an empire ruled by superpowered despots to rot through. As a consequence, heroes appeared in this world that courageously resisted tyranny. But according to the ancient laws of the universe, no place is empty. Many longed for the overthrow of tyrants so they could rule the empire themselves. The peasants, on the other hand, in these times were reduced to a position of legalized slavery from which there was no escape. And that's when people have already resigned themselves to their unjust fate, accepting the fact that they will live in hell for all eternity. An entire continent was found that could be reached by crossing the ocean in a large ship, a fertile land with vast plains and forests, mountains and rivers, which were replaced by harsh deserts that were dissected by deep canyons of ancient rivers. It was a vast land of opportunity, free from tyranny, the edge of the world to which one could escape from everything. Peasant slaves, underground martial artists, descendants of the old aristocracy, criminals and other scum flocked to the continent of freedom. People from all walks of life and from all corners of the country crossed the ocean to explore new lands. But despite the vast lands that could take everyone, people got busy doing what they do best, killing each other. All of this led to wars and skirmishes using martial arts. The spark of this chaos ignited the life of a new kingdom. The embers of the new kingdom were not easily extinguished, even by the force of the imperial troops, read the bloody book by a tired traveler. He thought about the fact that everything described there was so long ago. He disagreed with the author. His belief was to lie on the couch, eat good food, and read novels, not fight for ideals. In this world, the Han dynasty had lasted twice as long thanks to special martial arts, and the traveler didn't see why he should romanticize tyranny. He dropped the book and walked on, pacing between the broken wagons of dead bodies and contented crows. No luggage and no horses on the spot, so it was the work of bandits. The traveler quickly assessed the situation. The lone wolf looked at the miscellaneous trash with disappointment. The bandits had taken everything of value. He found some children's things in a drawer and realized that there were children there too. The child will either be sold or grow up to be a thug. Such is the nature of this trashy world. The traveler put on his hat and summoned his faithful hoofed friend. He sat down on his horse and looked thoughtfully into the distance, pondering where to head next. Such a picture had become familiar to these places. Death breathed the same air as freedom. The deserted city was covered in dust, and people hid and sat in their homes because of the heat. One of the buildings was noisy, with all the loiterers gathered there over a shot of tea and gambling. People came there to listen to gossip and eat. The saloon had long been a public place. Everyone was worried about the bandits, who raised their heads and looted without fear of the alliance, which greatly hindered trade, which was already sluggish. Visitors, townsfolk, guest workers, or travelers resented this state of affairs. There were robbers everywhere, but there were thieves and crooks too, said one of the visitors, and glanced at a neighboring table where the game was being played. His companion cautioned him to keep his voice down, for he might be heard, but his companion waved him off, saying he was not afraid of anything. To which the friend remarked that if he wasn't afraid at all, he'd better tell him to his face. At that moment, another stranger came into the saloon, wearing a straw hat and leather jacket. All the visitors immediately looked at him. Strangers were not liked in these places. The traveler was not noted for his good temper or manners. Frowning, he asked the innkeeper if there was room. The one replied that he could sit down wherever he wanted, and they would accept him. The innkeeper placed a bottle of tea in front of him, and asked him to ignore the leering looks. The locals are wary of strangers because they are not a common sight here in this wilderness, and it has been turbulent recently, the innkeeper explained. A short exchange of pleasantries ended, and the innkeeper asked the guest what he wanted. He replied that he would take something that could be prepared quickly. The innkeeper nodded understandingly. The traveler was obviously hungry, so he promised to make him some noodles quickly. Before he left, the guest asked him who else besides him had come to the place. There was an uproar at the gaming table. One of the gamblers had just accused the other of cheating. The innkeeper pointed a finger at their table, sighing heavily. The noise kept coming from them. Meanwhile, the underdog loser became enraged and pounded his fist on the table, insisting on his point. But his opponent scratched indifferently behind his ear and did not admit guilt with his whole appearance. He arrogantly asked the loser why he blamed others when he just couldn't play. The simpleton said that how could it be otherwise, because he was losing all day long, but the cheat bent his line. Everyone except the simpleton won a little. The visiting guest grinned. He recognized the hustler and got up to approach him. The loser of all, the underdog, was indignant and demanded his own, but the cheat said that without proof, it was all just idle chatter. Schuler asked the underdog why he was accusing someone without proof, since that's the height of insanity. The underdog grabbed the hustler roughly by the shoulder and said he was trying to be softer. Schuler offered to come out, and the underdog said that's exactly what he wanted, since he'd been underestimated all this time. He had already prepared himself for a fight with the underdog when the hustler was grabbed, and the voice that greeted him made him flinch. Billy nervously turned around and told his guest he was busy, but apparently didn't immediately recognize him. So the guest squeezed his shoulder harder, and smiling remarked that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Then it came to the hustler's attention who exactly had grabbed him. He cried out in horror, "Creed Thompson!" The underdog from the gambling company began to grumble that the guest could talk to the hustler later, but now it was his turn. To which Creed sternly blew him off. He didn't want to deal with him and advised him to shut up. Billy trembled like a hare. He called Creed his brother and mumbled, asking where he'd been and what he was doing in the middle of nowhere. Creed noticed that it had been 2 months and asked how Billy had been doing all that time. The hustler replied that he was doing well and asked the same question. Creed said he's doing great and noted that Billy and his gang are thriving too, no matter how you look at them. Billy shrank into a lump, and greatly surprised that Creed had found his friends, he nodded, saying the hustler was last on the list. Billy began to nervously excuse himself, stating that he had told his comrades not to cheat at the martial arts master's dominoes, knowing how it would end. But he still puffed it up, Creed noted, and grinned crookedly. Billy jerked recklessly to get away, but at the same second, Creed had him face down on the table. All the visitors flinched at this blow. The guest was clearly no ordinary man, and Bill began to make excuses for not doing anything. He still had the nerve to accuse Creed of not getting up from the table until he'd blown every last dime. Billy swore that if Creed had gotten up from the table himself in the middle of the game, they wouldn't have lured him back. To which Creed thoughtfully noted that all these words do not cancel the fact that Billy is a crook and a thief, as well as a card cheat. Creed asked him, pressing him hard against the table where the money was, and his eyes glittered mercilessly. Billy stated that he had already spent it dealing with the Fighting Alliance. Creed lost his temper and pressed Bill harder against the table, pissed off that the hustler had spent money to take himself off the wanted list. Billy whined again and made excuses that if he didn't, he wouldn't even be able to come to the inn to eat, because there was an alliance branch here. Creed grabbed him by the pecs and lifted him up to face him. He was angry as he realized the cheat had spent his money, but Bill stated that Creed could use what the cheat had just won. There was a decent amount of money on the table. Creed looked at the table with the ringing coin, but that didn't endear him to the other goons who were losing big time. After a moment's thought, Creed decided that the lousy sheep was a piece of wool and headed for the table. The underdog told the stranger to stop, for he considered the money he had lost through dishonest means to be his own. Creed glared angrily. It wasn't his problem. They could beat their debts out of the hustler later, he told the underdog, and turned away. But the underdog did not tolerate such insolence and rushed towards the stranger, shouting loudly. Than made a huge mistake, because Creed intercepted his hand without even turning around. He gave him a slip, and he plopped his nose right into the floor, as always happens with fools who had little to lose all. However, the underdog had cronies who rushed to stand up for him and lunged at Creed. Creed easily dodged the blow and grabbed one of the goons by the throat. And he grabbed the other fool by the collar of his clothes, so fast that he had no time to do anything. Then he pulled both of them towards him, so that they faced each other with foreheads like rams. There was a bell ringing of empty heads. Even Billy grimaced in pain. He didn't want to repeat the fate of those fools. When Creed headed straight for him, he whimpered again, and begged not to be hit. Creed was unhappy with the paltry sum he found on the table, but the hustler had nothing else to take. The underdog interrupted their sweet conversation. He got up from the floor, holding his broken nose with his hand, and told Creed that he was going to regret it. Creed apologized. He had lost a lot more to the cheat than the change that was on the table, but the fool wouldn't listen and ran away. Creed was surprised and asked what was wrong with the crazy man, to which Billy replied that his name was Gene. The name said nothing to Creed, and he proceeded to shake the hustler of his debts, asking what he was going to do. The master offered him 2 chairs. The first he pays him back all his debts. the second creed breaks his dantian, without which a man cannot live. Billy turned pale and asked what good it would do to dissipate what little energy he had. But when no amount of pitying cries worked on Creed, the hustler admitted that he had something valuable in his pocket. He gave him a jade ring that he took out from a hidden pocket. Billy bought it in New Sichuan. It was real jade, so having the right buyer could get a good amount of money. Billy asked if that would be enough to pay for it. Now he looked pretty upset. Creed smiled contentedly. The thing was real. He patted the weakling on the shoulder, saying that would be enough. When they were surrounded by a whole crowd of people, among them the innkeeper, Creed indifferently asked him where the bowl of noodles he had been promised were. The tavern keeper came and brought him food, which the traveler began to savor, to which Billy remarked that this was not a good time for such things. He told Creed that it would be best for them to get out of here soon. In the past, he'd gotten in big and gotten out of it, but this time he was in danger, Billy warned him. But the hobo from the big road did not listen to the cheat at all. He calmly finished his noodles and drank his tea. Only then did he offer to continue their recent conversation. The dummy that Billy had beaten, though he looked like a simpleton. But nobody touched him here because he had a brother who was a martial artist. Creed indifferently replied that he also practiced martial arts. It didn't say anything about the man's strength. Billy spread his hands. Everyone knew Creed's skill from the Amju Valley. Everyone kept saying his sword was an ornament until he pulled it out. Wanderer was tired of the innuendo and demanded that Billy talk straight instead of going around and around, to which the hustler said the problem was this brother. The real problem is that this thug is from the Cadavra clan of the Chaos sect, Billy reported with a push. Creed was surprised, because earlier Billy had told him that there were alliance units here since the Chaos sect was here. Billy smelled the scent of profit since Creed was interested and demanded a couple of silver coins from him as payment for the information. The traveler immediately showed him his means of payment and smiled sweetly. Billy quickly changed his mind and decided to give a gift, saying he didn't need anything. He cleared his throat and complained about the lone wolf's nasty temper and informed him that these brats were not from an outside sect. Perhaps the sect leader and the head of the Battle Alliance have close ties, so as long as the sect sits quietly, they are not touched. Creed grinned and remarked that Billy had an exceptional ability to look for problems on the 5th meridian. The traveler sighed unhappily. The Alliance was working very poorly in this wilderness, causing all sorts of goons to do mayhem. Billy smugly declared that the people here thought the same, and that was why they opened their mouths so easily, even at him. Billy had a problem with that, however. He replied to the Wanderer, catching a couple of leering looks from the other guests. He said they had a bad reputation among the residents, and the lone wolf took up a second bowl of noodles. The people really weren't happy that a fight might break out now because of the stranger who had come. People also shunned the Alliance men as well, considering them scoundrels. The worried innkeeper returned the money for the noodles and the room to the traveler. He didn't want any trouble. It would be more expensive to fix the furniture later, and politely asked to leave their simple establishment. Unfortunately for Creed, the only one in this backwater. Billy, smiling, offered to leave. If they ran into Cadavra's men, they wouldn't leave alive and unharmed, he told Creed. But the man, as if nothing had happened, continued to fill his stomach without saying anything. After finishing his meal, Creed confidently told them that everything would be fine, and made it clear that he wasn't going to leave. Billy turned pale. The Cadavra clan numbered 24 people. To deal with them, they needed connections with the Imperial Army, he said. No time for pride, Billy told him, and decided to leave on his own since the lone wolf wanted to stay. To which Creed calmly replied that he should have gotten out earlier instead of flapping his tongue here, and now it's too late. The thug who entered ducked down to avoid bumping his head and agreed with their words. It was too late to run. His younger brother came with him with a bandaged nose and showed him his abusers. The dummy pointed his finger at them and said they were the ones who had robbed him, cheated him, and broken his nose. The bulky man marveling that his ward had also been robbed. The underdog corrected himself that he wasn't the only one who had been robbed. Only a small part of the stolen goods belonged to him. The big guy waved the lowlife off and went to sort things out. He knew right away they weren't from around here. The innkeeper approached the boogeyman and asked him not to break the tables too much. One glance was enough for the boogeyman to quickly gallop away, shaking his body. Skinny Billy wanted to run away, leaving everything to Creed, but the latter told him to sit back down, threatening to put him to sleep on the spot. Billy quickly flopped back into his chair and announced in surprise that he hadn't meant to go anywhere at all. Their table was surrounded by a crowd of thugs with clubs, with faces unburdened with intelligence. The boogeyman approached them himself and courteously introduced himself, saying that he was the chief decision-maker in this village on all matters. The place was quiet, so he idled most of the time. The burly man, whose name the tramp didn't even try to remember, told them. The boogeyman grinned and announced angrily that he had a job today. Billy jumped up first and began to say that there had been an unfortunate misunderstanding. He started spouting nonsense, saying that he had heard about the big man long ago, that he was a righteous man, and that he wanted to meet him at least once when he arrived in town. In a trembling voice, Skinny Billy declared that it could even be called fate. Then, seeing the incomprehensible look of the local authority, he introduced Creed, but with a different name, saying that he was from the John clan and had recently arrived in the city. But the boogeyman just poked his finger at Billy and said one word, crook. He called Creed a hooligan and shouted loudly that they are crooks who take money by deception and shut up people's discontent with their fists. As a follower of virtue, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it, and so he said that he would escort them to the Battle Alliance. After creating a plausible excuse, the big guy advised them not to move, otherwise it would be worse for them. The traveler grinned, noting condescendingly that at least they weren't being threatened with death right on the spot. The boogeyman, pointing a finger at himself, declared that he was a righteous man of the swordsman world and would never, ever kill in broad daylight in an inn. But he could not let what had been done to his brother go unchallenged, and threatened the wanderer that for such a thing he would not leave the city with his limbs intact. With a creepy face, the bandit promised to break their arms and legs if they didn't agree to come with him. Creed sighed. It was always like that with fools. If they see a man calm in the face of threats, they don't think about the fact that he has something, strength or power. What if this man is from the Imperial Army? Creed asked the burly man, and he flinched when he heard it. He immediately asked Creed if he was in the Imperial Army. Creed answered no, but the big man had already bowed below the waist and apologized for not knowing about it. Creed laughed and repeated that he didn't belong to the Imperial Army, which made the burly man laugh. The one slammed his palm on the table loudly, angry at such a joke. But at the same second, the wanderer soared like a squirrel over the table and swung his leg. With all his might, he sent the big man flying with a leg kick straight to the head. The furniture that the lad had bumped against shattered and his teeth spattered. Unfortunately for him, the nearest dentist would be 200 years away. Creed grinned and asked them if there was no one besides the Imperial Army that could handle him. The gang of goons didn't get embarrassed, even after their leader flew off to sleep, and they decided to go into battle. The lone wolf easily dodged their awkward, inept movements. In front of him was the usual gang of local bandits. It was not worth any effort to deal with them. Creed was handing out hospital referrals to them with both hands and adding with his feet. The wanderer fluttered like a butterfly, stinging like a mongoose, and scattered all the goons. The next person who ran up to him, he elbowed him in the chest. Another one he cut down with his foot like grass in a field and sent to dreamland. Those who remained froze in indecision. They were afraid, and they no longer wanted this incoming devil to approach them. But another man who entered told them to stop fighting, and his tone tolerated no objection. The entrance badge said he was an Alliance man, and he immediately noticed that the wanderer didn't look confused and asked him if he knew who was in front of him. The head of the Combat Alliance division in this city, Creed assumed. The officer nodded, that was it, and stepped closer to the wanderer. He was dressed in a leather jacket and a skirt. The sheriff told him he had just received a complaint that Creed had attacked the local townspeople. The gambler exclaimed from behind the sheriff's back that it wasn't just an attack. Creed immediately realized who the real snitch was, who not only called his brother to the showdown, but also called the authorities. Dummy began to complain that now his brother's teeth were knocked out and he wouldn't be able to eat properly. The sheriff asked Creed if it was true, and he said it was self-defense. The sheriff questioned this, and Creed said that it could not be otherwise, for it was a 9-on-1 fight, and with guns in his hands. After all, the wanderer stood unharmed, to which the master waved his hands. What could he do if the opponents turned out to be weaklings? The sheriff grinned upon hearing those words, and Creed added that no one had died. The underdog continued to be indignant, asking why the stranger hadn't been arrested yet, with his brother lying unconscious. And he personally even had his nose broken, the underdog shouted, as if anyone cared about that after all that had happened. The sheriff did give the detention order to his subordinates. The arrogant fool laughed, delighted at his success. He was sure the alliance had come for the wanderer. But the guard's two blades pressed cold steel against his throat, quite unexpectedly for him. The underdog turned rudely to the sheriff and asked what he was up to which the sheriff replied that the whole gang, including the ringleader, was lying down and counting their teeth. So what reason would he have to put up with him? Of the whole gang, only the toothless big man was capable of any martial arts, and since he was alone, the sheriff could handle him himself. His men could handle the rest, the sheriff said calmly. He was happy with that arrangement. The underdog threatened that when his brother woke up, he would take revenge on everyone. The sheriff snapped his fingers, calling for men, and said that when the big guy woke up, the only thing he would see would be the iron walls of the jail. The soldiers began to load the sleeping men, and the sheriff began to think what to do with the strangers. He asked the wanderer how it was that the master easily handled the boogeyman, who was quite good at fighting, and asked where he had studied martial arts. Creed didn't answer right away, first pulling out the wallet that had started the whole fight and paying the innkeeper for the mess and the food. Without saying anything, he left the saloon, under the watchful eye of the local sheriff. On the road out of town, he was barely caught up by a scrawny Billy and asked to wait. Billy gleefully points out how Creed's great at straightening out all the problems, but still pretends to be run out of town. Billy asked him why the sheriff was acting this way, and the tramp replied, it was because the alliance was coming for the outlaw. Billy asked him if he thought the townspeople would gossip behind the sheriff's back. He informed the lone wolf that he had heard there was an alliance battle group near the city, and told a strange story about what a bad man the alliance chief was. Billy said that in any case, there were no people of sound mind among the alliance. They're all like that sheriff, and it was clear to Billy that smart people don't serve there. Then he got to the point, after his chit-chat, and suggested that Creed work together. They found themselves at a crossroads. The tramp asked Billy where he was going, and he said he wanted to go together, to which Creed abruptly cut off any hopes of cooperation, saying he would stay away from the slippery creep. And he also expressed the hope that they would never cross paths again, and warned that he would break the crook's leg if he followed him. Billy began to mumble nervously and asked to wait and listen to him, but Creed would not listen and galloped away. The rogue couldn't quite figure out where such an arrogant master came from, but he knew for sure that he wasn't from the Amju Valley, and he decided to find out everything about the mysterious master by all means. But he had to go somewhere himself, for the sun would soon be setting, and he had been kicked out of town. The lone wolf had made camp when it got dark and was warming himself by the fire, sipping from a flask. But the contents were not to his taste, so he spit it out. His horse, on the other hand, had the best time of it and fell on his side blowing bubbles. Creed grimaced and promised to sell that horse someday. He remembered the sheriff's question about where he had trained in martial arts, and thought about learning martial arts by reading different stories about them, just like one student in the training tower. Then he had a normal life in civilization with laws and a flush toilet. He'd come home after practice, staring at his phone screen out of habit, when I caught a glimpse of one girl walking through a red light, right under a rushing car. It was a reincarnator truck. The guy got run over, but the stupid girl survived. Now the hero was getting the right to endless cheats. That's how he got into this strange world of the author's sick fantasy, Creed remembered, and fell sound asleep. He was breathing heavily the next day after hiking through the desert and promised himself never to play dominoes again. It wasn't close to the next town. Even his faithful horse stalled and began to kick his hoof because he didn't want to go anywhere, even when he was spurred to his side. But at that moment, Creed could smell it too, the metallic odor of blood, and a very strong one at that, as if more than one person had died. Among the pile of bodies, there was still a wounded man who begged to be spared. He pleaded with the bandit before him and promised to give it all back in a trembling voice. But the ugly one-eyed bandit began to sarcasm that they had already taken everything. Despite all the pitiful pleas, the brigand simply chopped off his head. The bandit advised him to speak all at once next time, for he was impatient. He told his lackeys that they were done here. They had just stopped rummaging through the merchandise. The ringleader gave the command to pack everything up and leave the place immediately. The dummies bragged that the cargo had a lot of useful things, and now they wouldn't have to think about supplies. One of them pointed his finger and told the ringleader that they hadn't cleaned it all out yet. Toth turned around and saw a lone rider watching them from the side. Creed flinched. He realized he had been spotted and it was time to get his feet out of trouble. He decided he would not interfere and let the bandits go their separate ways. The bandits began to saddle their horses in a hurry to give chase. And then the lone wolf realized that they wouldn't just let him go, and sighed heavily. He adjusted his straw cowboy hat. A fight was inevitable. Instead of fleeing, he started down the hill right at them, but the bandits were only more pleased. One of them shouted that would make a traveler beg for death, a phrase from a set of lines for Outlaws Volume 1. In the same instant, Creed swept through their formation and cut down several heads in one fell swoop. The other goons only got hyped up and didn't even try to run and save their lives. Everyone thought that someone else would die in this battle, and there was nothing to fear. But Creed again showed his excellent skills as a horseman and swordsman, quickly exterminating all the bandits that were nearby. Only then did it dawn on the rest of us that he was the master, and they were all finished. The pair of fools quickly turned and galloped toward their leader like ducks to a duck. The one-eyed ringleader stepped forward and told them they were pathetic weaklings. The goons told him they couldn't handle this master and they needed his help. But the ringleader decided it was better to finish off his associates, lest they stab him in the back themselves. The beady-eyed brigand began begging for mercy instead of turning his horse around and running. But he had no time to do anything. The ringleader's cleaver cracked his skull, and he died without agony. As the ringleader drew his cleaver, a vagrant approached him. Now there was no longer any resonance to hide. The bandit asked him who he was, for he didn't look like a member of the Alliance. The vagrant introduced himself as an ordinary citizen who was passing by. The bandit immediately understood everything, and that he was decent, and that he had passed by, but it was not clear why he did not ride further. The lone wolf lost his temper at such a stupid question after all. They had decided to kill themselves on him. How could he ride on? The freak realized he'd made a fool of himself and justified himself by saying that killing people was just their job, nothing personal. So it's that kind of work, Creed realized. There was a professional in front of him. The brigand replied that he was not. Life was like that, for it had been 100 years since they had begun to explore the continent. And who but these upstarts have seized control of everything, said the brigand. A fighting alliance backed by the Empire. The old clans of the past dynasty, and the old merchants, that's who took all the cream, complained the brigand, who spared neither women nor men. After all, these men tortured everyone who tried to find freedom in the new land. They lined their pockets, complained the brigand who never worked a day, and justified himself by saying that he was just like the aristocratic officials, just doing his job and lining his pockets. The traveler answered him that this was utter nonsense and got off his horse, holding his sword in his hand. In fact, the robber was a deranged killer who was obsessed with blood. Creed reminded the brigand of his question, the latter mistaking him for a member of the Alliance barely seen. Which meant Creed realized that there was a bounty on this outlaw. The assassin chuckled maliciously, amused by this knife-edge dialogue. It was true there was a bounty on his head, and it would increase when everyone knew what he had done, the bandit said, and used internal force. He asked the wanderer how much his head was worth, and the master promised to find that answer. They stood at the ready, as they would in the Wild West, prepared for a sword duel. Each swung his weapon and passed by his opponent, but Creed was faster, blood gushing from the wounds on the bandit's body. He fell to the ground without arms or legs, a chopped-up piece of meat. One of the wounded merchandise guards raised his hand to give the quest to the protagonist, and Creed was surprised that he wasn't dead yet. The traveler thought not to leave the wounded man now and examined him. No important organs were hit, but the merchant had lost a lot of blood, which meant he didn't have long to live. The lone wolf consoled him. The man let out a heavy sigh and thanked his savior for his honesty. And of course he couldn't help but issue the quest. Creed recognized those lines immediately. The dying man's last will, that unbearable pressure on his conscience. The merchant pointed his finger and said his son was under the carriage. He hid it in the midst of battle before anyone saw it and defended it to the last man. The man hoped that the random traveler had already dealt with the bandits and his offspring would be safe. The son is 7 years old. He is timid but bright. He will not tangle under his feet. The man quickly adjusted the offspring, but the traveler asked him where the boy's mother was. It turned out that the mother died in childbirth. In the wife's family, all blamed the boy, and so the father dropped everything and left with his son to the new world. But now he himself was at death's door, the man said, and Creed wished he could skip this manipulative quest. The man said there was a village 3 days' journey away where the only relative on his mother's side lived who would take the boy in. "This man has studied martial arts, so he can be trusted," the man informed, and again asked to accept the quest. Luckily, Creed pumped up his medicine skill because he didn't like messing around with kids and decided to save the man to drive him himself. While the merchant was trying to figure out what Creed meant, he had already hit the right points. The wounds on the man's body closed, and he was greatly surprised that it could be done with his bare hands. Creed warned that the effect was temporary. He asked the merchant if they had medicine, bandages, and the like in their luggage, and wondered if the Mura masters used such techniques. This technique is like an illusion. Only experienced masters can perform it by finding the source of blood. Besides, learning this skill takes a long time. This technique is called a blood map. The wanderer learned about it from a master he played cards with. To stop bleeding, you have to put your energy into your fingers. Of course, people in serious condition cannot be saved by this easy skill. A male merchant asked the wanderer how he could repay him. Lucky the reward for the quest came so quickly, the master thought. But there was nothing to think about, and showed the old man with a gesture how they could work things out. The man was a little taken aback by such directness, but promised to give it all back. He needed his son, so he asked the traveler to help him to the carriage. Leaning on his savior, the man called out to his son. He got worried and leaned right up against the carriage and started pounding on it with words that it was already over. That's when the merchant's most valuable treasure emerged from the secret drawer. The boy hugged his father so tightly that he almost gave God his soul. The boy asked what was the matter, and the father said he was wounded, but fortunately would live. The merchant hugged his son tightly to comfort him and show him that he was all right, and stopped answering. Then the boy screamed. Creed, who was quietly at this time gathering miscellaneous useful things from the chests, reassured the boy that his father had just passed out. He told him that his father had lost too much blood and was therefore weakened. The boy stared fearfully at the warrior and asked him who he was. Creed Thompson, the master, briefly introduced himself without saying who he was or where he was from. The boy had never heard the name, and was slightly disappointed that his adventure was going off script when the master threw him a bottle. The traveler told the boy of 7 to bandage his father's wounds himself and smear healing ointment. It was time for them to get out of here. The master promised that he would find a horse for them, and went looking, the boy not really knowing where they would gallop to next. Creed nuzzled his horse. He too wanted to get out of this field of death as soon as possible. He examined the dead ringleader's pockets and pulled out a plaque with a simple name on it, which was slightly disappointing. But Creed realized that since the bandit captain was here, the rest of the gang was around too. He wondered if the authorities would accept the name plaque as evidence. After all, it could be stolen. The master helped the merchant and his son onto the horse and told them it was time to set off. But he saw their hard looks. He asked the merchant what was the matter. There are no biometric passports in their world, so would do without this barbarism. They left the dead to be eaten by scavengers. There was no strength to bury them anyway. The father hugged his son tighter, glad that they had survived and hoped to reach the settlement alive. Creed didn't worry. Nature would take its course very quickly. The scavengers would scatter the bones. The sand would take in the rest. He didn't know if the souls of these warriors would be able to fly to heaven, or if they would become ghosts, if they would find a second life without the help of a truck, or the truck carried only him across the river Styx. Creed wanted to forget all the sorrows and sufferings of life. In the evening they encamped for the night, and built a fire to warm the wounded man. He was worse off than during the day, and his wounds might open at any moment. If we don't hurry up and give the merchant proper treatment, we'll have to have custody of the boy. Creed worried. Then he asked the trader if there was a village on the way to their main goal, and the man told him there was. A small settlement on the shores of Lake Namjaho. The trader was a frequent visitor there. Even a small village could have a healer, the wanderer thought, and asked how long it took to get there. The merchant figured that if they hurried, they would get there tomorrow at noon, if they still had time. Creed reasoned that one would get there much faster and find the cure on his own. The merchant apologized for the hassle, but the master told him he wasn't doing it for him and looked at his bloody burden. The detective examined the bodies and told his companions that the time of death was yesterday afternoon. All the slain bandits had died at about the same time, Captain Obvious concluded, for the bodies lay side by side. The detectives realized that the gang they were chasing had obviously been killed while attempting another robbery, as the goods were all in place. The detectives were disappointed. Their target was weaker than they thought, because they found someone who had exterminated the bandits before them. But another man said that not all of the gang is destroyed, for they are divided into 3 groups before the main blow is joined again. But still the detectives were glad that the population of bandits was reduced. They were not able to fight with the whole pack. They remembered to pay the informants. This time their data was useful. But one of the subordinates heard nothing of this and tapped his hat in surprise. One of the detectives learned from informants that the traders offered no resistance and that someone else had killed the bandits. The detectives continued to show marvels of discernment, for the traders lay dead quite near the bandits. Since there are no other bodies, it is logical to assume that a lone fighter or a group of very strong fighters acted. The travelers walked together the next day. The peddler said he thought at first during the night that Creed's horse was dead. They didn't know that there are horses that sleep lying down with their tongue out. Creed glanced at the chatty kid, marveling at his ability to adapt. Yesterday he was afraid of him, but now he was chirping merrily. The boy remembered that he had a grandfather who also practiced martial arts, but he had died over 5 years ago. But the 7-year-old son remembered very well that Grandpa was a great warrior. Creed, meanwhile, peered at the merchant. His face had already turned grey. If he didn't get treatment today, he would be feeding the beasts. Riders appeared on the horizon, and the lone wolf muttered to himself, thinking that the bandits had caught up with them. He turned his horse around to ride to meet them, the bandits catching up with them sooner than expected. The trader told Creed that it was a long way to the village and asked what they would do. But the riders were fast approaching. They were no longer able to get away. The merchant, frightened, asked if they were bandits, but Creed replied that they didn't look like them. Just in case, he told the merchant to go to the village and find the doctor, and he himself promised to deal with his pursuers. The merchant began to mumble that it was dangerous to go at so many people alone, but the master answered him that they were in no position to worry about him right now. He told them that if they were bandits, they wanted revenge and would pursue them to the very end. After all, if the merchant died, Creed wouldn't get his money, so he told the old man to move. The merchant understood and said he would find food, medicine, and shelter and would wait for him in the city. Creed nodded and replied that when he arrived at the settlement, he would go straight to the doctor. He prepared to meet his pursuers, and his eyes lit up with a yellow light. A white-headed eagle flew over a large group of riders. The pursuers, with unkind faces, said they were following the trail of the beast that had killed their dear brother. And unfortunately for him, those tracks lead to him, the bandit said. The leader of the Red Gang asked him what they should do with him now, as if there were many options. Creed grinned and told them that they had indeed found their dear brother, who had become valuable experience points for the hero, and tossed them his head. The bandits were dumbfounded, for it was usually they, not them, who showed such cruelty. The gang leader's eyes were bloodshot with anger, but his subordinate reminded him that the enemy could be dangerous. The ringleader angrily demanded his brother's murderer alive and ordered his companions to be overtaken and slaughtered. The deputy commander relayed orders to everyone. The killer was to be captured alive at all costs to avenge the death of the captain and comrades. A detachment of detectives rushed on the tracks of the gang that appeared before them and immediately realized who they were chasing. He showed wonders of investigation and realized that the body with the severed head belonged to the captain of the bandits. The investigation revealed that all the bandits died quickly without resistance. The subordinate suggested to his supervisor to go ahead as it could be dangerous. He warned her that someone should stay behind to patrol. Alone, she could do nothing for them. Spurring the horse, the boss lady told him not to argue and to follow her. She really wanted to know who had taken out the Red Gang leader and his subordinates, all of whom were skilled in martial arts. Creed burst through the crowd of riders. His sword was faster, and the bandits were completely defenseless. He was demonstrating amazing evasion skills right in the saddle, and managed to strike at the attacking bandit, instantly taking his life. They piled on all together with the same result, but that's the fate of all goons, to become experience points for the hero. Creed fended off a powerful force-charged attack, this time with a skilled warrior riding beside him. The lone wolf let him rush past, then jumped on the warrior from the back while the physic went out for tea. He landed many punches with a special technique and landed a somersault. The overconfident thug put too much faith in his martial arts skills and paid for it with his life. Creed rose to his feet and, assuming a pompous pose, told the dead bandit that his skill was called a magic circle. The default bandit boss waited for one hero to massacre all of his men instead of helping them. He looked disdainfully at the dead weaklings who had allowed themselves to be killed. Mediocrity, the bandit told them, and promised to kill the Wanderer. Creed felt that this fight was definitely tougher than the previous one. The bandit noticed that Creed was not badly trained and politely warned him to stay focused during their fight. Creed sensed that this bandit was more experienced in combat than himself and was serious. Creed grinned and took off his hat and told the criminal that he was going to die now anyway. Magic, with it a human martial artist can gather energy several times faster. It had become an unbearable temptation for the masters in this world. Since the time of the first Demon King, a lot of people had studied magic. The two masters began to move so fast that their blurred copies appeared in the air. But magic has a downside. Even a Demon King couldn't suppress the madness it caused. Most followers that studied magic ended up becoming bloodthirsty demons. Creed deftly dodged all of the criminal's furious attacks, anger making him predictable. What would an ordinary man do when given the power to split mountains and part the seas? A man mad with blood becomes a monster that even his family and friends can't recognize. The longer their battle went on, the deeper the bandit's distraught mind went. Before he completely lost his human form, Creed had a hard time blocking the bandit's sharp sweeps. His sword began to crack under the bandit's blows, and the bandit grew stronger and stronger. On this continent, Creed had never met a real swordsman before. Even though he had a hard time, he was confident that he would win. But in that second, his sword shattered into pieces as if it was made of crystal. The perpetrator exulted, anticipating the imminent end of his victim. But could Creed have been the main character if he didn't have story armor and cheats? He decided to deal with the perpetrator with his bare hands and sharply shifted and hit him in the back with his fist. Creed poured it on with a body punch and added a powerful uppercut to the jaw. And that's when the bandit realized that he had received the Imperial Army's fist. He collapsed to the ground with a shattered jaw and broken ribs. The bandit whispered something and Creed answered him that he wasn't in the Imperial Army. He had created the technique himself. At the threshold of death, the criminal realized he had become a demon. Creed looked at him without any pity and said there was nothing to be surprised about. Two detectives arrived at the scene of another massacre. The sight was so gruesome that it was nauseating to those who had seen all sorts of things. In the middle of the battlefield stood a vagrant and greedily drank water. The girl captain immediately realized that he was the master they were looking for. He went up to him and asked him if he killed all those bandits. The girl dismounted from her horse and, ignoring her subordinate's warnings, approached the master. She showed him her ID and informed him that she was a member of the patrol squad, and asked him who he was. The Wanderer looked tiredly at the girl, and after a moment's silence gave his name. The patrolman checked the pulse of the lying bandit. The examination showed the patient to be sound asleep. He began to remove the dead bandit's clothes and examine him. Then Creed asked what they were doing, and the guard said they were looking for notes on magical martial arts, which was the reason they went looking for bandits. The girl found what she was looking for and tossed the notebook to the assistant, ordering her to burn it immediately. One of the detectives began searching his pockets for gunpowder to destroy an important document. He remembered that he forgot to introduce and gave his boring name to Creed, informing him that he had done their work. Creed had heard that there were many demons in the New World. Apparently, he had just stumbled upon one of them. The girl detective asked him if he had killed the third ringleader whose body they had found, and Creed nodded in response. They called out another name of the bandit they were looking for. His body was supposed to be here. After examining the bodies, they found another one from their list. The supervisor ordered her subordinate to search everything, for they might have been followed. Creed realized they were from a patrol unit, and since they were, he was to be rewarded for taking down the gang. The supervisor looked surprised, as if it was the first time she had heard of money. He didn't even know where the nearest Alliance station was, and he couldn't show up in town with a dozen heads, or he'd look like an outlaw himself. The supervisor smiled. This was a request she could grant. She had enough authority, and she promised he would be rewarded for everything. However, she only had the bonds with her, and to cash them in, he needed to find a trade association or walk into an imperial city. Creed thought about it. Bonds were generally not a bad means of payment, and decided it was better to take the securities now. Sooner or later he could exchange them. The assistant with the dull face and name was surprised that they let the master go like this without examining him. He was worried that the Wanderer might be injured. But she replied that this master's fighting skills were stronger than any magic. Then the assistant was even more surprised. The girl got into the saddle and began to grumble that she should be working instead of talking. She looked at him menacingly as she sat down on her horse and said that the bandits' internal organs had been crushed. This made the detectives suspect that Creed was a soldier of the Empire, which they wanted to find out while they solved another case. The subordinate pleaded he wanted a rest, but the supervisor said she knew where the Red Gang's hideout was. Bandits have killed all the adults in the village, and the children have been kidnapped to sell. Hence, they are being kept in a safe house, so the warden decides to rescue them. She didn't know why that man had decided to interrupt the entire Red Gang, but she was sure that this would not be their last meeting, and with these thoughts the detective spurred her horse. Late in the afternoon, Creed arrived at the village, where he was already greeted by the rescued little boy. He smiled when he saw the old man and his son in good spirits. Before heading to the next village, he stopped by the doctor's office to dress his wounds after the battle. He needed a break to fully recover. Creed collapsed on his bed in the evening, but sleep wouldn't come. He didn't have any extra time, so he had to hit the road tomorrow. The next day was beautiful, clear weather, and he arrived at Cheongsanggok village. As promised, he escorted the old merchant and his son to the boy's next of kin. The place looked nice, lots of stores and merchandise, and they had barely entered the suburbs. The old merchant man laughed and said that his relative was no ordinary person. A girl named Hana met them at one house, and the merchant's son waved to her. She didn't expect them to arrive so early. She welcomed them joyfully and noticed that they had also brought a guest. The merchant helped his son off his horse, and they entered the inn. Hana thanked Creed for saving her nephew and handed him a purse of jingling coin. He thanked her politely, but didn't refuse the money and turned his attention to her hands. The merchant also thanked Creed again and offered to stay with them and rest, and he agreed, but said he would visit the smithy first. Hana agreed to show him around and decided to walk him out herself. The three of them walked, the merchant's son sitting on top of the wanderer's horse, and Hana told him to hold on tight so he wouldn't fall. The boy at once declared himself careful and looked pleased. The whole experience had not affected him much. He then asked Creed where he had trained in martial arts since he was so strong. The traveler evasively replied that different people had different people, in a place where there were many masters willing to teach for money, even if one had little skill. The boy was surprised, for he had thought that to do so he had to enter a martial arts school. Such are the traditions of the New World. Most schools are affiliated with the Imperial Army. You must first join to learn the martial arts. The reason the master is considered recognized is because he came out of such a school, Creed said. Hana led him to the right place. Of all the blacksmiths in town, this one was the best. Creed squinted at the sign. No matter how long he looked at it, it still looked odd. Then he would choose a suitable weapon, pay for it with his bonds, and still have a profit. In addition, I bought myself a new straw hat to replace the one I lost. Hana offered him a drink and promised him good tea, but the master politely declined her offer. He had to go. The boy was upset by this news. He offered the master to stay where and teach him martial arts. Creed answered him that he does mixed martial arts and it's very difficult to learn. Plus his aunt could train him just as well. The boy was greatly surprised, and Hana laughed confusedly and asked how he understood. Thanking them for the information, he bid them farewell and galloped out of town at full gallop, telling the lad not to be discouraged. The boy let tears fall, and his aunt comfortingly stroked his head. The atmosphere in the playhouse was heavy, such that even his opponents in the game suggested he stop. They told Creed that he just wasn't cut out for gambling, was too bad at it, or had too much bad luck. Wanderer, who again couldn't resist gambling, who had forgotten the rule that casinos were always on the plus side, pounded his fists on the table. The players consoled him by telling him that he would be lucky another time and asked for more tea. Creed was shattered. He checked their sleeves and watched the game closely, but still blew it. After draining everything he'd earned fighting to the death with bandits, he realized it was about him. The players noticed he had a sword and assumed he was Muram's man, and advised him not to play anymore because he would just get slaughtered one day. But this Creed could not fear, so he brushed aside their warnings. He thanked them for the game and discreetly said goodbye, for there was nothing else to do. The Igramans invited him to visit them again as soon as the money was available, but the Wanderer remained silent. He lost control again, succumbing to the excitement, and the rest was a blur. An instrument played in the hall, and he heard a beautiful melody. Playing the fragile pipa was soothing, and well suited as consolation for a loss. A strange dust appeared around, and Creed wondered what it was. The music put him in a poetic mood, and he immediately imagined the sea. He would have sat like that, listening to the music, but 3 men entered the gambling house. They approached the girl who was playing the pipa and asked her if she was a night tiger. The girl asked what they wanted, and the man called out the name of his clan and master, and invited her to guess for herself why they had come for her. But the girl politely gave them a guffaw, saying that even Confucius didn't care about their riddles. When they started yelling at her, she stated that she was just a musician and would not take responsibility for anything. But the man shouted so that everyone began to listen to them. He told her that she had deceived Confucius for her own selfish purposes. They even had witnesses screaming troublemakers, and Creed sighed regretfully, for it had been a long time since he had enjoyed good music. But they ruined everything with their silly squabbles and incomprehensible demands. What's more, the chattering classes loudly accused her of stealing the family jewels. The girl was indignant, she was restless, and asked what jewelry was in question. She suggested they go as far as Confucius himself, but that only made the men angrier. Then they went from swearing to threats and said they could have a sword talk with her. The girl didn't understand why they were getting so worked up over some kid, but the man countered that the kid was 16 years old. To which the girl remarked that if the boy's parents really cared, they wouldn't have sent such lowlifes after her. They should have brought the head of the clan in person. She stunned the goons. The morons started making a fuss and bad-mouthing her. They finally lost their temper and drew their swords to end things quickly. But barely had one of the pursuers swung his sword, the girl showed that she was a martial arts master and soared above the table. She found herself above them and slightly behind, out of range of their attack. The first stalker died before she even landed on her desk. The girl turned to them and said that this rascal had come on his own. It wasn't her fault. He had left her no choice. The visitors immediately became agitated. No one wanted to get caught in the hot hand and began shouting for the town manager to be called. The owner of the establishment clutched his head and lamented that once again he had been given a beating. He was afraid the invaders wanted his money, and this month they had already given it all away, so he told his son they had better leave. The lone wolf wasn't going anywhere and was enjoying the beautiful sight as much as playing an instrument. The girl was good in battle, but she had no problems with her looks either. Creed marveled at her quick and precise movements. Such skillful beauties were rare here. The 2 remaining swordsmen chopped at the same time, but the girl eluded them again with an upward leap. He used a special movement technique that the wanderer recognized. This technique was also quite rare. Without a doubt, the warrior realized that this girl was one of the finest craftsmen in the New World. The dummies were not relenting, even after seeing the difference in abilities. They were consumed by their thirst for vengeance. The beauty made 2 strokes with her blade, and the fighters froze in place as if struck by lightning. That was the end of the fight. They fell dead at her feet. The girl took a breath and told the goons to blame only their Confucius. Creed rose from his seat and applauded her as if he had just watched a fine performance. The pretty girl looked at him intently and asked him what he wanted, and then picked up her straw hat from the floor and brushed her clothes. The innkeeper showed up and was horrified to find that there was not an entire piece of furniture left in the establishment. The son replied to his father that the main thing was that they were still alive after the massacre, and that was the only thing that was happy. The girl apologized for those soldiers and offered her help. To avoid getting himself into more trouble with the strong master, the innkeeper modestly remarked that in their business, this was a frequent occurrence and nothing was needed. The girl musician did admit her guilt. If it wasn't for her, it wouldn't have happened. She offered them money to cover their losses for the furniture and the frightened guests. Creed noted her good manners and having a conscience, which was rare in these parts. But whoever was behind those swordsmen will definitely take on the survivors, even if they had nothing to do with it. And the girl better get going if she doesn't want to get into trouble, the lone wolf thought. He pulled onto the trail and walked through the woods. The air was fresh, smelling of pine trees, birds chirping. Creed had been lamenting the lost money and was now pining to get it back. He constantly had to endure hardship to earn his living, and he thought that as a human being he was quite pathetic. The lone wolf heard a noise up ahead. Someone had stopped the musician's girlfriend and was asking her to surrender amicably. But the beauty refused, and indignantly asked what she was guilty of this time. The warrior adjusted his sword on his belt and told her that the heir had tried to hang himself without even leaving a will. He had survived, though he still hadn't regained consciousness, the warrior said, and demanded that she explain herself. Creed heard her indignant cries. The girl did not consider herself guilty that the teen wanted to hang herself. But the warrior said there were witnesses to their intimacy. Even if the guy embellished, the warrior still knew of her involvement. And he added that since she was certain of her innocence, she would have no trouble proving it in Shandong. But she was against it. She rejected his offer to go there on a charge where she would immediately be found guilty and take her life. The warrior remarked that she shouldn't worry about it. He was losing patience. But the girl was tired of listening to him too and told him to stop lying, for she was not stupid. The warrior in front of the girl looked like a true master. He was different from the goons that had come after her earlier, a true adopter of the traditional arts. Her fighting ability is good, but not enough to match him. The lone wolf assessed the girl's level. If the girl had been more convincing, this wouldn't have happened, he realized, and got up to leave. But then he saw his warhorse snorting viciously and trotting with his hoof. The horse clearly wanted to step in and help the fair maiden, and Creed tried his best to hold the rambunctious stallion back, for they might be seen. He breathed a sigh of relief when he thought he had succeeded in calming the rampaging animal. Since the friend insisted, it was necessary to intervene, and Creed jumped off the cliff like a comic book superhero. He hit the ground hard and made a superhero landing. The warrior who was following the girl turned to him and asked him who he was and what he had come for. Creed introduced himself by his usual full name and added, "Pleased to meet you." The girl recognized the wanderer who had applauded her performance and wondered if he had shown up here. The warrior assessed the effectiveness of the jump. It was quite dangerous considering the height of the cliff. He politely warned the stranger that even if he knew the girl, he should not interfere with their important business. Creed let his words pass his ears, saying they talked a lot, and asked directly what was wrong. The warrior discreetly replied that the capture of the perpetrator was in progress. The girl was indignant just now. The warrior was calling her a defendant and assuring her that she had nothing to worry about. She realized she would be branded a criminal anyway. Creed clarified if he intended to take her away, even if the girl claimed she was innocent. The warrior grabbed his sword and warned that the wanderer was none of his business. If he interfered, he would be on the list for elimination. Creed responded in the same way. He grabbed his sword. He thought he had gotten himself into an unnecessarily complicated case. But he couldn't let someone lynch an innocent man, though he couldn't know that for sure. The warrior disappointedly called the vagrant a fool. He didn't expect to meet a man playing honor here. He froze like that with his hand on the hilt of his sword, but was in no hurry to remove it from its sheath. The girl looked the most dumbfounded, not understanding what had suddenly started and why two men were going to fight over her. Both warriors looked like strong contenders, and she realized she shouldn't have even interfered. The warrior felt a suffocating thirst for blood. It clouded his vision with a red veil. His sanity clouded, and he saw his lightning-fast demise. A shiver ran through the warrior, and he was immediately covered in cold sweat. If they clashed, now his days would be numbered. The swordsman couldn't understand what kind of master loomed before him, or from where, but he appreciated his strength. Creed noticed that the warrior never unsheathed his sword, which meant he had already guessed the outcome of this fight. He should definitely have developed the skill of foresight after years of training, the lone wolf suggested. The warrior repeated his name again, took his hand off his sword, and asked the wanderer where he was from, since he had such impressive skills. The girl's mouth dropped open in amazement as her stalker admitted defeat, even without a fight. Creed didn't remove his hand from his sword, and reminded him that he was from the Thompson family, which should be clear from his last name. He was from the Imperial Army, the stalker assumed, but Creed denied it. Not all masters come from there. But such an answer left the warrior even more confused. If not an army, then where could such a strong master come from? He admitted defeat, but warned that he was not abandoning his intentions, introduced himself as John Watts, and claimed to have great influence. The girl was amazed that her stalker would be let go for nothing, but Creed wasn't going to do anything about it. Creed mentally thanked the martial arts ancient Sega looking after the departing rider. They give the ability to sense a real threat at the slightest touch of a sword, and also teach you to retreat in time without losing your dignity. The warrior also appreciated Creed's skills and thought that he was different from the other masters. The girl ran up to the wanderer. He already thought he was about to be kissed or something. He embarrassedly told her it was easy and she might not thank him. But instead, the damsel told him that he should have killed her stalker. She stated that her enemies would not stop, and now he too would be in danger. He had to kill the warrior and escape from here. Creed even huffed at this lust for death. It wasn't cute at all, he thought, as if the damsel belonged to a murim. He took his horse by the bridle and told her that killing John did not guarantee that she would stop being pursued. The girl insisted that it would give her a head start, to which Creed, taken aback by such insolence, remarked that she was being rather rude in expressing her gratitude. The damsel quickly changed her face and bowed courteously to him, saying that the incident had made her nervous and she had forgotten her manners. She also hastened to assure him that although she was from the capital, she did not support the emperor, and it was not from a good life that she was now wandering in the middle of nowhere. Creed nodded, not the kind of maiden rescue he had counted on, and she asked him where he was going. The lone wolf answered her that he had business to attend to, as did she herself. Then the damsel reminded him that John would be chasing him too, to which the master said they would definitely go after her first, and he would get a head start. The indignant damsel shouted at him, asking why he had helped her then. Such insolence made even Creed's horse snort. The lone wolf looked at her and asked bluntly, did she really need a reason to help a man in need? This time it was the girl's turn to be stunned. She didn't think there were people who could think like that. The maiden quickly realized that the usual plot with the rescue of the maiden in the field will not work. John is too strong, and therefore cannot let go of the savior. The maiden ran after him and begged him not to leave her. They could trust each other, and together they were not afraid of John's clan. Creed didn't stop until the cherished words in solving any problems. She promised to pay in full. Then he stopped to listen to her, and the girl assured him that she had enough savings for his hire. Beyond that, she smugly suggested that he probably lacked skills, and promised to help him if he helped her escape. Creed laughed and asked the damsel if she thought he was incapable of learning it himself. The girl stood her ground, claiming that being a student in an imperial school is very difficult. It requires discipline and loyalty. On top of giving up all past arts you may know, she said, and Creed realized the damsel was in the army. He then asked her if passing on knowledge to the army was not another war crime, but the damsel said it was forgivable as part of a military feat. If a master has reached the pinnacle, he is allowed to take apprentices and pass on knowledge. Creed remembered the ancient rule. The maiden stared at him tensely as he thought, hoping the offer would interest the wanderer. He said he had no allegiance to the emperor as he could be an apprentice, but the girl assured him that she knew a master who would not refuse. Even the horse wouldn't take her word for it that there was a master who owed her, but the girl indignantly declared that she wasn't lying. The traveler plunged back into calculations. Older imperial craftsmen charged a lot for their knowledge and skills. If someone famous would accept him as a disciple, people would stop asking uncomfortable questions regarding his martial arts. At this, Creed asked her where to find the wizard, and the girl said it was 2 days' journey away, through rivers and valleys where they would cover the tracks. Creed told her not to forget her promise and accepted her terms. The damsel was very happy. She assured him that there would be no deception, and asked him to wait here while she found a new horse, for hers had died. "We need to follow her and attack her at the right moment," John said as he read the scroll. He ordered his men to do nothing until they knew what else their victims were capable of. John stared thoughtfully into the distance and pondered whether that man was part of the gang or their target. They sat by the fire. The wanderer worried that they had relaxed, but the maiden arrogantly declared that they would not be found today because they had crossed the river. The girl was acting nonchalant and was sure that it was worth it for her to tell the Alliance or the Empire John and the others would be in trouble. Creed couldn't judge that and asked her what about witnesses, remembering the words of the 3 goons. The girl was indignant. There was no one else besides Confucius's fiancé. The latter was very jealous of the girl's boyfriend, even though she was only earning money by playing an instrument. The girl clenched her fist angrily. The teen's fiancé had definitely made her a woman of easy behavior with her slander, and she was being blamed because of it. Creed realized he should be more careful with his questions now that he'd struck a nerve with his employer. The girl asked him if he regretted helping her, for they would soon encounter John. But the wanderer assured her that he would not have interfered if he had not wanted to. She smiled sweetly, calling him a unique person, but such do not live long, which caused Creed to resent her. The jokes ended when Creed sensed a threat coming from the forest. Several people were approaching them at once, making no secret of their intentions. He told the girl she was right. John really didn't waste any time and found them quickly. Several black-clad warriors stood in front of them, and the girl told them she would complain to the Alliance. She also threatened that the governor of the capital would learn of their actions, but such threats were unlikely to deter pursuers. She drew her sword and acted cocky and confident because she knew Creed would have her back if anything happened. Only 10 men. The lone wolf quickly counted them, but he didn't see the ringleader. It made him wonder. John was obviously up to something since he had thrown his men virtually to the slaughter. The pursuers rushed at them all in a crowd from different directions. The girl musician was still trying to engage in some sort of dialogue with them, but finally realized that these people don't care if she's alive or dead. Creed smiled and suggested the girl repeat the performance she'd put on at the restaurant last time. She was stunned at the words and couldn't find anything to say, but the assassins had already jumped on them. In terms of speed, they were equal. The girl was able to deftly dodge the pursuers' blows. Her throwing daggers gleamed in her hand and she deftly threw, striking several masked warriors at once. The assassins split up and some of them attacked the wanderer. The lone wolf used the campfire and attacked his opponents, bypassing the flames that blocked their view. He slid a ghost between them, keeping himself from being hit. Out of the corner of my eye, I managed to follow the girl I was guarding. Right now, they were getting too close to her. Creed quickly changed direction and in one jerk shortened the distance between them. Creed dealt first with the one who jumped on the girl from behind. She was surprised to find him beside her, though he had just fought elsewhere. The difference in ability became obvious by one such throw, so the assassins froze. She thanked him for saving her, and Creed warned the assassins that they should think again, because the odds were not in their favor. The pursuers were breathing heavily. Creed noticed their swords were unsharpened and their actions too hesitant to kill. But then he didn't realize the purpose of their attack, or the game John was playing. The lone wolf motioned for them to take the wounded and leave, putting his sword away in its scabbard as a sign of sincerity. The girl was outraged again, for these people had come to kill them. Apparently she was out for blood again. The traveler hurried them along, telling them that if they hurried, they could save their wounded friends in time. The masked men decided to take him up on his offer and took his wounded friends. The maiden watched indignantly. She was very displeased with what was happening. The lone wolf told her that sleep would not come out again, and they should move out immediately, but she asked him why he did so. Creed began to call for his trusty steed, which pissed the girl off. He repeated again that they had better hurry, for they didn't know when they would be attacked, and the saucy girl grumbled that it was because he was letting everyone go. By morning, they reached the village. Creed did not want to pass through the town, but the maiden insisted on using the post office to call for help. She stated that he was the reason their position was exposed, so now he has to protect her on the streets of the city from the real thugs. The lone wolf sighed heavily and wondered why he was always getting such problematic quest characters. With the two of them on horseback, they leisurely made their way to a small village. The maiden found an informant who told her where the post office was, gave him a few pennies, and gave him a pat on the head. Creed noted her great skills with children, and the girl said she had younger brothers. All 4 were innocent and kind, she said sadly. If that situation had been better, they would have grown up to be men, she said, and the lone wolf saw the sadness in her eyes. The girl's face seemed petrified as she tried to lock away the swelling feelings. Creed guessed that it was the girl's first time in this little town. Though she had said earlier that she had been here before, he didn't understand why she lied. She would not let him continue his questioning and called after him to the post station. The mailman asked where the letter was to be delivered, recognized their point, and assigned a fee, then asked them what to deliver. The girl asked to write that she was headed for help. Then the old man asked her name, and she introduced herself for the first time, Julia Early. She paid the amount due, and the old man wrote it all down, and they saw the pigeons flutter into the sky. At the market, Julia was able to buy herself a horse. She was good with animals too. Creed looked after the neighborhood. He didn't notice any harassment and informed her of it. They didn't understand why the pursuers wouldn't take this opportunity to catch up with them while the travelers were in the village. Creed joked that her old buddy John isn't as easy as he seems. Julia got pissed off by that and declared that they're not friends at all. Creed also wanted to understand why John was willing to drag her to the tribunal with such accusations. They stopped for the night in a small cave. Julia thought about how John might have given up after realizing how strong her companion was. She was optimistic. People were going to meet her tomorrow morning and all the hardships would be behind her. The lone wolf chewed the jerky indifferently and said he'd be happy about that too. She reminded him that he would soon learn about the martial arts of the Empire, but Creed met the news lukewarmly, simply agreeing with her. Julia noted mentally that her companion was perfectly calm and asked him why he hadn't joined the alliance. With his abilities, he would have easily risen high in the ranks, no matter which faction he chose. To which the lone wolf stated that he didn't want to be tied to one place like a true vagabond. Julia saw his calmness, like the smoothness of a lake in the morning, and sat closer to him. She slyly stated that he was helping her because she was beautiful. The lone wolf was embarrassed, but honestly admitted that it was indeed one of the reasons. The girl was surprised that there was another reason, as if this one wasn't enough, and remembered the martial arts as a reward. Creed replied that he was just doing it for his own protection. He didn't know how to explain it and couldn't show it to anyone, he said thoughtfully. But in his head, it was as if there lived an observer watching through his eyes from his head. This observer could do nothing but look at everything with a sad look. Every time the lone wolf met someone, he felt that stare, a look that seemed to devour him from the inside out, telling him he had to help these people. Even though the Watcher says nothing, the lone wolf can still hear his voice, which reminds him of what he's been taught. A Watcher is just as weak a person, he can't do anything, the lone wolf said. So at times, Creed forgets about this silent friend. He knew that if he stopped thinking about this Watcher, sooner or later he would lose his influence. The observer will simply disappear and get lost in this cruel world. But at the same time, Creed couldn't let that happen, because these are his eyes too, the eyes of his conscience. If the observer disappears, his past will also come to an end, which he will no longer be able to retrieve. That's why he's helping her, Creed said. It all sounded very strange, but quite romantic, Julia thought. Those eyes are looking right at her now, the lone wolf added with a sad voice. He fell silent, and they looked each other straight in the eyes for longer than 3 seconds. Julia replied to him that he was indeed a strange man. But this strangeness is not repulsive, she added. After all, they are only blurry shadows on the walls of the cave. Imaginary images of people who imagine themselves to be something they are not, she thought, and took the first step. Creed's horse didn't approve of what they were doing in the cold cave to keep warm. The next morning, the lone wolf woke up late, which was unusual for him. After the night, his whole body was breaking from fatigue. Nearby on his clothes, he saw the note Julia had left. She thanked him for all those days and urged him not to follow her again, as it was dangerous. Creed jumped out of the cave and shouted that they had a problem. Whistling, he called out to his battle buddy. But the horse vaporized along with the night fairy that visited him today. And then the wanderer realized that he was not the only lone wolf who longed for a woman's caress. Because of the damned stallion, he had to catch up with Julia by running on his own 2 feet. And the martial artist had no trouble doing so, flying over the rocks like a bird. Not a bad opportunity to practice soaring martial arts, Creed thought. Of course, they had the disadvantage of quickly exhausting the one who uses them, so even experienced masters were not in a hurry to use them. Creed was already regretting that he had been reborn in this world not as an ordinary cloud. He was following fresh footsteps. It looked like Julia had been walking all night. Creed was mad at her for taking his horse and letting her horse go. The horse was young, docile, savvy, and Creed didn't want to spend the next 10 years buying a new friend. The powerful blow whistled past him, and it was only at the last second that Creed managed to dodge. The whip whistled once more, tearing the tree behind him into splinters. The lone wolf raised his head and saw the master swinging his whip. He reeled his weapon in with an inner strength and told Creed that he hadn't expected to see him so soon. The lone wolf grabbed his sword and asked the master who he was. Judging by the clothes, the master wasn't a bandit. He could have been John's subordinate that was following them. Julia stepped out of the bushes and coldly told them to stop, for this was not their target. Julia didn't understand how Creed had caught up with her so fast. She had taken his horse after all, and told him not to follow her. The girl resented him. Julia told the master that the man in front of him was the man she had mentioned earlier, and who had helped her deal with John. The master looked at Julia with suspicion, and asked why the man was still alive. Julia said tracking John was a problem, but after the skirmish in the woods, neither he nor his men showed up. She thought of using Creed to draw John's attention away from herself, assuming he was waiting for them to separate, which she did. Master was outraged that Julia just didn't kill Creed, but she assured him that the lone wolf knew nothing about her as well as their plans. The master answered her that in that case, she should have brought him herself so they could kill him. He reprimanded Julia for her judgment getting them nowhere, and said that when they returned, the clan would assign her a punishment. Master asked Creed if it was true that he had defeated John without taking his sword out of its sheath. Of course, his technique was flawed, but Master recognized his strength. Julia also told her master that Creed had no martial arts training in the military and is not a member of the clan. The lone wolf said he was living well without it, the master noting that under other circumstances he would have invited him to join the clan. He introduced himself as George Yang of the Yang clan in Hebei, and asked if the drifter realized the situation he was in. The lone wolf seemed to be pierced by lightning. The Yan clan is just as powerful as the J clan, only unlike the latter, they are more influential. Creed looked at Julia and realized that she was from the Yan clan, and then it came to him that he had quarreled with 2 clans at once from the list of the most powerful clans on the continent. He assumed that all her promises about the Imperial Army were lies. Julia honestly admitted that she did it because she wanted to survive and use him. She hoped he would die along the way, but the J clan had stopped chasing them. The lone wolf assumed she was startled, which was why she was running so fast. He asked her what about the story of young Confucius, and she said that was her plan. He seduced a guy into giving her the clan book, and then convinced him to commit suicide to wash away his shame. Creed realized then that the bride wasn't lying about Julia, and promised himself mentally next time to check all the way through. George addressed him by name, and told him to take everything as just another failure, and asked if he understood why he had been told everything. Creed touched his hat. He had already realized he had been given to hear. It was because he would soon be a dead man. Another clan warrior appeared from the back with spear in hand, and Riley stated that he thought Creed was a foolish vagrant, but turned out to be understanding. The lone wolf realized that this wasn't a one-on-one fight now. It was now clear where the sense of menace that came from the back was coming from. The red-haired warrior with the spear told him that resistance was futile. Rogues like Creed were nowhere near the power of their clan. A spear behind a whip in front, Creed felt himself between hammer and anvil. The masters that threatened him boasted of their clan's power. Creed was surprised that such great masters were fighting in a mob like common bandits, but the warrior replied that this was not a battle, but an execution. They thanked him for delivering Julia in one piece, so would also bring John to them. Julia faded her eyes and said she was sorry, but she had warned him of the danger. The warrior with the whip looked contemptuously at the girl and told her not to interfere and to stand behind her. The lone wolf didn't even look at them. Everything had turned out just as he thought it would. He'd like to be just a cloud, Creed thought, as the spear-wielding warrior made his move and tore toward him. At the same time, the warrior with the whip struck Creed, and he dodged again at the last moment. He took off his hat and spun it with energy so that it flew like a projectile. The warrior with the spear chopped the hat. Such a childish trick infuriated him. Julia stood still, even the years beside her whip whistling as she was told to. Even though she knew Creed was strong, she didn't expect him to be at all inferior in skills to the masters from her clan. The lone wolf kept a close eye on the villains, keeping them at bay. At the right moment, Creed chopped the whip in several places at once, confusing the master. Now that they realized how fast and skilled he was, they wondered who he was. The master with the clipped whip was frightened and began to stagger backward to keep Creed from approaching him. The free end of the whip circled Creed's arm, but he was already within striking distance with his fist. He charged his hand with internal energy and struck with an open palm so that he broke all of the master's ribs. He flew away, flinging his whip away, and the shockwave tore his clothes. Taking advantage of his comrade's death, another master attacked Creed from behind, intending to pierce him with his spear. This attack the lone wolf could not repel, and the spear pierced its back. Even so, Creed was able to turn around with the spear in his body, and delivered several swift and powerful sword strikes, cutting down the dastardly master. At last, the lone wolf gave the master a kick and he flew away. Wounded, he collapsed to the ground, though he had calculated everything before. Creed is the only one left standing despite being badly injured. The warrior without a whip was trying to figure out what kind of technique Creed was using. It was much stronger than what he had seen before. That said, this technique was not demonic art, he said as Creed tried to pull the splinter out. Such abilities are unfathomable at his age, the master said gravely, and asked what family he was from. Creed evasively answered him that he was from a family where the elders used imagination freely. But these words meant nothing to him, so he went into the next world ignorant. A lone wolf bleeding, Julia was left alone, without her allies. All Julia could say was how amazing he was. All this time, she hadn't interfered, even though he had defeated 2 experienced masters of her clan before her eyes. Creed looked at the sword in her hands. Even though it was wounded, he still wondered if she was going to attack. He stared at her sternly. The mood was lousy after all those games. She wasn't sure she could handle it, but she went into battle, and they were already being watched from the mountain. John decided to take his time and wait to see how it would turn out. His enemies had killed themselves against the unknown mastermind, and they could finish off the survivors. Creed made one elusive movement and slid past Julia. It was enough to make her fall to the ground, sighing heavily. She told him that martial artists were amazing. Even with an injured body, he was still irresistible. The lone wolf answered her that she wouldn't last long, but he could stop the bleeding with his acupuncture technique. Julia said she knew he was avoiding vital organs. She thought back to their conversation last night in the cold cave. He was telling her about feeling the stare deep inside, something similar to what she herself had experienced when she first started doing clan assignments. After she made her first kill, it was a man from their clan. Then she saw their eyes, and they were so pure and innocent. The eyes of the children she loved most in the world. And then with her own hands, she killed them inside her. After that, the voice of conscience began to fade, and her hands became so soaked in blood that there was nothing to wash them. Julia told him they were completely different, as she didn't bother to defend those eyes of conscience. She realized this when they were talking in the cave, and she heard his story. Julia realized she had died back that day, along with those children. Even though her body was breathing, she hadn't felt alive in a long time. Julia apologized to him for such a request, and the lone wolf looked at her indifferently. She asked him to finish what he started and send him to those kids. But it was no longer needed. She had gone to the next world after losing a lot of blood. John came down with his men and said this was not the ending he had envisioned. He was impressed with his skills. Creed didn't give them a chance to interfere. The lone wolf asked him if their clan wished him dead, and John replied that though their lord had tried to kill himself, he still survived. Thanks to Creed, he was able to report to his superiors about Julia's plans, and also that he had interfered unwillingly in the case. Lone Wolf asked John what difference that made, and he replied that the original plan was different. He was going to kill everyone who had anything to do with that woman. He was always there to help Creed and repay the information. John noticed his severe through wound and offered his help. But at that moment, their ranks were rasped by a snorting horse traitor. Creed couldn't help himself and roared at him, the damned horse letting him down. He asked the walking stallion where he had been carried and how he could have left him in the cave, and warned that if it happened again, he'd sell it to farmers for sausage. But then Creed felt himself getting worse, and assumed that the spear with which he had been wounded had been poisoned. John confirmed his hunch. The Yang clan was famous for their sneaky tricks, and offered his help again. The lone wolf suggested they examine Julia's tool. What they were looking for was there. John looked at the musical instrument that was leaning against the tree. One of his subordinates was surprised that John was letting Creed go, since he was now injured and could easily be eliminated. But John ordered him to leave it. He did not want to become Creed's enemy. Besides, he appreciated his favor, for he had kept the records for them. He looked wistfully after the wounded rider to see if he would get his way. The girl detective read the denunciation. A man named Creed Thompson, a skilled craftsman on the level of Alliance warriors. The girl was clearly not happy. She requested special permission to hire a spy, but all she got was a pittance of information. To which the spy spread his hands. What did they expect? Creed was an ordinary citizen of the Celestial Empire, and was not a member of any known clan. He's alone among the many masters like him that roam the wastelands. He made the list because he's been rewarded several times. Another detective stated that the man could not have come out of nowhere, and there must be a village where he came from, and there one could recognize the clan. The spy told them that if they wanted to find information, they should go to a spy on the continent, and here Creed is just a regular drifter. But the detective insisted that he needed to find out if this master had any secret ties to another clan. All the spy could confirm to them was that Creed hadn't used the Thunderbolt technique, though the bandit's body was intact on the outside and dead on the inside. The Thunderbolt of the army was different from what Creed had used. These blows are similar in that they destroy all the organs inside the victim. But the real Thunderbolt is even more brutal than what Creed used. After it, all the blood is knocked out of the body. The girl sleuth speculated that Creed was simply using the Thunder Punch technique in order to develop his technique. Then the spy repeated to them once more that Thunderbolt needed all the energy of a master, so few could use it. Because of its power, it is classified as a rank 1 martial art. Spyro understood why they suspected the guy was a member of the Imperial Army, but it couldn't be assumed just because he was young and walking alone. The guy could just be gifted. On top of that, he collects rewards for criminals. It's a big deal that he helps them, the spy said. The girl replied that she just wanted to make sure, and asked if he had learned anything about the human trafficking case. The man laid the scrolls of reports before them and said he had learned all about the 6 kidnapped children and their abductors. The detectives were satisfied with what he provided. This data needed no verification. She complimented him on his good work and said she would contact him later. The girl apologized for already wasting too much of his time, and it was time for them to move out. Billy took off his hat. He marveled at how he had managed to become famous in such a short time. Of course, he didn't tell them everything. Billy pulled a note out of his sleeve. Honestly, it was worth saying he didn't have anything useful for them either. Creed Thompson, the second son of the Thompson family, is known for demonstrating great ability in martial arts from a young age. His father is a merchant, wanted his son to become a member of the Imperial Army, but then there were misunderstandings with the family. After that, Creed left his home and made his way to the new continent. He had many teachers, but no one outstanding. Billy resented that the report didn't specify why the family feud had started. He himself could hardly believe that Creed was able to put down 36 bandits. It was a prohibitive power for the Imperial Army and the Alliance. Billy wondered if none of these organizations knew about the Wanderer yet, and maybe they had caught the big fish. A girl in Indian garb was washing herself in the river and rejoiced in the fresh water. When she saw the blood stains in the water and jumped up to find the source, the divorces led to a man lying unconscious on the bank upstream. Creed was flooded with memories from his past life where he was walking with his mom. They were at an amusement park and he saw huge balloons there. Mom stood in front of him and smiled. It was all so long ago, in a past life. But he would always remember her warm smile, the dearest person he had ever known. Creed opened his eyes. He was lying in a shawl and someone nearby was discussing his looks, calling him handsome. The wounds on his body were smeared with ointment. Someone indignantly stated that looks weren't the point. These people had clearly been looking out for him all along. Creed stood up. His head was ringing like a bell. He felt very weak, but he recognized the language these people spoke. He asked them to bring him water, saying it in their language, albeit with an accent. People were very surprised at this. There was a man standing in the shawl and the girl that found it. They both rejoiced at this. It meant it would be easier to communicate with a stranger. Creed told them he knew a couple phrases but couldn't, speaking the language of the hill tribes. The girl was surprised by this. She hadn't met people from another continent who spoke her language before, and realized that Creed had heard their entire conversation and so had figured it all out. The girl was greatly embarrassed, for she had said much about his attractive appearance. The embarrassed girl ran away from the shawl and the man asked her where she had run to. The maiden shouted for water. The man laughed. The blue she-wolf wanted to seem determined and brave, but she was easily confused. Creed praised him for knowing his native tongue and felt his wound, to which the man remarked that their lands had been connected for 100 years. It would be foolish not to know the native language of the colonists. The ointment on his body looked like dirt, but had a peculiar odor, Creed felt. Without proper treatment, he would have died with that wound, so Creed thanked them for saving him. They introduced themselves to each other. The man's name was Red Wind. He was greatly surprised when Blue Wolf led him to the body he had found. But from what he'd seen in those 2 days, he was sure Creed would get back on his feet without their help. Because I noticed he had unusual recovery abilities. He had a body characteristic of a martial artist, so Red Wind asked him immediately if someone was following him. But then there was the question of why Creed was lying wounded on the rocks and where the wound came from. Red Wind apologized for his insistence. He had to make sure the stranger was not dangerous. He had sworn to protect his tribe. Creed realized what this tribal warrior was getting at. He could feel his spirit, and assured the warrior that the men who had chased and wounded him were already dead, so they had nothing to worry about. This tribe came to these lands before other peoples, Creed thought as he stepped out of the teepee. The people looked strong and happy. This picture was very different from the one he had read about in his past life. He saw the she-wolf feeding his horse and approached her to thank her for the food. He glanced askew at his horse, named Cerelot, who was contentedly accepting the treat. The girl asked if the colt had a name. for he was quite bright and did not at once let her near him. Creed said that this beast was more cunning than clever, and his name was Horse. The she-wolf was surprised at such a name, but she liked it. Creed explained that it was easier to remember that way, no confusion. But declaring that this name did not suit him, for the horse was a trickster, the she-wolf asked him what he meant, and Creed explained that it's about the original owner. The girl asked what that meant, but Creed didn't know how to relay a story from a past life. While they were chatting, Red Wind approached them. He noticed that Creed was already getting around without help. He said that Creed is doing the right thing and needs to move more to recover faster, and added that it was time. Their chief wanted to meet Creed. He was the oldest man of the tribe, the one who spoke to the soul. He was the one who insisted on curing Creed, Red Wind said. The young warrior had no choice but to agree. Red Wind showed his hand and motioned for him to follow. He looked at the blue she-wolf just as sternly, and told her to wait where she was. The chief only wanted to see the stranger. The girl pretended not to really mean it, but it was all written on her face anyway. Creed made a respectful gesture of gratitude for his rescue. The girl was embarrassed by such sincerity and told him to just tell her a couple stories about his homeland. The Red Wind led him to a lone teepee, small in size. Creed went inside and immediately saw the roaster. Everything was in smoke from different herbs. An old woman with fiery eyes sat in front of him, looking at him like an owl. She complimented him on his pronunciation as they exchanged greetings and asked Creed where he learned their language. He said that he had trained in the largest city built by the emperor, where you could hire someone to teach languages. At first, the old woman assumed he worked for someone from the Central Plains, and then she saw that he was a desert and cliff dweller. She noticed his southern accent, and Creed realized that these people watched carefully for provenance. The old woman said she was blind in one eye and the oldest in the village. She started telling him how old and wise she was and how everyone was surprised by it, and assured him that it was a matter of her ancestors looking out for her, though many might think demonic arts were involved. For this, the old woman ordered the ancestors to take revenge on these slanderers and break all their legs. She started rambling on about respect, then she burst into tears, and Creed didn't know where to go from there. Creed asked why the old woman insisted on treating him, and she responded with a question. Shouldn't she have? She said she could always sense if there was a demon's heart in a person's body. No such thing was detected in his body, so it made sense to help him since he was in trouble. Otherwise, he would become a ghost and torment them at night. Creed sighed, hoping that the old woman had no other reason, or he could have gotten a quest on the spot. And also he interested her, the old woman said, and opened her other eye with a Sharingan. He saw a red light and heard a question that confused him as to whether he was enjoying his second life, she said. Creed inhaled the thick smoke and said that like the rest of the world, there was nothing to enjoy here. The old woman took the wooden bowl and told him that it wasn't like demonic power. She had heard that such things didn't happen by the will of humans. She didn't think she'd encounter such a thing, and Creed realized that was why she was interested in him. The old woman replied that anyone in her place would take an interest in the fact that a person lives a second time. He hadn't realized how surprised she was when she saw his face, which looked like a real demon's. Creed found her eye and what she sees far more interesting than his case, and asked if she could really see people's souls. The old woman answered evasively that she would lose her power if she told about it, but that question wasn't that important. She asked him if the people of the capital really cherished their knowledge of battle at the cost of their lives, but Creed reassured her that everything was decided by a ringing coin. She laughed and wondered if he did martial arts training for money. Creed replied that he would gladly train them, but it would be too onerous. He had too many different skills without any system. But the old woman calmed him down, saying that she just needed him to fight her. Creed pondered her words. He was sitting away from everyone when Red Wind came over and asked how the meeting went. Creed then told her that the old woman wanted him to teach her different techniques and asked what had happened in their tribe. Red Wind smiled and complimented him on his wits. In normal times, they wouldn't tell a stranger about such a thing. One day they sent a young warrior to a village at the foot of the mountains. He came back with a few of the Central District people and insisted on selling their land. But their people had lived in this valley for hundreds of years. How could they sell the land where their ancestors lay? How could they give up their home to have strangers living in it? Their young warrior had spent too much time down there. He'd said strange things to them, threatened them that this was the last chance. Red Wind wanted to kill the young fool, and the people of the plains listened to their refusal and left with nothing. That's what they thought at the time. But no one just abandoned their plans. More recently, these men have returned with guns in their hands. They said they had already bought the land and needed to leave as soon as possible. They even showed documents that indicated that Fast Crow had obtained the rights to the lands and 500 coins. Sold the whole tribe and ran away, Red Wind said as Creed watched their quiet, peaceful life. He realized that they had simply been tricked and betrayed, and the young fool had been brainwashed. To the entire tribe, this land means more than an ancestral heritage. They believe they took it from nature and therefore cherish it in preservation. Creed stood up and asked the tribal warrior if he remembered who had put the seal at the end of the document. Red Wind thought for a moment and replied that it was a trade union. He had heard it was an organization that protected the rights of vendors. Creed told him that such dirty trade is not really approved by the Trade Alliance, the Alliance, or the Empire. He assumed a conspiracy by that man with members of the Alliance to deceive the people of the tribe. The most sensible thing to do would be to send someone to the Muram Alliance, Creed suggested. Red Wind said they had already done it. The Alliance chief didn't seem bad, but one couldn't be sure about him either. One bribe could give the intruders enough time to just kill all the tribe members. Creed asked what the reason for such greed was. On the face of it, these lands were of no value. Red Wind said it was possible because of just a gold mine in their valley. Creed wondered what else there could be here. If absolutely everything is because of the mine, the time of oil has not yet come, and the methods have already been worked out. The story is as old as the world, he thought. If you have something of value, the civilized world will come to you. Tomorrow, Creed will already be able to move his arm. So he told Red Wind to gather everyone to protect their gold mine. The next day, Creed assessed the appearance of warriors capable of fighting. The tribe was not large, only 10 warriors. The blue she-wolf came too, even though she was a woman and should have stayed in the rear, Creed wondered. Red Wind assured the stranger that their warriors could take each at least 4 on their own and still win. Creed knew it wasn't possible. No matter how much you braved it, there were too few of them. One of the warriors, nicknamed Fierce Bear, offered to demonstrate their skills and to dispel his doubts, and at the same time to test the teacher. Creed scratched the back of his head. The warrior in front of him was indeed huge, but he had already regained his strength to teach them a lesson. He agreed to the fight and warned the bear not to hurt himself. All the warriors laughed at once, saying that the she-wolf had brought a funny corpse. Blue Wolf was worried, although she had heard that the stranger was recovering well, but she didn't think he was ready for a fight. But it was too late, and they had already started. Bear tried to catch the stranger, but Creed jumped up and kicked him in the back with his foot, from which he flew far forward, nearly burrowing into the ground. Bear stared at him in surprise. He tried to attack the stranger again, but he moved like a cougar, deftly dodging the blows. Creed felt his stamina was at its limit and suggested to Bear that they end their fight there, but the latter claimed he hadn't fought to his full strength yet. He unleashed his spiritual power, and despite Red Wind's shouts not to do so, he rushed towards the stranger. They immediately matched speed, Creed taking heavy blows, covering himself with his arms. He barely fought back, and the indomitable Bear lived up to his name and kept pushing with his might. Creed realized they weren't lying. These warriors were indeed strong, but not in comparison to him. Dodging the blow, he drove an elbow into the bear's ribs. That one flew a dozen meters away and rolled like a sausage in the sand. Red Wind examined the body of the battered fighter and told the stranger that he had beaten him soundly. At the moment of impact, Creed felt Bear's body being protected by a special power. He had never seen such a thing before, and asked Wind where it came from. He replied that Bear had an extremely rare gift, the power of spirits, which surprised Creed. Red Wind said that they weren't the only ones who could use mystical powers on the continent. But in Chunhu, Creed hadn't seen anyone use that kind of power. Red Wind explained that not all tribes and clans could possess it. The blue she-wolf explained to the stranger that for this power, you must meet the spirits and open your heart to them, then they will give the power. Red Wind yelled at her to keep her mouth shut, but the she-wolf stood her ground. If you don't let them, they can't be met. Wind grabbed the girl, not understanding how she could tell everything, but the girl stated that he was going to give it all away himself. Wind replied that he just wanted to tell her about the existence of this power, and then the girl realized her mistake. Creed realized he had heard a secret that only a tribe member could know. He gathered everyone again as the bear was carried away to continue preparations. Red Wind, meanwhile, asked Blue Wolf if this stranger would be of any use to them. She confidently replied to him that she knew this for a fact. They couldn't do it without an outsider. Creed reasoned about their battle tactics while standing on the rock with Wind. Martial artists were too dangerous, and close combat with them was not to be engaged in. They will have to lure them into the forest using the trees as cover. Red Wind understood his thoughts and said that they would block their strong attacks. Creed agreed. The tribe's warriors would have enough of their spirit power to stand up to the masters. And he thought to himself that it would be easier to keep people safe if he knew the real level of the enemy. Red Wind also reported that while they were practicing, there were 2 warriors watching the lowlands. They are also setting traps throughout the forest at his request, he added. Creed was happy with that. If all the preparations fell short, they would have nothing left but to put their lives on the line. He hoped that in this case, luck would be at least a little bit on their side. Afterward, he went in to look at the weapons the tribe owned. They had quite an arsenal. The she-wolf was surprised to see Creed, and he explained that he had come to see if everything was okay. The she-wolf looked after the place, though she looked the youngest of them all. The girl resented being underestimated because of her youth, and claimed to be the fastest in the entire tribe. She also bragged that she could shoot a bow, and she could hit a squirrel in the eye, then turned away embarrassed. Everyone at first underestimates her when they see her for the first time. She asked him if he wasn't at all interested and picked up her bow and arrow. The stranger did not ask her about the power of spirits at all, although the other tribes very much wanted to know the secret. And so Creed realized that the she-wolf really wanted to be asked about it. So he asked what would please her. The girl smiled childishly and said it was a secret, and added, but as children do. When the time comes, the spirits themselves will appear to him. When this happens, one must open his heart, and after this ritual, he will be considered a true warrior. Creed didn't understand anything about what it meant to open the heart, but the girl was even more confused, not knowing how to explain this phenomenon. He smiled, seeing her confusion. She herself had suggested asking, and now she didn't know the answers, he thought, and tried to figure out for myself what was meant. That's how he knew these people hadn't found the right answer yet, Creed decided, watching the confused she-wolf try to find the answer. Then he interrupted her musings and suggested she check something out, and asked for her hand, just looking into her eyes, which could be interpreted very differently. The girl agreed and held out hers. Creed reassured her, telling her it wouldn't take long. He immediately sensed a special energy in her and immediately realized what was wrong. He could clearly feel her blood vessels around his heart. He could feel her kai center in his heart, and as she breathed through it, the girl asked what he saw. But taking his hand away, he surprised her by saying he didn't understand anything. At which point the she-wolf began to demand an explanation. He warned her that if the martial artist wanted to grab her arm, she shouldn't let him do it. Creed explained that although such a skill is rare, it allows one to suppress an opponent's technique by feeling their pulse. The girl nodded and said she wouldn't let anyone else grab her wrist. Except for him, she mumbled, giving in to her feelings for a second. Then, realizing what she had just said, the blue she-wolf embarrassedly popped away again. Thanks to Blue Wolf, Creed understood where the tribe drew its strength from, but it was impossible for him. He had already created his Kai Center, put all his energy into it, and if he reopened it, it would dissipate. There might have been a way to instantly get Kai out of his blood, but the question was what he would get out of it. After a while, they practiced diligently outside the village. Creed found an entire treasure teepee where they kept everything of value. Supervised the setting of traps in the forest. At this, the warriors were skilled. The blue she-wolf kept her distance between them and practiced her archery. After another 4 days, a large group of men began to come up the mountain toward them. Blue She-Wolf and her uncle Red Wind, sitting on watch, realized at once who was coming to them. There were even more enemies than they had originally thought, and Wind told her to hurry. They were to report to Creed and the others that the enemy had arrived. Ahead of the entire army rode an unkind man with a mustache and a fancy blue robe. The conspirators rode through the forest without fear, the mustachioed man nervous because his accomplice had killed the head of the trade union they were in cahoots with. This case was no threat to them, the assassin assured them, but the mustachioed man said he had to leave some of his fighters behind and take only swordsmen. But his partner told him to forget it. If they wanted to achieve their goal, they had to make sacrifices. The mustachioed man agreed. Now they could take over the gold mine, though his partner warned that they might have to work a little harder for that. The assassin smiled and added that the mine was just an excuse to kick out the locals. The mustachioed man was upset at such words, but he didn't say anything aloud. He had spent almost all of his savings to raise an army of 30 men. Now all they had to do was rely on the information they had extracted from one poor guy. The assassin said there was nothing to worry about. The captive's information was accurate. He paid for it in blood, a pitiful sight. He had the spirit of a beast. Everything was going according to their plan, and the master, who had been expecting good tidings at home, would be glad to hear of it. Mustache agreed, but thought to himself the fact that he still hadn't been told the whole plan and was being kept in the dark, which he didn't like. Mustache said that in any case, he hoped that the settlers would simply be frightened of them and leave the land, and he himself would return to his army. They stopped and began shouting at one another that a trap had been spotted ahead, which was well hidden right in the middle of the road. The mustachioed man hesitated, suggesting it was the work of the locals, and the killer agreed with him. A warrior was approaching them. The mustachioed man immediately saw that his clothing was different. The mustachioed man began to shout to him that if he was here by chance he had better leave, but he was interrupted, the stranger declaring that he was certainly not here by chance. Creed told them that their fraudulent contracts were unfair against this nation and would result in punishment by the Alliance. They will surely be imprisoned in a Murim prison for the rest of their lives. Mustache was indignant for a strange passerby. The man in front of him was too bold. The assassin examined the alien and declared to the mustachioed man in a confident voice that the man was not dangerous, merely that the savages of the mountain had hired one man. All the warriors in the squad began to revile the stranger, accusing him of greed and sassing him that he alone could do nothing to them. Creed suggested that they work things out amicably, mining gold together and dividing the spoils fairly. He claimed that they would make a living and there would be enough gold for everyone. To which the mustachioed man in the colored robe began to shout that there was no way they would share gold with unwashed savages. His stream of threats didn't subside for very long, promising to kill everyone in the tribe and burn their homes if they didn't leave now. The nasty mustachioed man stated that there were many children in the tribe, so there would be no problem with the revival. An arrow whistled at that and eloquently slammed into his body instead of 1,000 words. Panic instantly rose among the soldiers. They shouted ambush, their master was wounded, and they would be flitting around like a headless chicken for a long time to come. The dying mustachioed man reached out to his partner, whom he called Black Snake, and begged to be saved. He wished that right now an ally was using his martial arts to save him. To which the assassin with a grey face replied with a smile that he had no need to do so. The moral is simple: choose your allies wisely. At this, the mustachioed man in the robe fell to the ground and fell into an eternal sleep. Creed appreciated this farewell and called touching, wanted to let a tear, but something dried up. Blue Wolf did her best. Red Wind praised his niece. They couldn't stand that rascal's words anymore, especially when it came to children. The girl said confidently that the leader of the robbers was dead, and now his men were in a panic. The fighters hid behind rocks and trees from possible gunfire and resented it. Their employer was dead, there was no point in fighting, and they had gotten nothing. The Black Serpent shouted to them that according to their dead employer, there was a village full of gold waiting for them at the end of their journey. The warriors could not leave empty-handed and began to shout that they must avenge their dead lord. Their morale immediately rose to heights, and Creed realized that this warrior was doing well, observing from the sidelines himself and letting the goons go ahead. Creed didn't understand why he'd come this far when he sensed a strange, acrid odor. He shouted to the tribal warriors that the opponents had released poison gas. The gas spread quickly and the tribal warriors felt worse. Creed realized it was too late and they were already out of breath, but he had a way to help. He abruptly let the power out of him as if he had taken a powerful exhalation. A powerful shockwave spread around so that it even reached the Black Snake. He was surprised that an ordinary guy deep in the forest possessed the skill of a lion's roar. Only Shaolin disciples could know about this skill, Snake thought. And only those who were as strong in spirit as the monks could take advantage, the assassin wondered. He turned back to his men and noticed that nothing was happening. The poison had been neutralized. In addition, there was no pain in the body after this skill, and Serpent realized that the guy's strength was lacking. Black Serpent asked his opponent how the sound was able to neutralize the effects of the poison. He wanted to know where in the world this strange fellow had studied. If Creed used the skill to its full potential, everyone's eardrums would burst, but the strength of the voice could be controlled. The blue she-wolf got worse and went down on her knee. Her uncle asked how she was. She replied that she was fine and wanted to know what just happened. Red Wind wasn't sure, but told her that first there was smoke that robbed them of their sanity, and then they heard a scream that brought them back to reality. Blue Wolf said it was definitely Creed. It couldn't have been without him. Black Serpent angrily reminded the warriors that the money had been paid, and from now on they were obliged to follow his orders. He promised to add on top if they massacred the natives. But the warriors became restive. They did not recognize his supremacy and suspected that something was wrong with the locals. Black Serpent reminded them again that they had already accepted the job. They came here to kill and pillage, so the serpent told them to stop being cowards. He called them scared girls, and the swordsmen got very angry. They began to resent that the serpent was not their leader, and they did not have to obey him. But the most exuberant swordsman, who performed the most, dropped dead. The brave swordsmen, who had been recruited by advertisement, were horrified when they saw their dead comrade. Creed immediately recognized the hidden technique used to kill the man. The Black Serpent told everyone to shut up and said they couldn't just leave, come back either with gold or dead. He promised them that all the jewelry and the women would belong to them. The serpent said he would deal with the strange upstart, and the warriors should deal with the rest of the savages. The dummies immediately perked up their spirits and began shouting that they would leave no one alive and take their own. Creed was silent, listening to the cries of the madmen who were so easily persuaded. He has accepted their choice, but there is no turning back. On this, Creed seems to let go of his moral shackles. He clapped himself on the shoulder. It was a signal to the tribe warriors that were hiding in the forest. Red Wind told everyone to get ready. They must lure the enemies into the thicket of the forest according to the plan. He himself went in another direction and told his niece to follow him. The girl ran to follow and wished mentally good luck to Creed. The warriors from the lowlands saw the tribe retreating and became brave. Black Serpent immediately realized that the savages were planning something against them, but he did not stop the warriors, otherwise they could not be controlled. But on the other hand, the savages had nothing but sticks and could do little with swords. The swordsman ran past Creed, and he was left one-on-one with the Black Serpent. The assassin smiled and said he had brought the real assassins, and now the natives would have a hard time. But Creed confidently answered him that he wasn't worried about that if he were him. He grabbed his sword and offered Snake a demonstration of his skills. The black fool simply repeated Creed's words, unable to find anything better to answer. They clashed in a duel, blades flashing like lightning, the silhouettes of the warriors blurring in space. Creed confidently made his way towards the Black Serpent and was not inferior in speed. The assassin's stealthy attacks didn't hurt Creed at all, and the serpent came to a standstill. He dodged the powerful swing by darting backward and breaking the distance. Creed told him while the serpent was in flight that he was clearly not here for the gold. The merchant, it's just a cover, Creed said. It became obvious when he didn't bother to save the mustachian. The serpent landed and, grinning, replied that gold could be mined anywhere, so mind you, he had other interests. Then Creed realized that the killer's main target was the local tribe itself. Serpent drew his sword and advised Creed to stay out of it. He'd be dead soon anyway. Since the stealth attacks didn't work, the assassin drew his sword and they dueled again. Serpent grinned. His opponent should have already felt the darkness and coldness that this blade exuded. Stealth attacks, poison, on top of demonic martial arts. Creed asked him where he was getting all this from. They fought fiercely, neither one willing to yield to the other. Meanwhile, the swordsmen fought with the natives. Those skillfully used the environment, throwing stones at their enemies. The fierce bear was breaking enemies with his bare hands, his strength enough for everyone. But there were too many opponents, and he was attacked from the back. Luckily, Bear was covered by Blue She-Wolf. She hit the enemy with an arrow to the heart. Taking up a position in a tall tree, she took sniper fire. Swordsmen from the plains didn't know how to defend themselves from arrows, and the trees obstructed their view. They didn't even know where the arrows were coming from. Red Wind told everyone to hold out a little longer. They did as Creed told them to. The Black Serpent told his opponent that he had mastered a new martial art. This art was true and developed far beyond the Empire, Snake said and smirked. Creed began to back away as he analyzed his opponent. It was better to stay back. The tree Creed had sped past fell, chopped in several places. The opponent used an impressive internal energy. Although he looked exhausted, he behaved like a true leader, Snake thought. Serpent showed wonders of deduction. He discarded Creed's affiliation with the army, the Great Clan, and settled on a secret alliance unit. Creed realized that these rascals were definitely up to something, and this wasn't a simple raid on the natives. He replied to Snake that he was a mere passerby, and he grimaced at the words. The Serpent promised to cut off his hand to make him more cooperative. They exchanged a few more blows, and Snake said that he would have invited him into the sect if he hadn't been affiliated with the Alliance. Creed fought back. The wound made the fight hard for him, and his opponent's internal energy was weighing heavily on him. He realized that if he did nothing, he would be at a disadvantage. He needed to put his best foot forward. The Serpent bounced into a tree and stuck to it like a spider. He felt his opponent's gaze change. His eyes glittered with anger. It was time to sort out who was the better man. The Serpent waited for his opponent's swing and slid down to him. The enemy opened up and Snake noticed this gap. He quickly got close to Creed, but he dodged with a single movement of the body and asked his enemy where he was in such a hurry at such a crucial moment. Creed's blade split into 3 parts, and Serpent didn't know which attack to block, or all at once. The Serpent was perplexed as to how the blade could split into 3 pieces, but it was too late to dodge. He fell to his knees and began to ask who was in front of him, though he should have figured it out much sooner. Creed introduced himself as was his custom, apparently because everyone he told his name to was dead, and couldn't remember it. The hard battle was over. The tribal warriors had won and were assisting the wounded. They dressed their wounds. The casualties were many. Luckily, everyone is still alive, Red Wind thought as he watched the warriors. But he didn't notice his niece nearby, so he asked where she was. He was told that he had seen Blue Wolf go off in search of Creed, and his uncle resented her for not letting him know. Red Wind hurried everyone along. Even though they were tired, they needed to get out before dark. Creed began searching the pockets of the slain man, loot after battle, an ancient rule of the fantasy worlds. He found only a wallet and an envelope, but nothing that would indicate Snake's identity. The leather envelope was well hidden, and inside revealed a letter. The she-wolf that was nearby asked what was there, but Creed couldn't read it, saying that the letter only had incomprehensible signs. He showed her a scribbled thing with ominous black waves coming from it. The girl recoiled to the side and said to get that thing away from her. The girl wondered how he could not feel this energy, because the leaf was saturated with evil. She told him she was shivering. It was a bad omen, and warned him not to take the thing to the settlement. Creed didn't understand what was wrong with her. He had never seen her so frightened, so he decided to show the sheet to the chief. In the evening, he came to the chief's wigwam, where the old woman was scattered in gratitude. Creed replied to her that she needed to finish first and report everything to the head of the alliance and get permission for that land and self-defense. The old woman said that everything would be fine now, and life in the village would enter a peaceful course. Creed showed her the strange sign he'd found in Snake's pocket and told her about the she-wolf's reaction and asked what it was. He told her, while the old woman looked at the seals, that the mine was just a cover for an attack. He said it was just an excuse to drive the tribe out of the valley. The chief said that the talisman had demonic signs on it, evil itself, and he had already guessed why the robbers had come. She told me that a spirit used to live in these lands, and it was this spirit that was able to open the hearts of the warriors and give them strength. He is part of nature, and all of them. This spirit is their long ancestor, and they are all his descendants. He taught them wisdom, showed them how to find happiness, and be devoted to each other. And they cannot leave this valley because that spirit still roams among them. The old woman has heard stories why it is common in neighboring lands to call spirits eternal burdens. These spirits have a way of catching people and opening their stomachs. It's to adopt abilities in the so-called martial arts. Creed still didn't understand why those men had attacked them, though he listened to the old woman's story. The purpose of the talisman is to bring the spirit down to the ground and harm it. It's demonic power that can hurt. That's why the she-wolf noticed it. In the evening, the whole tribe rolled a feast around the campfire and celebrated the day of victory. Creed burned the creepy talismans and gazed wistfully into the fire. Child approached him and asked if he was leaving, and Creed replied that his work here was done. The child with burning eyes realized that Creed would continue to wander like the wind in the field. Creed didn't really understand why he was being accosted by a kid who wasn't even clear how he'd appeared next to him. He laughed and said Creed had a funny look on his face, but Creed was still puzzled by who this kid was and why he was talking so strangely. The boys thanked him for Creed not letting his children die, and for burning the terrible demonic signs. Creed said that if he hadn't burned those things, the villagers would have shunned him. The boy told him that none of them would have liked those things. The one who created them was very lonely. And then the boy held out his hands to him and said he would give him a reward for his completed quest. Creed saw the blue pearl and asked what it was. The boy said he was going to open his heart at first, but then decided he needed it more. He told the wanderer to swallow the pearl when he was ready. Creed asked thoughtfully what would happen when he swallowed the thing, but the boy had already disappeared. Lone Wolf realized he was speaking to a spirit and accepted his gift. On that note, he left their settlement, Blue Wolf running in last, resentful that Creed hadn't said goodbye to them. She wanted to see one last glimpse of him and looked after the Lone Wolf. Mentally, she thanked him for everything and told him to take care of himself. Alliance investigators have once again taken on a tough case. The head of the trade union told them that unfair contracts with the locals were commonplace in these parts. The investigators scrutinized the documents while the head of the union was nervous that they had learned a lot. He wanted to lay low for a while, but he ran into a check. Of the 30 swordsmen, they are the only ones who survived, he said, pointing to the captives. The head of the trade union said that although the residents had suffered, they were better off and had defended their land. The girl investigator looked at him sternly and asked him if he was sure he knew nothing about the contract. The slippery head became nervous. He had no right to make a mistake. The only one responsible for everything was the black serpent who had killed a friend and attacked the village. Because the head was sure that there was no proof of his guilt, he began to justify that he would definitely have protected the tribe if he had known about the attack. At this point, the investigators let him go, saying they would take the soldiers with them and the Traders Association should prepare compensation for the tribesmen. They also ordered him to draw up a title deed, and the slippery peddler thumped his chest and assured them he would do everything. The girl's partner, surprised that they just let the bribe taker, on whom they found dirt, go. He was worried that if they let him go, the bandits might come again, and then the common people would suffer. The girl assured him that this slippery peddler would be checked and punished by people with more authority than they had. Among the dead was one who could not be identified. It was the man who fought Creed. Her assistant examined the body and said the unidentified person had mastered magic. The girl suggested that it might be an organization called the Tang Gate. Her partner said that it was impossible since it had been 100 years since the Emperor destroyed the Tang Gate, but the girl countered that if someone escaped, it was here. They could have hidden on the new continent, but the partner didn't believe it. It seemed delusional to him that someone had revived a crazy family. The girl investigator said that the murdered man could have been a crazy fanatic, and she'll report everything herself. She watched thoughtfully as the prisoners were loaded into stagecoaches, and the bodies of the dead were loaded into others. Once again, the mysterious mastermind was one step ahead of them, the investigator pondered. Creed was squirming and screaming. He was crawling along the bottom of the cave he had crawled to check if he was in the Matrix or in reality. The Valley Spirit gave him a blue pill. It turned out to contain concentrated energy. But there was also a strong poison in it, and unless the toxins were removed, the power of the crystal would not turn internal and spread throughout the body. And in such a case, Creed risked being weakened twice as much, losing half his strength. A tremendous power burst out from his chest and spread around. It was to protect the energy and keep it from leaving the body for nothing. After all the exertions, Creed assumed the lotus pose and sat in meditation. The crystal had lost enough power, but now he could control it, its energy frozen inside like ice. After a long time, Creed made his way out of the cave and told the horse that they needed to get to a proper bed for the night. He promised to feed him something tasty when they got to the place and jumped into the saddle. But suddenly he felt an extraordinary lightness in his body. He reached the village at night. The innkeeper's boy met him, offered him a supper of strong tea and a warm room. He recommended him a nice room for regular guests because there was no difference between them anyway. Creed smiled strained. It had taken the boy a long time to get his penny. Creed agreed to room and board and asked what kind of tea they had. The boy admitted the cheapest blackened bags. For such honesty, Creed rewarded the kid with a couple coins, which he tossed to him. The inn was quiet. The woman placed a tray of food in front of him and asked if he would be here until morning. She made the same offer of rooms, regular and special, that the boy did, but recommended the special one where it was quieter. Creed told her he wanted a regular room and the cheapest tea. The girl held out her hand and said that their place had a prepayment law. Creed began to eat. The food wasn't bad when the boy came in. said he had already saddled the horse and asked if he had decided on a room. He replied that he had already made up his mind, and the lad wished him a good rest. The woman suggested that the boy rest for a while too. The boy wouldn't budge and said he had to finish cleaning up first. The innkeeper brought him tea, the cheapest, and set it in front of him. He told her she had a wonderful son, but she replied that he was not her son. The innkeeper stated that she was too young to be the mother of a grown boy. It was her older sister's son. The boy's parents died, so she has been taking care of him on her own ever since there is no one else. Creed asked how they died, and the girl claimed she couldn't tell a stranger about it. She left him telling him where his room was. The lone wolf poured himself some tea and wondered if there was anyone in these lands without a dark past. The tea tasted good to him. The next day, the inn was quite lively, and many people were gathered here. The boy barely had time to deliver orders for food and tea. The innkeeper glanced at the gaming table. Her new guest was sitting there. He sat alone for quite a while, but still decided to join the game. He was unlucky again, and the local hustlers did not hide their gloating. They chatted quietly about the local idle news. They talked about how some grandfather had been running his ranch for 12 years, and he didn't have much time left. He got scared when he saw his ranch on fire. They went on with meaningless nonsense that meant nothing. And the lone wolf lost his temper. He yelled at them, telling them to focus on the game. The cheating gamblers stared at Creed. They were surprised that he wasn't listening to them at all. When another customer entered the inn and said a loud hello to Creed, the lone wolf cowered in his direction and immediately recognized the rogue Billy. The one spread his arms and said he recognized his friend from the back. He wished them to ignore him, as he himself was passing through here. Creed clutched his head, not understanding why he was so lucky or where this rogue had come from. Billy walked over to the table and asked him why his face was so grim. Had he really been stripped again? Afterward, they went outside, and Creed asked why he was following him, as if there was a bounty on him. Billy replied that he needed someone he could trust, and smiled as if such people existed. He offered Creed to work together. He had a bigger case, on which he contracted 3 other people, all proven people. Creed looked at him skeptical and asked why he was going through all this. Billy looked at Creed carefully. He had been assigned to check his identity because of his strange martial arts. They suspected him of having ties to the army. Billy began enthusiastically to convince him that they needed a reliable foreman, and it was better than taking on 3 more underdogs. But the lone wolf was not in a hurry to agree at once, no matter what this cheat was up to, so he asked to tell everything first, to which Billy stated that he would only tell if Creed agreed first. Billy had to stand for it, and he said their target was a transport stagecoach full of gold and silver. They wanted Johnson Gray's personal wagon from the association, Billy told me. But Creed hadn't heard anything about this man. Billy tried to explain by saying he was from some famous organization. This man, as head of the association, had a vast fortune, and most of the ranches, mines that he owns, are on this side of the continent. Creed realized that the people of these lands had been dealt a bad hand. Billy said it was like that. There was another bad man running everything, and had recently taken over the pastures to become a monopoly. Dozens of people lost their homes to him and his gang. Some died in fires. Creed realized he'd heard about it from the players at the table. The head of the Marima Alliance in these parts was the first to defect to this scoundrel, and Johnson supports him from the association. Creed asked if Billy wanted him to eliminate these bad people. Billy said there was nothing wrong with that, especially since Creed had already broken the laws of the West more than once, and if they stripped Johnson of his money, they'd have a chance. Merchant struggle ends where the money ends. A distraught Johnson will make a mistake that they will capitalize on. Billy fairly explained to him that there was business and money involved. Someone had to punish the rascals. Creed hesitated, and then Billy asked him if he didn't want to make some money and do something worthwhile. To top it all off, Billy promised him that messing with the evil merchant would earn him a good reputation. Creed remembered that on their first meeting, Billy had looked like a ragamuffin who was only interested in money and tea and chatter. And now he looked more dangerous than a criminal, Creed thought, but said there was a problem in their case, whether he could trust them. Billy spread his hands in response. In a case like this, there are never any who can be fully trusted with any of them. But eventually Creed agreed. He needed the money, and would like to eliminate the parasite so the locals wouldn't suffer. But in the end, he would have to trust a con man, which he really didn't want to do. Billy continued to heckle him, promising lots of money, and the lone wolf replied that there was no such thing as lots of money. The crook agreed with him, and strongly suggested that we do it together. Creed grinned, sounding amused, and he gave in to the excitement and shook hands with the hustler. At this, Billy congratulated him and thanked him for agreeing. On the way, the crook instructed Creed the stagecoach would depart tomorrow. His men had already gone ahead to prepare the ambush. Tomorrow morning they would start. Creed saw the three men waiting for them at the agreed-upon location and asked to be told about them. Billy introduced them, two acrobat brothers and a third, all goons on the same quest. Two brothers are famous swordsmen, one older, the other younger. The blonde is skilled at archery, so they brought him along for support. Billy revealed that the blonde man carries a very expensive bow made with ancient secret technology. Billy's associates asked who was with him, and he said it was their fourth swordsman. The acrobat brothers resented that there were already too many of them, and there might not be enough booty for everyone. The blonde man looked at the new man crookedly too. It was hard to take in another stranger. Billy quickly placated them by saying that this was his plan, and if there was a problem with it, let them leave, and he didn't care what they thought. The older brother grabbed the rogue by the chest and said that the mere fact that he was made to wait in the scorching sun made him mad. But Billy quickly showed why he was the one in command of the squad and put a knife to the bully's throat. The scammer said he understands it's hard to sit still 2 days in a row, but you don't want to lose respect for each other over it. They're not bandits out to rob sheep on the road, Billy asked. He added that it was his plan, gathered information by his men, all his connections and abilities. Creed listened to the usual underdog and con man Billy tell off like a strong guy's son. It wasn't at all like the guy he knew, like a completely different person. Billy smiled and suggested that Creed introduce himself for that matter. Creed was wary. Perhaps this side of the rogue's personality was his real gut. In the evening by the fire, they went over the whole plan again. A big carriage drawn by 4 horses and 4 more horsemen of the guard. Billy told them. Only 7 people will protect the cargo, they calculated. The plan is for the archer to take down the coachman first, and then they will immediately ambush him, Bill said. If they manage to pin them down with gunfire, no one will be able to get off the wagon. The older of the brothers asked Billy if he was sure there would be no masters there, and he was told not to worry. Everything would be fine, 100%. The 2 men in the carriage will try to regain control of the carriage. There is nothing they can do. Only the 4 riders on the outside will remain. Besides, their blonde friend would help them out with a long arm and back them up if anything. They would have to eliminate the 4 horsemen, and one of the 2 who would be in the wagon because the remaining informant, Creed guessed. The informant lost a lot of money, and in exchange for his life, he provided them with this data. He told Billy that once he got part of the reward, he would pay off his debts and go wherever he wanted to go, so he should be left alive. The blonde guy who had been silently listening before asked what their plan was after they finished the job. Everyone became interested in how the money would be divided, and forgot about the rule of not dividing the skin of an unkilled leprechaun. After they kill the guards, they will drive south for 1 day, then split the money, and each go their separate ways, Billy told them. The owner of the shipment will have other problems, so he won't be able to follow them for long, and no one will know their names and faces. The brothers smiled at the anticipation of an easy walk and laughed out loud. Creed thought it seemed simple in words, but they had no clue at all if there were any wizards among the bodyguards. The next day, covering their faces with masks, they drove out onto the trail where a stagecoach loaded with gold was waiting. They spotted the carriage, and Billy reminded everyone that they were responsible for their own lives, and no one would risk it to save them. The brothers loudly proclaimed that they knew and understood everything, otherwise they would not have agreed. As everyone was ready, Billy ordered them downstairs. But then Creed smelled something, and telling them to hold back, Billy saddled his horse and asked what was the matter. On a rocky mountain, they spotted another group of riders. The group didn't look like a security enhancement. They looked more like another gang that was targeting the same prey. The brothers at once became loudly indignant, for Billy had promised them that no one would be on the road but them. Billy told him to shut up. He himself didn't realize how this had happened or what was going on. Creed, who had been watching the target all this time, told them that the carriage had changed direction. Because of this, all their plans went to waste because the archer could no longer kill the coachman whenever the carriage would drive past them. Worse, the other gang was doggedly pursuing their target, which they couldn't catch up with yet. Billy tells them that they can't afford to lose the carriage to another gang. Now whoever's first is right. The cush was too big to pass up anyway, he shouted. He told them not to wait and to hurry, and rode first, his brothers also joining the chase. Thus began a 3-way battle. 2 gangs and a stagecoach full of gold. The bandits in the first group asked Billy who they were and what they wanted. The hustler wanted to know the same thing. The guards on horseback noticed that another gang had ridden up behind them and resented the fact that the bandits did not respect the authority of the owner. To which Billy said it was just the opposite, well-known and highly respected. To which the security rider advised him to go on a hike to a remote area. Creed drew his sword and sighed heavily. Why is there no normal quests in this game, he thought. Billy ordered the blonde man to open fire, no arrows to spare. Toth put the arrow down and took aim. Shooting at full gallop required no small amount of skill and self-control. But the blonde man did fine, and knocked out the first guard, wounding him in the back. The bandits from the first gang were confused and did not know what to do. Even if they seized the carriage, it would not help them. They realized that the second gang of raiders would deal with them after killing all the guards, at which point another shot whistled past. Billy praised the gunmen. This way they could kill all the guards. The dust and the men of the first gang would hide their actions. Creed sensed something was wrong. The guards should have realized by now that it was pointless to run away with a gunman in the rear. Arrow, meanwhile, took down another rider of the guard along with his horse. The guards shouted that and urgently needed support or they would die. The hatch of the carriage opened and from there appeared a master in a red robe. He was very tall. And then Billy shuddered. He recognized the man. The owner's second son was riding in the carriage. An extremely dangerous bad guy who learned martial arts from a powerful clan. Billy ordered the gunman to take the bad man down first. But it was too late. While the gunner was reaching for a shot, a shell had already been fired at him. He put out his expensive bow and defended himself from a direct hit, but he was still wounded. The acrobat brothers were surprised that the spear could fly so fast. They just forgot that the shot was flying towards them, causing the speeds to add up. The archer grabbed his wounded arm to staunch the bleeding. He had lost his bow and could no longer do battle. Creed immediately realized that the archer might never be able to use a bow again. Meanwhile, the thug on the roof of the carriage pulled out another throwing spear. Creed realized what the man was up to and shouted for everyone to scatter. The thug threw 2 spears at once, which flew towards the target very quickly. The spear struck the poor fellow of the first gang, and he immediately flew off his horse. Billy heard a woman's voice calling out to the fallen man, and marveled that there was a woman in the gang. Creed also realized that the first gang were no ordinary thugs. The older brother suggested Billy back off. Without an archer, they couldn't handle the thrower on the roof and get close to the carriage. But Billy called them cowards and said that if they ran away, he would kill them himself. Meanwhile, the carriage was slowing down, to which the thrower on the roof laughed. He promised them they would die before the carriage stopped. Seeing the gunman approaching him with a sword, the thug chose him as his next target. Creed felt threatened. There was nothing the blonde could do with a wound like that. And this was not in his plans, therefore he climbed with his feet on the saddle and pushed off with all his might to leap right in front of the galloping archer. He used his hovering arts and found himself between flying spears. Creed batted them away one by one so that they flew back. The thug on the roof of the carriage was surprised to see his own shell. He barely dodged, but the spear sliced through his red robe and into the roof of the carriage. He looked at the wizard who had just used the cheats and got back in the saddle. The brothers were greatly surprised that Billy had brought such an incredible craftsman. But Billy had no idea how he'd gotten so lucky and stared dumbfounded at Creed. The thug on the roof became alarmed and ordered the guards to immediately grab the dangerous mastermind before he got any closer to them. Creed slid between the two and at full gallop killed both of them in the blink of an eye. Thunder Thrower was even more horrified, for his enemy did not use a sword. He sensed that this stranger had tremendous energy. There was nothing to do, since the enemy was different from the others. The bully decided to give it his best shot. He let Creed get close and threw his spears straight into his side at close range. Creed used his strength and easily intercepted the spears as if they had no energy. The bulky man in the red robe went cold. He hadn't expected such a reversal. Creed noted to himself that his inner strength had increased after the pill the spirit had given him. He could now use an absorbing stance that allowed him to neutralize his opponent's energy. He put maximum strength into the spear he was holding and took aim. From the powerful impact, the carriage overturned, the men's horses mingling amongst themselves. One of the brothers admired shamelessly Creed and his magnificent skill. Billy looked closely at the object of observation again. He too was surprised that Creed had destroyed the moving wagon with a single throw, but left it for later. First they had to inspect the shipment, pick it up and run off with it. But at that moment, a second group of raiders caught up with them and ordered them to move away from the carriage. The girl who rode first told them that the owner of the carriage had embezzled the gold of the people of the land. She said that it was the money of the residents of the neighboring village and that they would not take the money away from them. The acrobat brothers were outraged, for she also looked like a bandit, and it was their group that had stopped the carriage. Creed sighed. Of course, he thought. They'd stopped, though he'd done all the work himself. But his hunch was still strong. This group of raiders didn't look like bandits. The girl introduced herself as Sarah and said she was the daughter of the rancher and the sister of a sick miner. They disguised themselves to get theirs back. She firmly stated that they would have to kill them all if they intended to take the gold for themselves, and all the men removed their masks along with her. Now it was clear who they were and why they held their swords so ineptly, the brothers said. Creed realized that these men were determined. They took off their masks and showed their faces, even though they could have been arrested. He looked into Sarah's eyes. There wasn't an ounce of doubt in them. The brothers asked Billy what he was going to do, since they weren't going to kill that many people. Billy said that it was all a bluff, and that it was worth killing a couple of them, and that the rest would go away on their own. Creed took off his mask and suggested they check the contents of the carriage first, since they didn't even know how much money was in it, especially since not all the gold belonged to them. He told Sarah that they would take a moderate fee as their share, and again offered to look at the cargo. The older of the brothers immediately backed him up, saying that Creed was right and we should look first. The old man next to Sarah nodded, letting her know it was a favorable and fair offer. Sarah agreed, though she realized herself that they still had no way of stopping the man in front of them. But at that moment, a rocket whizzed by, and there was a pop that startled everyone. They started screaming and asking why there was smoke in the sky. Turning around, they saw that the spear thrower had survived, and he was the one who had launched the missile. The eldest of the brothers let out a disappointed sigh. He was so scared, but nothing happened. The blonde shooter called him a fool. The rocket was a signal for reinforcements, which meant they would soon be surrounded. The brothers immediately went with questions to Billy, who didn't say anything about it, but he advised them to find the chest sooner rather than later, which they immediately did, Creed watching them thoughtfully. He looked at the only person who knew how to get out of here. One unconscious man was found in the carriage, and Billy said it was his informant, and he should be taken with him. The brothers grumbled, but pulled the man out, and Billy found the trunk. He pulled out a heavy box that had broken from the fall and looked inside, but immediately let out a howl of pain and frustration. Turning to everyone, he informed them that the box was completely empty, and he didn't know how to explain it. The older of the brothers grabbed him by the collar and began to shake him violently, calling him a liar and a cheat. Sarah looked at Billy stunned. She couldn't believe his words. Creed politely explained to everyone the difference between a transportation carriage and a regular carriage. He told them it had been a trap from the start, and sighed heavily. It's not the first time they've robbed these carriages, and the owner isn't the kind of man who would just sit back and watch his property get robbed. Creed assumed the man had set a trap to get rid of all the pesky gnats at once. Of course, it was only his speculation, based on what he had seen, but there was no other reason behind it, Creed warned them. The brothers pounced again on Billy, who was very nervous and denied everything, but it was hardly likely that he himself wanted to set his men up. Even though Billy looked suspicious, he would have fled the moment it started, Creed thought. The brothers pressed Billy, demanding that he tell them what the plan was now, for the carriage was empty. There was no money, and reinforcements of guards would soon be on the spot. Creed frustratedly told them there was no point in arguing anymore. They needed to get out of here. They could still find out from the informant. The blonde man stated that they had nowhere to go, no place to hide in the desert. Creed approached Sarah and told them she would tell them about where to go. Creed was sure that after the carriage robbery, Sarah and her men must have had places to go and places to hide. He told her that they now had no choice but to cooperate with them. The girl next to Sarah was outraged. She didn't want to take the bandits into the hideout. Sarah quietly admitted that there was a camp nearby, which was one of their hideouts. Sarah's sister screamed loudly at her for not listening to her and giving everything to the bandits. Sarah told them that although they hadn't seen up close, the owner's spear-throwing son was monstrously strong, and she understood the implications of what would have happened to them if Creed's group hadn't been here. Today, all the people would be dead or gone with great loss. The lone wolf didn't dissuade her. He did it all for the money. It just happened to help them. Sarah told them to remember to take the informant and got on her horse. The head of the union and owner of all the nearest ranches and mines bent over the body of his son, which had been brought from the desert. He asked his men if the job was so difficult since his son had to die. It was a simple matter to kill a gang of bandits, the leader said, and turned to his warrior. But the latter had no excuses. The head looked at him with bloodshot, red eyes and demanded a repeat. He asked the survivor what had happened, and he began to justify in a shaky voice that another gang had appeared out of nowhere that they hadn't heard of. A survivor told the chapter how bravely his son had fought, but it was a faint consolation. The head grabbed the survivor's head, and he didn't accept his pathetic excuses. Things couldn't have happened just because there were more attackers. On top of that, they couldn't even track down the attacking bandits and let them get away, shouted the head angrily. And he had the nerve to come back alive, he muttered, finally losing his temper. The senior stinker reported that the information was most likely leaked from within their organization. He said this to distract the gentleman. The bodyguard of the head's son was riding in the carriage, and his body was not found. It looked like he had leaked the information and hired a skilled craftsman for the job. The head grinned and let go of the survivor's head. He was terribly angry. After all, they had created this plan to catch the rats in one place. And in the end, the plan failed because of the rat that had fallen into their trap, said the head, clutching his head. He promised them that he would punish them later for failing to control his men. But first they must find and bring him the conspirators, and no matter what the cost, let him kill all the villagers or lock them in the mines. The head demanded that those who had killed his son be brought to him, and promised that if they failed, he would rip out their hearts with his own hands. With that, he told them to go and do it and let them go away. To be alone with his son and stand over him shaking with hatred and promising revenge. He promised his dead son that he would send his murderer with him to the afterlife. Billy was interrogating a pole-bound informant who was demanding a deal be honored. From the start, the informant knew that an experienced craftsman would be riding in the carriage, Billy told him. He must have known about the reinforcements, and the fact that the safe was empty, shouted Billy so that everyone could hear him. Billy had him by the throat and told him he wasn't leaving alive after that. The informant began to justify that he didn't know about the empty safe, but Billy didn't believe him. He demanded his money. Creed realized that this night of interrogation was going to be long and not very pleasant for the informant. He asked the blonde man how his wound was and how he was feeling. The blonde replied that the wound was fine and it was just a scratch. Creed didn't think it was a simple scratch and asked to let him see. He leaned closer. The lone wolf told the blonde that he was lucky that the blood stopped immediately and the ligaments weren't injured. The latter asked in surprise where Creed had studied medicine. He helped bandage the wound and said that if you applied ointment, everything would be fine. When someone approached them, Sarah heard a familiar name and asked Billy about it. She hadn't recognized him at first, but now she was sure the informant was in the place where her acquaintances had been burned alive. The day they were burned, the informant was one of the men who committed the crime. He began to justify that he was just following orders. He had no choice. The wretched worm screamed that they just had to give up the land. But Sarah wasn't listening. She jumped up and spun around. It struck so powerfully from the chopper that it broke the pole to which the informant was tied. She told him that the dead were their hope, and it no longer mattered if he was lying or not. These people took Sarah in when her ranch was taken from her and left for dead in the desert. They were given shelter, food, and water, and accepted as part of the family. Big Brother grumbled that masquerading as a chaos sect and hiding in the desert to rob carriages, they could think of something better. But Sarah was deeply offended that they had just been compared to a chaos cult. The older brother lost all his courage and began to make excuses. Sarah asked him, since he called them the chaos cult, if he understood how they differed from the Murama alliance. From his words, it follows since people who abuse power represent the law, they can continue to do so, she asked. Why does he think their grandfathers and fathers came to this continent risking life and limb, she said, and the foolish brother scratched his cheek. Sarah replied that it was because the ancestors couldn't stand being helpless and didn't want to be exploited. The older brother began to make excuses, and Sarah told him to forget it. The point remained the same. They were really robbing wagons. But they were doing it for one purpose, to get back what was rightfully theirs. Creed heard and took a sip from the flask. Billy clapped for attention and said it didn't matter, and they couldn't waste time. The news should have already reached the chief villain in the region, and he had already sent out his trackers, in addition to being furious after his son's death. Billy suggested splitting up before Creed approached Sarah and asked her about the kid he'd met at the inn. The innkeeper was not his mother, as Creed found out when he asked her about the boy. He was told she was just looking after the boy, since his parents were dead. Sarah listened to him and nodded. His guess was correct. This is the child of those who sheltered Sarah when she had nowhere else to go. A good, determined boy like his parents, she said. She thought Creed wanted to know why they weren't raising the boy themselves, but that wasn't what he cared about. But Sarah still replied that she just couldn't teach robbery to the child of her saviors. She couldn't let the boy get hurt because of her. The lone wolf said she had heard enough and would leave them at that. Sarah stopped him and held out her purse in appreciation for saving him today. This money she had collected herself. There was obviously some story behind the money, but now was not the time to be picky, decided Creed, and accepted her payment. They wished each other to take care on the journey. It was best to separate now in different directions. The older brother was still outraged, relieved that Sarah had given them something, but Billy told him to shut up because the brothers hadn't done anything. Billy asked the lone wolf where he was going. Creed replied that it was none of his business, and the next time they met, he better not talk about work, or he'd die. Billy smiled slyly and said that Creed would take the job anyway, since he'd said the same thing last time, but took the job. He gave the salute with a gesture, and promised to make an offer next time that Billy could not refuse. The lone wolf found this shameless and told his horse to gallop forward. Billy turned to the blond man and asked what he thought after seeing everything with his own eyes, calling him Agent Number 3. The one replied that the object of observation was certainly an interesting person, and reached up to his face. Creed had nothing to do with the Imperial Army, yet he was a strong fighter, still very young. At first she thought he was descended from a demon clan. The blonde was performing body manipulations and speaking of himself in feminine terms. Agent Number 3 found no trace of demonic arts, though they know that the demon clan has the least side effects. But that wasn't enough to fool her eyes. They could get an opportunity on a new continent, the agent said. It's been 100 years since they opened a new sea route to the continent. It's enough for a family that came down from the mountains to settle in unnoticed. And in fact, the head of the Marima Alliance could increase his power using the same method. Of course, they were so powerful, she said. Billy concluded from her words that Creed was just a master novice, with moderate ability and potential. She couldn't know for sure. Maybe Creed was a master of a new demonic art they don't know about, said the secret agent of the Empire. Billy marveled at the way she manipulated her body, muscles and bones to change her appearance, and asked what their next plan was. Creed's martial arts level alone was enough to put him on the list, but for now she decided to observe him. She also decided to help him out with money, through the staff apartment, since the carriage business had gone bad. In turn, he would have to continue to follow Creed and report any, even minor details to her. Creed galloped alone. He calculated that the trackers should have found the carriage, which meant the road to the village was safe for now. The trackers would never have thought that bandits would be hiding near the village. Creed decided to rest in the tavern tonight and hit the road tomorrow. But as he approached the village, he saw the light and didn't immediately realize why there was a light on in the middle of the night. And then realized that now the trackers of the head of the trade alliance were taking revenge on the locals while they were defenseless. The inn was blazing with fire. The older warrior shouted at them that they deserved it since they were connected to the bandits. This is their punishment for harboring bandits, he accused the locals. The innkeeper shouted that even if bandits steal from the vaults, they don't burn people alive. Her nephew remained in the building. He was just a baby, and she screamed at them that he was subhuman. The boy was left tied up on purpose to be killed for the edification of others. The head called her words nonsense. They had lost not just a man, but the son of the head, so now they had nothing to lose at all. The evil subhuman told the girl that she should be grateful to him, for she must be tired of caring for the boy by now. The girl bit her lips in anger and resentment. She couldn't believe he could say such a thing. The older warrior said this was their chance to end it all, save the boy, and tell them where the bandits were hiding. Otherwise, he promised, he would burn the whole village, but at that moment his men noticed a warrior that was approaching the village. They didn't recognize him, but the rider set at full speed in the direction of the village. Creed moved closer and saw the people in front of the burning buildings. He had already figured it out. He didn't see the boy among them and guessed he was in a burning building. The lone wolf repeated his bouncing trick that he had already used in the desert, and rocketed into the inn, smashing a window in the process. The merchant soldiers were confused. They didn't realize what it was, only noticing that someone had jumped inside the building. Creed quickly kicked the door that was in his way. The entire building was already engulfed in fire and smoke. He found the boy tied up in a storeroom and unconscious from suffocation. The heat became unbearable, and the roof above him hummed as if it was about to cave in. There was a cracking of beams, and Creed tore toward the boy before he was swarmed. The soldiers shouted in front of the burning house. They wanted to know who had broken into the house and were afraid the residents had hired a warrior. The old men began to reply that they didn't know anything, and they didn't have the money to hire anyone. The senior soldier was angry. He realized that the men were obviously up to something, when a lone wolf burst out of the burning building and landed in front of them with a boy in his arms. Creed was walking towards them, and his eyes burned with rage and were yellow like a wolf's. The boy's aunt rushed toward him, breaking free of the soldier's grip on her. She ran up to him as Creed placed the boy on the ground. After examining her nephew, she noticed he wasn't breathing, and Creed told her to wait. He pressed a few points, once again applying the healing acupuncture chits. The boy opened his eyes and immediately recognized his aunt, who cried with happiness. She scooped him up and hugged him tightly so he couldn't breathe, and reminded me that she had asked not to be called auntie, but sister. The people breathed a sigh of relief, but at that moment the head policeman told everyone to shut up. He pointed his finger at Creed and told him to give his name immediately. And Creed introduced himself, as he usually does before someone dies. One of the merchant's acolytes recognized the lone wolf and said he'd seen him at the inn a few days ago. He remembered him because he was a disgusting gambler and actually a roving assassin. The soldiers asked him if he realized that he had just helped the bandits who were looting their goods. And that's why they wanted to burn the child, to make an example of intimidation out of him, the lone wolf realized. The older soldier called it mercy, for they would end everything in exchange for the orphan's life. Moreover, he stated that people should be grateful to him, since they will be let down using the boy as an example. Creed sighed heavily. The killer had spoken so proudly, even though he had just tried to burn the child, and now he was carrying pathetic excuses. He asked the townspeople why such arbitrary behavior was taking place, and where the representatives of the Marima Alliance were, to which the head creep replied that Creed just didn't fully understand the situation. The Alliance member bashfully covered his badge, and the senior soldier smugly said that where sheep live, the law is silent, and stated that the only law here is what they impose on everyone. He said they would take Creed into custody for questioning and ordered him to surrender his weapon, or they would put a hole in his body. Creed gripped the hilt of his sword and offered them a test of himself, his voice ringing with rage. The head of the Punishers shuddered. Their opponent looked confident, as if he could overpower everyone here, but he was only one. So he ordered to attack the stranger and kill him if he resisted. And then the lone wolf showed them what a samurai action movie was. He took a step, and those who passed by died. It happened so quickly that no one even realized what had happened when they saw their comrades collapse. Someone dared to attack Creed from behind, but he filibustered the attack, and then killed the attacker in one fell swoop. He had no more reason to keep these underdogs safe. Failures were thrown at him without a plan or preparation, just to become invaluable experience points. Creed was approaching him on a path of bodies. The Punisher chief shuddered. He had just lost 5. The surviving Punishers trembled with fear before the lone wolf that was leisurely approaching them. Maddened by fear, the dummy lunged with his toothpick at the master. Creed made a dash to the side, slid past, and pierced his hearts. But he couldn't pull the sword out quickly. It was stuck in the ribs of the dead man. The chief Punisher realized that this was his chance while the enemy was unarmed, and rushed into the attack. He swung his sword so that he cut off the head in one fell swoop. The Punisher smiled, and had already had time to celebrate his victory over the reckless stranger who had challenged them. But he suddenly realized he had chopped off the wrong head and shrank hard in the 5th meridian. Creed slid a leaping leap toward him, steadied himself firmly on the ground, and threw a slew of fist punches to the body. The Punisher fell at his feet and could not believe he had been killed by a common vagrant. Creed returned the sword to its scabbard and asked the surviving merchant's lackey, and demanded that he go to his master and tell him who had killed all his subordinates and who would come after him. Dummy shook like a hare when Creed asked him if he understood what he said, and he nodded. The lone wolf told him to leave the village immediately, and the dummy ran off, shaking the people. The lone wolf then asked all the gawkers what they were waiting for their village to turn to ash, and pointed to the fire pit. In the morning, the rescued boy asked if he was a knight, the one who saves people, punishes evil, and helps the poor. The boy decided so because Creed saved him, killed all the bad guys, and even helped put out a fire all night. He didn't even ask for money for the rescue, the boy said, but the lone wolf answered him that he wasn't like that at all. But the boy was already firmly convinced that he was a knight. Instead of answering, Creed asked the boy how to find the base of the main villain. The boy couldn't believe that Sir Knight would go there himself, but the lone wolf assured him that the point of no return had already been passed. The kid wanted to see the lone wolf kill more bad guys, but his aunt told the brat not to even think about such a thing. She told him to sit in the village, not to do anything stupid, and agreed to escort Creed to the chief villain's lair. Together, they left the village and galloped across the desert. She asked the lone wolf if he would be all right. The main villain was known for being a martial artist, and he also had about 20 warriors at home. The lone wolf answered her that if not dealt with now, there would be a bounty on him, and it was better to fight him now while he had few men. She was surprised that he was going to fight alone. Without reinforcements, she mistook him for a secret agent of the Empire. Creed gave her a hard look. Again, he was suspected of being involved with them. He asked why she thought that, and the girl replied that he was young, a good craftsman, and worked with Billy. Creed was surprised and asked what Billy had to do with the Imperial Army, and she told him that the cheat worked in the palace and was known for it. The girl wasn't sure, but after Billy started working for the Imperial Palace, he had made some connections with them. Creed remembered how strange Billy had acted before and realized why. Now that he knew Billy was an Imperial spy, a lot of things were falling into place, as was his awareness. He asked the girl how she knew everything, and the girl replied that working in a tavern, one could learn many things when they arrived at the lands of the chief villain. All these ranches belonged to him. He took them by force from honest men. The lone wolf thanked her for guiding her and said she could be free to go, and added that what she would witness was not for her eyes. She turned to him to thank him for her rescue and the fact that he had saved the boy. And for all the things he was going to do to the main villain, the lone wolf smiled and asked for a sweet next time. He confidently walked into the manor where the boss of this quest dwelt, surrounded by goons. He met him with a bored look. He had received a report from his subordinate, but had not expected the stranger to come to him himself. The boss was curious about who killed his son and subordinates, so he carefully questioned the brothers, who were lying next to each other breathless. And now, when he sees him live, he immediately realized that Creed is no ordinary wanderer. The boss caught them last night as they were passing through the village and learned that they had ambushed his carriage. Creed couldn't remember their names, but he sympathized with the guys who were just unlucky enough to run into a patrol. The boss stepped on the head of one of them and called them vermin. What he didn't understand was why such a skilled craftsman was walking around in such a wilderness. Is he really an Imperial agent? The boss suggested. Creed answered him coldly that it didn't matter who it belonged to, because they had to kill each other. Hearing those words, the boss's face lost its indifferent expression. He completely agreed with the young master. He even liked the young master. The boss told him that under other circumstances they might have been friends and waved his hand, signaling to his men. Those quickly surrounded him and began throwing themselves haphazardly at the master solitary. The usual dummy fight, while the boss rests on the sidelines and doesn't try to stop the hero from gaining more experience. No traps, no hidden shooters, no poison gas. They had nothing to surprise the seasoned master. Creed was cracking them with his bare hands, just snapping them like nuts. Apparently he decided to take pity on them, so he didn't even draw his sword. The swordsman goons trembled, being humiliated by simply kicking their legs in the stomach. They realized that they were facing a real monster, and some began to flee. But this time, the boss decided to intervene and got in the way of his goon. That one began to make excuses and apologized that they were no match for him. The boss smiled and said softly that he understood and didn't blame them. In the end, experience is needed not only for the protagonist, but also for the main villain, and dipped his hand into the dummy. Dummy stiffened in pain and horror, and the boss grinned fearfully. He just needed the help of his loyal men to overpower the hero. Creed drew his sword and prepared to do battle with the main villain. He assessed the goons that stood before him. They were no different from the ones he had killed in the village. Common cowards. He wondered how different the boss was from them, and it was only by looking at the madness that he found the answer. In front of them stood a true demon who was doing an abomination. Lone Master didn't understand why the boss was doing this, but the sight made the goons vomit. The boss got drunk on blood and started laughing like a psycho. He reveled in the feeling that made the blood run frantically through his veins. He had never experienced such a thing before. All the goons decide it's time to flee because their boss has lost his mind. He grabbed 2 fugitives at once and did to them what he had done to the previous one. The boss quickly devoured the goodies he received from his loyal friends. Creed thought it was time to call a priest and perform rites to exorcise evil spirits. He didn't understand why everyone he had met before had acquired demonic arts. The demon boss lit the torch from his hand and apologized for the wait. He hit the stone tiles of the courtyard with all his might, and shards flew upward. The madman reveled in his power, believing he had become strong even for a master like Creed. He had created the art of fire and blood, and until this day he had not used it. He shared with Creed, his plan as reliable as a Swiss watch. If the Alliance or the Empire found out that he had these arts, he would not live, so he did not teach them to his son. The boss said some more incomprehensible nonsense and lunged again at the lone wolf. His hand that was covered in flames was quickly approaching the lone wolf's face. Creed easily fended off his attack with his bare hand, though. He controlled the whole fight. However, he had a hard time too. The demon's hands were giving off a lot of heat. Creed hadn't encountered such a thing before. He drew his sword to block some of the attacks and not get burned. Waiting for the right moment when the demon began to strike sprawlingly, Creed struck several blows with his sword. He asked the demon what would happen next after he would have killed everyone when wounded he fell to his knees. The Murim Alliance, the lone wolf was sure, would definitely find out about this and send their trackers after the demon. The demon said that in that case he himself will go to the palace because they passed him this art and recognize his abilities, and the trackers he will kill. But to the lone wolf, those words sounded like formidable nonsense. Then he realized that the demon was just stalling for an answer. His wounds began to heal right before his eyes. He looked like a real monster and had completely lost his human form, the lone wolf thought. The demon told him that with such power he could be promoted to the rank of general, though he himself would recognize no one higher than himself. The bloodthirsty boss told Creed thanks for becoming a general thanks to him, and rushed forward again with all his fury. The lone wolf wouldn't listen to the madman and struck out to stop him. In response, the demon struck many blows with all his might and began to taunt the lone master. Creed only fought back and blocked the fiery attacks with one sword, causing the blade to become very red-hot. The flames of the demon's hands were dangerous, and he could maintain a fast pace of attacks, and the stamina seemed limitless, Creed pondered. This was the most problematic opponent he'd ever met before. With a powerful attack, the demon even began to close in on Creed, whose blade could break after being heated. The enemy had regeneration, and the lone wolf's sword was losing its strength. Looking at his opponent, he thought about what attack he should use to kill him without allowing him to regenerate. There was no such thing among his skills, and Creed sank into reminiscence. The needed memory only came now, but he figured it had to work. The lone wolf calmly assumed a low stance and waited for his fierce foe. Toth mistook his movements for a bluff and began to scoff at the funny poses. The demon promised to turn him to ash as he deserved and frantically threw himself at him. Creed gathered his energy into a tight clot and began to swirl it around. He'd seen one boy do it with shadow clones, but he didn't need to. The energy swirled between his hands. Gathering this orb as if threading a needle, Creed channeled this energy into the demon. Their energies collided, the inner Creed and the fiery demonic. The demon laughed. The opponent's blow seemed weak to him. He believed in his body imbued with fire and blood techniques. But something inexplicable happened. His strength seemed to dissipate about Creed's technique, which became like a shield. The demon's energy began to turn into the opposite and tore him from the inside out. A powerful blast of internal force threw him back, the demon losing its arms. The lone wolf remained completely unharmed, repelling the enemy's techniques. All this time, he had thought that the secret of the fire technique lay in unquenchable flames, but it turned out that it could be achieved by directing the energy wherever it was needed. If you do it ignorantly like a demon, you'll end up burning your channels. Only ignorant and insane people would do such a thing. But through this, Creed was able to learn something new and looked at the demon's body. As usual, the dying man was piqued with curiosity. What kind of technique he used to win, the demon asked. Creed replied that he called it winding. The demon smarted that it was the power of thread threaded through a needle and asked who his teacher was. The lone wolf replied that the technique originated from Tai Chi. therefore named a master in the field. It was a legendary teacher. Demon took it as a taunt and told Creed that he didn't have to talk if he didn't want to, and warned him that he had better run. The palace would pursue him after learning of the loss of the demonic arts. But Creed realized that something was wrong and asked what kind of palace, and the demon replied that it was about the real palace where the emperor lived. Not the clan that seized the throne, but the true and only emperor, and the one who rules the demons, the wanderer herd. Those who were kicked out of the palace, tortured and killed for 1,000 years. They gather under him and build up their power. This was the palace the demon was talking about. He was only a subordinate to them, literally nothing compared to the real masters. The demon warned that these masters would be after him, and Creed asked if they were the ones spreading the demonic arts on the continent. The demon said nothing in response, only coughed and realized that he had just been used. As he was dying, he remembered that he was once a human being. He had a wife, and he would soon meet her and his son. Creed felt the whiff of this phantasm's main quest, and he really didn't want to get into everything. Someone from the back told him that he was a stronger master than expected. This was Big Brother. Even after all the beatings from the chief villain, he was still alive. But his brother wasn't so lucky. He had been unconscious since the night before and wouldn't have survived anyway. But the older man was glad that his death had already been avenged. Creed advised to go to the city and give his name. There his brother will help arrange a decent funeral. He also told him to look for Billy and ask him to clean up this town. Creed told his brother he'd heard about Billy and the palace's ties. Alliance or Emperor, either power would clean up the place once they heard all about it. The older of the brothers asked what about him, and the lone wolf whistled into his fingers. His trusty steed appeared, and Creed replied that he would simply ride on like a true monster hunter with only one sword. Though he was promised a reward, he wished his brother would share it with the residents and tell Sarah's gang that they could go back to normal. The surviving brother didn't believe Creed would just walk away after everything. He's a true hero who defeated evil single-handedly. He'll even be given a medal and collect a lot of glory points. But the lone wolf wasn't interested in that. He liked to roam wherever he chose. Creed expressed his condolences for his brother and rode off into the sunset. Thoth looked thoughtfully after the great man who had simply decided to be righteous. Agent number 3 looked at the bloody bandage in her hands at the palace. She heard footsteps and quickly hid the blindfold before she was seen. An Imperial Army colonel with the code name Ferocious Tiger greeted her with his head in his hand. He reported back to her that the job was done, and her hunch was correct. Agent number 3 asked if anyone had used demonic arts, and Tiger replied that there were regular bodyguards here. Of course, it wasn't just that. He simply wiped out all of their enemies' followers. The girl realized that the colonel of the Imperial Army is strong. He killed 30 dummies and didn't get a single scratch. They captured another villain who was trembling with fear and surrendered as soon as he saw his men being killed. From the beginning, this man was incompetent, and so he left his family and became a merchant on the new continent. The secret agents looked with disdain at the deceived captive who had lived a miserable life. It was hard to believe that a man of noble birth would tangle with demons, but he could just be used. He lived in a small town where there was great competition for the position of union leader, but even so it was a foolish choice. Tiger changed the subject and asked the girl what kind of interesting wizard she had met, and she flinched at the unexpected question. Tiger even knew his name, and the girl immediately remembered the one who had bandaged her wound. She coldly replied that other than the guy being experienced for his age, there was nothing special about him. The colonel didn't believe it because otherwise, why else would she allocate extra funds and assign an agent to keep an eye on him? She thought about how much the colonel knew and remembered what else that master was capable of. It sounded too suspicious. Obviously something was wrong. The colonel began to suspect her of infidelity, a common thing in their profession as secret agents. She could harbor people who posed a threat to the emperor and the palace, but the girl said it was a misunderstanding. She reminded him that the emperor had given them the freedom to act separately from the army, and they only cooperated when necessary, so the rest was none of his business. She also lambasted the colonel for not telling him Creed's name, which meant that he had made his own investigation and not informed her, and menacingly asked what would happen if she decided to make inquiries in the matter. The colonel dropped the formalities and said she was doing great and admired her attitude, and warned that she could walk around with her head held proudly high as long as she enjoyed the emperor's favor. He left her and told her to get out so there would be no trace of the Imperial Army's work. The girl sighed. She wasn't going to cover for Creed. The point was that he was a master, despite having no education, and it would be fine if she just requested further investigation. She paced between the bodies and didn't understand why she suddenly decided to cover it up in front of the Imperial Army Colonel. Agent number 3 dropped the flag and trusted the flames to clean up. Fire never failed her. She passed through a cordon of her men who kept gawkers from approaching the palace. The girl looked up at the sky and wondered where that guy was now. Meanwhile, the lone wolf slept under the desert winds and the light of the moon. He reflected on the main quest he had fumbled in his adventures. In a sense, it was fate. Demons, a real emperor, intrigue, scandals, investigations. He really didn't want to get involved in all that. The lone wolf didn't care about the Imperial Army or the Muram Alliance, and decided to stay as far away from the capital as possible, but ended up wandering into more wilderness. But now up north, even the horse looked at him unhappily. They could just freeze on the road. Luckily, along the way, they came across a small town that looked like a great place for a vacation. And the entertainment here was in keeping with the times. A lone wolf rode past the gallows. The herald read out their sentence so that no one would have any doubts about the justice of the punishment. The men were executed for armed assault. A girl named Sylvia was executed for poisoning her husband. Another scum was executed for rape. Creed looked at their pale faces in passing. The crowd that had gathered outside despite the cold shouted angrily. Such entertainment was not common here. The herald came shouting to overpower the clamor of the crowd. All the protesters he urged to enter the castle later. After witnessing a not-so-pleasant sight, he came to warm himself at the local inn. The innkeeper told him briefly what the town was famous for. It was named after the lake where the salt, which had a unique flavor, was mined. Creed was surprised that salt could be so flavorful, and a saucer was placed in front of him to sample. He tasted it on his tongue and found nothing unique about the salt, just a little less salty than usual. But the innkeeper assured him that the profit to be made from this salt is enormous, like turning water into gold. But salt was only sold to the imperial palace, however, bypassing the law. People traded it in this city. It was a local secret that everyone knew about. The residents didn't fear the emperor's wrath because his forces on the continent were limited, and he wasn't much interested in their little town, the tavern keeper said. Creed agreed with him mentally as long as they lived peacefully. But one can never know exactly what the emperor will whip up when he wants to colonize a continent. And if that happens, tens of thousands of soldiers will come here in ships. The innkeeper was asking him if the lone wolf had found work, and the man replied that he hadn't yet when another visitor entered. He informed the innkeeper that he had just come in for a little break and would not be staying the night. The guest asked if there was anything to eat, and the innkeeper invited him to warm himself by the hearth. It was cold outside. It was very cold in these parts for a stranger. He had recently been caught in a snowstorm and had barely gotten out. The innkeeper promised to steam noodles, and Creed examined the stranger closely. After eating, the guest thanked his host for the dinner, who smiled and modestly accepted the praise, saying that the weather had played its part. The guest wanted to elicit some information from the innkeeper, and the innkeeper asked what kind of information. The stranger introduced himself as Paul and said he was looking for someone. He was looking for a girl named Lucy. Although it had been a long time and she must have grown up, he was told she lived in the neighborhood. The innkeeper scratched his beard thoughtfully and said he had not heard such a name in these parts. He asked if there was any more information, and Paul said the woman had a daughter, but she was sick and there must be a laborer husband. Paul added that they might have changed their names, to which the innkeeper remarked that it would be very difficult to find them without names, and suggested that they were relatives. Paul replied that it was his long-lost relative. The innkeeper apologized for not knowing anything, and Creed noted the guest's thick wallet. Paul resigned himself to the fact that without names he would have to search on his own. The innkeeper told him not to lose hope, and assured him that he would surely find them. The guest was about to leave when Creed suggested that he needed a helper in his search. It just so happened that Creed was looking for a job, and Paul could use a sidekick in his search. Grinning, the vagrant offered to hire him on mutually beneficial terms, since he had heard about this quest anyway. Paul realized he was being offered help, but looked unsure. He noticed that Creed wasn't from these parts either, to which the lone wolf said he had arrived in this place before Paul. Paul replied that he appreciated his offer but could not accept. He would rather hire a local from the area, apologized, and was about to leave the inn. Creed told him that despite his appearance, he's great at tracking people. and suggested to a friend of a monk from a Shaolin monastery to sit closer and tell more. Creed assured him that he wasn't going to reveal his identity when Paul turned to him greatly concerned. He told the monk that he just wanted to prove his suitability for the job and get some money, and offered to leave if he didn't trust him. Creed also gave him assurances that if Paul left, he wasn't going to tell anyone his secret. Paul was surprised that a man from a new continent could recognize that he was a Shaolin monk and demanded an explanation. Creed was happy to explain that the monk's body was trained to an extreme that was impossible for a normal person. All of his experience is centered in his fists, which means he learned the skill in his homeland, and his clothes are not from these parts, Creed explained. His fists were powerful enough to pound rocks with his bare hands, and his palms were chafed from handling weapons. It could have been a spear, suggested Creed, but then changed his mind and said it was a pole, and there weren't many places in the world that taught you how to use fists and a pole. And most importantly, the lone wolf said, and tapped himself on the head, and said the monk has a great bandana on his head. Paul grabbed his head too. He would be surprised that the stranger realized all this while Paul was just eating. Paul bowed and introduced himself again, confirming the lone wolf's SE guesses. He was ashamed to admit as a Zen practitioner that he was looking for a woman due to dire circumstances and asked for help. Creed also introduced himself and said he was a wanderer and promised to do everything he could to find this woman. As soon as he spoke of payment, the monk threw a heavy purse of gold into his hand. Paul said that this money belonged to him now, monk said easily, and sincerely asked for help in finding this woman. It was obvious that the monk loved her. The lone wolf asked for more details about the woman they were looking for, but Paul replied that he didn't know much. After all, it had been 10 years. She had a mole on her cheek next to her nose, Paul suddenly remembered. And he looked down because that woman was always embarrassed by that peculiarity. He found the feature charming, for the mole moved when the girl smiled, and so he liked her very much. A mole on her left cheek narrowed their search, the lone wolf noticed. One thing Creed realized for sure, Paul's face was not the face of a man pining for a family member. He looked to be quite a skilled fighter, Creed thought, a battle monk, come to a new continent to find a married woman with a child. He assumed that Friar Paul had his reasons for taking such desperate steps. Creed took him to the first tavern and asked for 2 cups of strong tea. He offered one to the monk for vigor, but the latter waved his hands uncertainly and said he had never drunk. The lone wolf insisted, saying it was a great opportunity, and the monk replied that he didn't see what tea had to do with finding people. Creed recalled that that woman's husband was a laborer, and they all work in the local salt mines. They all come to this place after a day's work to relax, and it's easier to question the already drunk workers. And to keep them from getting suspicious, you have to smell like tea. Creed deduced a logical chain, but Paul still looked uncertain. At last he made up his mind, and saying "Save and save Buddha," tipped the tea in a volley. The tea burned his throat, so the monk coughed and asked why people drank the nasty stuff. Creed explained that it wasn't for the taste. The lone wolf looked at Paul closely, and told him that the monk now looked more like a local, and they could start searching. They started going around to different establishments and questioning the workers. The monk looked ill after 4 teas, and Creed offered to let him rest for the day and continue his search tomorrow, but the floor refused. One of the visitors loudly placed a mug of tea on the table and asked them rudely why they were walking around asking such a thing. The old man asked them why 2 men were looking for a married woman, and Creed stated that they were simply misunderstood. He is here because a friend who stayed at home asked for help. His daughter is sick, but it so happens that Creed forgot where she lives. And so he has to ask, the lone wolf said, and Paul marveled at his resourcefulness in coming up with excuses. The old man stated that he had been watching them and noticed their questioning and knew from their conversations who they were looking for. But Paul was so excited about the news that he didn't hold back and asked me to tell him everything. But instead, the old man told them to go away and said that even if they found her, they wouldn't like the result. Even the other visitors turned around at the noise the old man made. Everyone began to think there was some kind of quarrel and fell silent to listen. But the monk was not to be deterred. He began to plead with the old man, saying that he must meet Sylvia. And then the old man became convinced that it was the monk who was looking for her, but immediately told him it didn't make any difference and told him to go back to where he came from. The monk was so enraged that he even grabbed the old man's arm, saying she needed her right now. The workers rose from their seats and told the monk to take his hands off the respected elder. Paul immediately staggered, not expecting such a reaction and not knowing what to do. The old man wrenched his hand away and advised the monk to enjoy his drinks and leave the place before dawn, and stated that it was best not to get involved again. But the monk said he could not leave with nothing, and asked, at least from a distance, to let him see the woman and her child. Some backwoodsman threw himself at the monk, saying that the elder had told them to leave. But Creed easily stopped him with one hand and told him to calm down, but the man raged even more. Even though Creed told him he didn't want to fight, the fool struck first. Then the lone wolf simply caught him in a painful grip after a couple punches. He told the fool not to twitch, for he didn't even use his powers, but it was enough to make everyone scream. A fight. The workers were outraged that someone was making a mess and told them to lock the door. The lone wolf looked at them with disdain. Once again, the quest had led him to the fools. Someone on the side of the auditorium noticed Creed's movements and admired them, while his neighbor tried to quiet the enthusiastic shouts. But the girl was unstoppable. She already realized that in front of her was the master from the new continent she'd been looking for so long. Creed shook his fist lightly and the worker flew away. Though they were strong people, they were no match for masters of combat cheats. But instead of getting something straight, these lawless people only got more divisive. The place instantly turned into chaos, Creed realized, but what was to be expected from strong tea drinkers? The monk became their target as well and asked the lone wolf for help, but he only looked at him unhappily and said that he should not only dodge, but also hit. To which the monk stated that these were ordinary people and they could get seriously hurt, to which Creed suggested that they should just be spanked. Another fool believed in himself and swung around shouting to be sure to be noticed. The monk ducked again, but even a child would have walked away from such a blow from a man with impaired coordination. Fortunately for the worker, he was hit not with his fist but with the palm of his hand. The lone wolf, who had already dealt with his share of problems, praised Paul satisfactorily. At this, Creed told the monk that it was time for them to leave, as a squad of black guards was heading this way. But Paul said they needed to find the elder first. A whistle sounded, and a pair of guards quickly approached the inn. Creed assured that he had a way to get back out to the old man, but first they needed to leave without letting themselves get caught by the authorities. They might learn about Paul's identity. As Creed and the monk ran away, the girl with the pom-poms on her head told Judith, her maid, to follow them. The girl cheerfully declared that she would certainly follow the unknown master. Authorities surrounded the crowd of workers outside and told everyone to freeze in place, asking who started the fight. Judith anxiously asked the mistress what she intended to do, and the girl with the pom-poms replied that these were the masters she was looking for. Judith grumbled that all they'd seen those fighting a bunch of laborers, and it was stupid to make a decision on that basis. The girl with the pom-poms was indignant, for Judith herself had told her that a master could be recognized by his mere gait. Judith cautioned the lady that it might have been too dangerous a venture and suggested that she return to the province. After all, the governor is tearing his hair out and has probably emptied his valerian supply while he's looking for her, Judith said. But the girl replied that she had left a note that she would go and have fun on the new continent. The pink-haired girl snorted and hid behind a pillar, asking Judith how much longer she was going to lecture her. It was a big deal for her to see a true martial artist on a new continent. She wondered what history brought these two men together, one looking like a Shaolin monk, the other like a mercenary from the city. A monk escapes from a monastery, a mercenary helps him. Suddenly they are chasing the descendants of a demon clan, wondered the delighted damsel. Judith sighed heavily and said that all those book stories were fiction or worse. She wanted to say that these people were ruthless, but sensing the threat, she covered her mistress with her body lightning fast. The lone wolf they had been chasing on their heels was suddenly behind them on the roof. Creed smiled sweetly when he saw the girls following him and said hello. Mistress was delighted at such a greeting, but Judith shouted at her. They started bickering aloud amongst themselves, and quite loudly, so Creed had time to think how problematic they were. The lone wolf told them he noticed them following them back from the establishment. He would have left it at that, but had to ask who they were. The pink-haired girl marveled that the mystery master had already figured it out. He quickly replied that he didn't mean to offend anyone, nor did he intend anything bad. Her words sounded very strange considering it was night, but Creed still asked why they were following him. The pink-haired woman introduced her servant and herself. Their names were Judith and Triss. Triss stated that she came to the continent in search of a martial arts master because she plans to collect the stories and write a book about it. Even Judith clutched her head at the ridiculousness of that statement. Triss said she would write a book because stories about the new continent are very popular. She began to list famous fictional characters that had been rumored. Warrior preachers, Papadons, and other formulaic heroes of cheap novels caught her attention. She wanted to find real people and turn their stories into beautiful narratives. The girl was sure that the book would become a bestseller. Then she would become rich and the master famous. Lone Wolf summarized. She follows them after seeing a fight in a tea shop to talk and record their stories. Triss straight up glowed with joy and said that was exactly the case. He sighed, realizing that he'd been worried about being followed for nothing, and said what inn he was staying at. Since the Lone Wolf was busy today, he suggested they meet tomorrow night, and the girl was glad. She agreed and wished him luck in his endeavor, waving goodbye. Monk Paul asked him what it was Buddha his take was, but the Lone Wolf himself was confused. He apologized to the monk for wasting his time over such strange things, but the man was understanding. After Paul saw the young girl, he wanted to meet Sylvia even more. He remembered the girl's innocent smile and wished that Sylvia could smile as well. Creed didn't want to pry into his personal business, but he asked anyway. It was already obvious that the woman the monk was looking for was no ordinary family member, and Paul agreed that he couldn't fool him anymore. Before the monk came to the temple, he and Sylvia were in love with each other. He found out she was in trouble and needed his help. Paul dropped everything and ran away to help her. Monk regretfully stated that he would not want to put him in danger, and Creed shuddered. He became nervous when he heard that the temple might have sent pursuers after the monk. Another monk memorialized the Buddha and sighed heavily. The place his ward Paul was looking for was not very beautiful. This elder was determined to return everything Paul had stolen, for it was Shaolin property, said Monk Alex. Paul told him that he and Sylvia had grown up in the same village and had been friends since childhood, even though they both came from poor families. Even many years later, Paul couldn't remember anything more joyful in his life since that time. Growing up, they fell in love with each other and dreamed of getting married and starting a family. But the happiness did not last long, because Sylvia's parents arranged her marriage to a rich man from the city. Then she begged him to elope with her. But Paul chickened out. He wasn't sure he could make Sylvia happier than a rich guy. And then she married a rich man from the city. Paul blamed himself for his weakness and cowardice, and even wanted to kill himself. He would have done so, but a monk passed by and stopped him. Then Paul gave up everything and became a monk to forget everything. But before leaving for the new continent, Sylvia found out about him and wrote to him. She wrote him the usual letters about life on the continent, the places she liked, and that she had given birth to a daughter. Paul found comfort in the letters that came from her every few years and was grateful that she lived a good life. The problem was in the last letter. The handwriting in them was illegible, and she wrote that she was suffering, and her daughter had been sick for a long time, and there were big problems with her husband. The Buddha's teachings call for severing all ties with the outside world to achieve enlightenment, but after reading this letter, Paul could not practice. Creed realized what Paul had left the temple for and took it to heart, but his leaving the temple by itself could not make them send pursuers out to find him. Paul noted his shrewdness. Of course, Alex wasn't looking for him because of that. The monk apologized and said he could not answer that question at this time. He realized he was being shameless and apologized for it. But the treasure was a secret, very valuable, and he could not discuss it. The Lone Wolf scratched the back of his head. Once again, he had gotten himself into trouble. He should have been more careful when he got a generous reward. The monk apologized again and said he would go on by himself, but Creed offered to start now since the matter was in a hurry. The Lone Wolf realized that Sylvia was in trouble and Paul had pursuers on his tail, which meant they needed to act fast. He offered to meet Paul's first love soon, hand her that treasure, and enjoy her smile. The elder recognized them. Despite his warnings, they decided to get involved anyway. He asked them how they found the place, and Creed said he overheard in the tea house that they called him Master Salt, which meant the elder was a master salt kiln maker. Strong workers are many, but only a few get recognized, Creed said. After questioning the workers, they quickly learned his location. They were easily fooled into saying they were looking for a teacher. The old man muttered that newcomers to their business were too talkative. The monk began to plead with him again, saying that Sylvia was his close friend. Even though they had communicated for several years only through letters, she remained a dear friend to him, and that's why Paul wanted to know where she was. The elder explained to them that he wasn't hiding the details because he didn't trust them. Hearing those words, Creed suspected something wrong. There was something wrong here. The old man listed the signs: a daughter, a laborer husband, and a birthmark on his cheek. Paul cheerfully confirmed everything. He said the girl was known by a different name in this town. The monk repeated it several times, saying he would be sure to memorize it. For the first time in a long time, he felt joy. The old man told him there was no need to memorize, and then Creed slapped his forehead. He remembered seeing this woman's execution when he first came to town. She was executed for poisoning her husband by hanging, the elder informed the monk. Creed hurriedly intervened. It was clear from Paul's face that he was hardly losing his mind now. The lone wolf said there was no need to jump to conclusions. It could have been another woman, and not the one they were looking for. A glimmer of hope made the monk come to his senses. It could all have been a misunderstanding. But then the old man called out her husband's name. He didn't know the full name, but if that wasn't enough, he had other hard evidence. Sylvia had no relatives or friends. Since she is a murderer, there was no one to organize her funeral. Her body is still at the undertaker's. The old man suggested that they go there and see for themselves, so they went to the cemetery. He let them know if it turned out to be untrue, that they could take all the pain and frustration out on him. They found the body, and the monk lifted the veil, praying to Buddha that it wasn't her. But the truth was the truth, however cruel it might seem. The monk wept bitterly. The old man told Paul that Sylvia's husband was a scoundrel and got what he deserved. He was not a simple laborer, but owned a furnace like the elder. Despite his lack of experience, he was able to attract workers by offering a generous wage. The scoundrel was known for treating his wife badly and spending his nights in the tea room with dancers. And when he returned home, he cursed and beat his wife. Once it got to the point where he beat her, tore her clothes, and threw her out of the house, the old man said, and the monk shrank at these words and trembled. Paul asked what about the others, why the government officials didn't help her. The elder replied that the rascal had a lot of money, so he managed to get away with it, and Sylvia put up with it for a long time for the sake of her sick daughter. Creed asked what the girl was sick with, but the old man didn't know. No man could cure her illness. A strange disease that made the girl's body stiff and she slept a lot. Even the palace doctor couldn't deal with it. But then her husband tried to get rid of the sick child. Sylvia risked her life to prevent it. Apparently at that moment she decided she would end it. It was not difficult for her to poison her husband, especially since he was often drunk and not distinguished by great intelligence. The man who gave the police the money died, so they were furious and really wanted to track down the killer. Even knowing her story, they sentenced her to death. This group used to be bona fide in the Muram alliance, Creed thought. But apparently he was wrong. The old man replied that these men had defended the fortress from the day it was founded, but as the years went by, corruption did its work. The old man had the deepest sympathy for his daughter Sylvia for being alone in this cruel world. The monk was filled with anger. He clenched his fists and repeated the name of the Black Dragon Squad that killed his love. A lone wolf accompanied Paul. Even though his work was already done, he asked the monk if everything was all right. Thoth smiled unnaturally and said it was okay. He couldn't afford to dwell too long on any one thing. Paul found it a relief. Thanks to the old man, he would be able to meet Sylvia's daughter. They came to the shelter and realized it was the place they needed. Creed didn't believe in the monk's sincerity. He had been acting strange ever since he found out. The novice realized they had come to see Ginny and decided to escort them out. He was glad someone had come to see the girl, for it had been a week since anyone had visited her. The novice regretted that such nightmarish events happen to those who lack strength. The elder informed them that Sylvia's daughter was in a temple outside of town. She had been there since the Black Dragon Squad had taken all of her father's possessions, even though the girl was still alive. The old man agreed that it was absurd, but what could a bedridden child do? The temple just had to accept her. Even though the place is called a temple, it is actually an orphanage for the sick and destitute, so the conditions were not the best. The novice showed them to the room and said that Ginny lived here with several other terminally ill people. They approached the bed and saw a grown girl sleeping peacefully. From afar, she looked perfectly normal, the lone wolf thought. From the look of it, it was impossible to understand what this peacefully sleeping girl could be sick with. The novice called out to Ginny and tried to wake her up. He told Paul that the girl has been having trouble waking up lately and has been sleeping more and more. Paul apologized in advance and approached the sick woman. He examined her eyes and pulse. The novice was frightened and said that you can't touch a young girl's body like that. Then Paul took off his bandana and revealed that he too was a monk. He had a request for his brother. The novice recognized him as a monk from the Shaolin itself and asked what he could do for him. Paul told him that the girl's condition was critical and treatment had to start right away, so no one else should be allowed in that room. The novice asked Paul if he knew what the girl's illness was, and the monk replied that it was not an illness, but rather a bad heredity. The novice realized that the monk knew his business, and Paul again asked that no one be allowed in while he was busy. Paul has also asked for help from a lone wolf if that's okay with him. Creed knew right away that Paul was planning to give her healing remedies and use his energy, and he needed him to use protective martial arts. The monk wondered about this method of treatment should have been known to few, and the Imperial Army and Creed realized rightly. He explained to the lone wolf that he couldn't do everything alone and would guide Creed to the right spots. The lone wolf pondered the pills, his energy, and Paul's energy. The girl's blood might not be able to handle something like that, and he doubted it was right. Paul asked him if he was familiar with the practice of medicine, and Creed replied that he was a little, and asked a counter-question as to why the monk thought it would work. Paul explained that this disease is called 9-yin blood. It disrupts the flow of energy, and the girl was born with it. Gradually, she will get weaker until she dies. The monk found records of this disease when he was studying in the temple. Creed asked, since there are records, there could be information about the cure there as well. The monk took out a box and showed the remedy used to cure this disease. It was called the Great Elixir. Creed was surprised. He had read about such a thing in novels. The pill looked familiar. It had to be made from different herbs. Creed recognized the remedy, and the monk was again surprised at his awareness. This artifact was created from Bodhidharma's ashes, and it contains his good deeds throughout his life. Creed slapped himself on the forehead. This tool was more than just a treasure. Now he understood why Paul was being hunted, but the monk replied that the lives of the living were more valuable than treasure. According to his notes, they should give the pill to the girl and inject their energy into her body to fix the bad blood flow. Creed wondered if the girl really had such a disease. Then treating her with the medicine from the temple wasn't wrong. The monk hurried the lone wolf, but he decided to examine the girl first. He sat down beside her and felt her pulse, Paul watching him carefully. Creed felt that the girl's energy was almost depleted, and her body condition was very fragile, based on that she might not be able to withstand the treatment process. Creed told Paul that if they tried to treat her that way, the girl's veins would burst from the pressure. Then the monk said they would switch, he would protect them, and Creed would have to inject his energy into the girl. The lone wolf was amazed at this trust, for he could eat this jewel and run away with it. Monk replied that if that were the case, Creed would not have been here a long time ago. The lone wolf had done his job long ago, and yet he was here because he was worried about the child's fate, because Paul trusted him. Creed regretted accepting that money, but agreed with Paul, and asked him to keep an eye on the place. The monk thanked him. Though there was a smile on his face, his eyes were new, surprisingly lifeless. Creed delved into his inner world and began to feel the power around him. He needed to infuse the energy into the child's body, and he needed to do it very carefully by running it through the bloodstream. He should then find the distorted blood vessels and gradually infuse the energy of the medicine into those areas. He pondered, indeed, the intention of Bodhidharma is to purify energy. If you slowly infuse energy, it will be enough to dissolve the stagnation that has filled the vessels and return them to normal. Creed sighed heavily. He'd done a difficult job. He'd poured a lot of energy into it without getting hurt himself in the process. However, he managed almost perfectly. Now the girl could live a normal life like all children. He turned to tell Paul that he'd done a good job too. But instead he saw Triss in front of him, who cheerfully asked him if he was done. She immediately flooded him with questions, surprised to learn that the lone wolf could also heal. He asked her how she got here, and the girl said he was too focused to see her. Creed heard an unfamiliar voice inform him that he had been infusing the girl with energy for 4 whole days. Discouraged, he asked them where the monk that was supposed to be guarding him was. Another shaved man towered over Creed. He knew he had found the right man when he heard about Paul, and asked the lone wolf if the treasure of the temple had really been given to him and forced into the body of a child. Triss explained to him that 3 days ago, after he agreed to help her with her research and didn't show up, she followed his trail and found him here. And then she acted as a security guard at Paul's request. Creed was very surprised to hear that. Then a second monk came to them and they waited together, Triss said. They wanted to make him leave, but the monk claimed he was Alex from the Shaolin Temple. Besides, he was looking for Paul. calling him a sinner. The monk again asked for confirmation of his speculation that the great elixir had been used to cure him. Creed realized that Alex was the stalker Paul was talking about and got straight to the point. He informed the monk that the great elixir was all consumed by the child before them. Even more than that, the righteous spirit of the medicine not only cured, but also gave the girl unusual spiritual power. Even just practicing martial arts, she would quickly become a master. Creed also learned a lot from the experience. On how Shaolin representatives gain the ability to destroy chaos energy, he himself saw the effects of energy distortions. The monk asked if Creed realized that the child had just consumed the sanctity of their temple, and that Friar Paul stole it without the consent of the Brotherhood, Alex asked, and Creed nodded. He had a hunch, and yet the monk told him he dared to use the shrine. Creed responded sharply that an innocent child should be spared. The monk muttered to himself he realized that a foreigner not affiliated with Shaolin had actually done this. Everyone had time to get nervous, but the monk assumed a prayerful posture and asked their forgiveness for his younger brother. He also admitted that dealing with the effects of the great elixir and saving the child was not easy, which surprised the lone wolf. There is no greater virtue than to intervene and save a child's life. Regardless of the danger, this virtue will bless them in the future. The monk told them that saving a child was not a crime, and they realized that the monk would not punish Creed. Right now, however, he wanted the lone wolf to listen to him and lend a hand. Creed asked what kind of help was needed, and the monk explained what had happened during the 3 days he had been treating the child. His younger brother from the temple had abandoned his duties to Triss and had done something irreparable himself. Paul is distraught after the night he found his first love. At night, he sneaked into the Black Dragon Gate and killed their leader, as well as many of the masters that were there. Creed looked out the window to breathe and digest this news. He knew the guy was in a bad way, but he put it down to temporary insanity. His words were nonsense, Creed realized, and asked where the killer was now. Alex said that Paul fled west after the crime was committed. More than 100 men rushed in pursuit of him. Before Paul was caught by others, the monk asked for help in catching him, so he could deal with him himself, lock him up in the monastery, and beg for repentance. Creed understood it in his own way. Alex just wanted to keep his brother safe from the Black Dragon's vengeance. The monk confidently stated that what happens in Shaolin stays in Shaolin. The lone wolf turned to Triss. Earlier she had told him she was a soldier. Creed tossed her the heavy purse of money he'd gotten from Paul. He asked her to take care of the girl with that money, in a place that was better than this orphanage of the destitute. The girl agreed and said she would wait for him at the inn they had agreed on earlier. Creed said he'd give her more when he got it, but instead of a response, he got the money back. Pouting her lips, the girl said she didn't need money. She had more than enough. Instead, she fanatically wished him back safe and sound and had an interesting story to tell her. The lone wolf agreed, and they, along with Monk Alex, left the shelter. A satisfied Triss patted Judith, saying that she was sure Creed had a story to tell. The Shaolin monk that stole the treasure to save his beloved, the stranger who helped him, and the older brother who would carry out the punishment. Imagination drew her vivid images. Judith sighed. Once again her mistress was taken to the far reaches of the dream world. The girl had chosen a master to her liking. The question was whether Creed could escape with a bunch of pursuers on his tail, Judith asked. When she saw her mistress walk up to Ginny and called out to her. The girl before them lost both parents and lost her entire inheritance to warring factions. According to Paul, if the Black Dragon had been in control of the Order properly, this wouldn't have happened, Triss said. She didn't understand how one could live in this place where the law was established by force, and people crossed the ocean for that. The people hardly thought that such a ruinous place was better than their homeland. Judith answered her that not everywhere was like this on the new continent. There were still many good places. The people who came here were looking for their land. However, this child did not have the ability to choose. Perhaps she would have chosen her homeland over this place. Judith warned the princess to be careful with words that were close to blasphemy. The 7th princess of the empire hissed at her, for someone might have heard them. Creed said across the frosty field with Alex through a blizzard of snow. Creed read the tracks and said the trackers wanted to cut off the fugitive from the mountains and rivers, so they split up. The Black Dragon Gate had no intention of letting go of its target, Creed said, but it was very dangerous. After all, they were chasing someone who was blinded by vengeance, the lone wolf thought as they saw the bodies. The monk began to pray when he saw how many people the temple disciple had killed. His younger brother did the unthinkable. used Shaolin martial arts to kill. Creed was also surprised, for the monk he knew couldn't even hurt a fly. And in one day he had accomplished such a thing. Perhaps it was too late, Creed thought, when they found the madman. Monk apologized to Creed and galloped forward when he saw the carpet of bodies. They were late again, the fugitive leaving a trail of blood everywhere. The monk folded his hands and began to pray for each villain he killed. It took a long time, so the lone wolf got off his horse and looked over the bodies of all the dead. After examining the dead, he realized that even though Paul was wounded, he was getting stronger and was now killing opponents with a single blow. And if this continues, Paul will kill faster and faster and there will be more victims. Lone Wolf asked what Alex and Paul's relationship was, if they were each other's older and younger brother. And does Alex know what kind of man Paul was? Creed surprised the monk with his question, right in the middle of a fight. He replied to him that now was not the time to relax before Paul hurt a lot of other people. Even though Creed had only known Paul for a couple days, even that was enough to realize the guy wasn't capable of such craziness. Alex realized that Paul, instead of dismissing the suffering, was consumed by it, and entered a state of deflection. He explained that suffering was distorting Paul from the inside, and turning him into a monster. This was obvious because the monk had already killed many people in anger. At that moment, they saw a group of horsemen approaching them. Creed realized it was the pursuers from the other group. Alex remarked to this that their pursuit was in vain. Even if they met Paul, the goons couldn't do anything to him, so they had to be stopped so as not to multiply the casualties. The riders rode up to the monk and shouted to him that they were pursuing the fiend who had attacked the Black Dragon Gate. They immediately recognized the uniforms on the bodies behind the travelers. They were gate guards. Dummy demanded an explanation and grabbed the sword on his back. But Alex applied some monkish technique and told them in a voice to calm down. It filled him with power. He folded his hands in front of him and told everyone to calm down and listen to what he wanted to tell them, for this was the truth of Shaolin. Alex told them that the one they were chasing had reached a state of demonic art and ordinary wizards couldn't handle it. The lone wolf marveled at the monk's skill, the latter demonstrating a true lion's roar. This skill level was quite different from the one Creed used to remove the poison mist. After studying the monk's techniques, Creed realized that he would be able to use the technique correctly next time. The dummy guards were astonished to learn that the assassin was a Shaolin practitioner. Now they understood why he was so strong. Realizing the situation, the leader of the goons asked if they would help him catch the killer. But Alex told them to take the bodies of their fallen friends first, and to stop the pursuers who were still alive. The leader of the goons went into a rage when Alex asked to leave the assassin to him. They were out for revenge for the death of the leader and a bunch of other masters. He didn't believe that someone who couldn't be caught by 100 people would let himself be caught by one person, even if he was from the Shaolin temple. But at that moment, the dummy's sword that he dared to poke at the master of their temple shattered into pieces. Creed told the dummy that the monk would not be alone. There were two of them. Waves of power emanated from his hand. The dummy leader didn't immediately realize what had happened. He saw with the corner of his eye. Something flew by at a tremendous speed. Lone Wolf understood why the goons didn't want to listen to him, but he was trying to save their lives and urged them to listen to him. And that leader realized that his blade had been shattered by a thrown coin, even without the use of a real weapon. As far as the guard could know, few were capable of such a stunt, either a member of the Alliance or the Imperial Army. Monk Alex expressed his regret to the dummies for what his brother had done, and promised to return to them later and make amends. When they got back on the horses, Alex asked if Creed had any secret techniques, and he replied that he hadn't learned anything on purpose. He said he just saw someone else doing it and imitated it. Creed recalled one rogue throwing his knives. Alex found such a statement from the lone wolf to be the height of modesty, but offered to continue this conversation after they caught Paul. Before them was a vast plain, and the monk marveled at the beauty of the continent. The melted snow made everything look clean and clear, but they had been riding all night. The horses were tired, and they needed to dismount. Creed told him to stop. He had spotted something with his keen eye, and greatly surprised Monk when he announced that he had found Paul. He informed him that they had almost caught up with him. The killer was heading northwest. There was a barely discernible dot. The assassins were very far away, so Creed couldn't get a good look at the faces, but he was sure that was their target. In this white, silent desert, there was only one man who could massacre with his bare hands. The lone wolf assumed it was the last group that chased the killer, and Alex gritted his teeth, cursing his brother monk. He got off his horse and thanked Creed for his help, making his decision. The monk rushed forward, shouting to him that it was too dangerous to stay here and he had better leave. The lone wolf noted the similarity of the monk's skills. With his movement technique, he realized that he had been asked to help as a common guide, a guide. It was obvious that a nice fraternal reunion was not in sight. Paul had straightened out all the goons. The last poor fellow begged to be spared and hardly cried. Paul grabbed him with his bare hand, gagging him, and swung the other. He was about to finish off the last one, but then Alex jumped on top of him. The monk took a fighting stance where he landed and waited. He shouted fearfully at his younger brother who had dishonored the Buddha's teachings. In a frantic voice, Paul told him that at first he thought he was just dreaming, but then he asked Alex what had brought him this far. Monk Alex blocked out the last surviving goon and froze in place. He was surprised that Paul could talk calmly through the deflection, and Alex guessed that his younger brother was aware of his state of deviance and was amazed by it. Paul was as surprised as he was by such a question. How could he not know that? As his internal energy reversed and mixed with his life force, he felt a strong chi pass through him. Then the smell of blood became sweet to him, and all-consuming anger and hatred flashed through his mind. The madman said, "And if it's not an aberration key, what else could it be?" Paul asked. He saw nothing wrong with it if he had an aberration. Because of that, he was able to avenge Sylvia's death. That was the only thing that really mattered, Paul said, and kicked the body underfoot. Alex demanded respect for the dead, who couldn't have been involved in Sylvia's death. A woman poisoned and killed her own husband and paid for it, though she was in an unenviable position, and the punishment was severe. Alex told him that couldn't be an excuse to kill him, and Paul exploded, screaming at him what other principles were needed. An image of the young and happy Sylvia he remembered came into Paul's mind. His Sylvia was dead, even though her rogue husband had mistreated her for 10 years. And just because she tried to protect her child from his abuse, she was still hung like an animal, shouted Paul angrily. He could not understand where the Buddha's compassion and mercy, which he had studied for 10 years, were, nor did he know where they were. Despite the insanity, Paul was grateful to Alex for treating him like a little brother. He realized that Alex considered their fraternity and mentor to be one family, and for that reason they accepted someone like him to join them. But he honestly admitted that he couldn't forget Sylvia during all those long 10 years. He only continued to live because he knew she was happy somewhere far away. But the truth is different. Sylvia is already dead, and the man she suffered for is also dead. Paul shouted again who he had to hold accountable for this. Creed asked him if it was worth killing everyone then, instead of her late husband. He caught up with Alex and interjected into their dialogue. Paul assumed with a madman's grin that Creed had had something to do with being found. Monk Alex didn't understand why the lone wolf had returned after all. He had told him to leave. Paul greeted him like an old friend and asked how he was doing. The lone wolf asked contemptuously. Could he really only say that after all? After all, Paul hadn't even asked about the baby, Creed told him, and the monk's voice trembled. Remembering his daughter Sylvia, Paul asked how it went and if she was cured of her illness, and Creed told him the results. That the girl was healthy and would become a martial arts master. Paul immediately became indifferent to the news and demanded to get out of his way. Because he had business with a couple of low-life goons, the lone wolf realized that the madman was no longer interested in the girl. It was enough for him to know that she was healthy from the elixir. Alex yelled at the madman, for it was Sylvia's daughter that Paul loved so much. She was also the daughter of the villain who had tortured Sylvia. Paul thought he had done enough. The madman's words sounded reasonable, but he was still a man prone to chi deviation and killing everyone, Alex decided. He suggested that Paul return together to the temple, where he would be forgiven, for he had done a good deed, and his wounded body and deviation could be cured. At which the madman began to laugh wildly. He was not going to return to the temple, but wanted to go to the fortress of the Black Serpent, and promised, in an angry voice, to destroy all those thugs involved in this organization. On top of that, he wanted to hang all the bodies around the neighborhood so that they would be remembered for a long time, and it was a good lesson for their lackeys. The lone wolf understood that the acts of the Black Serpent Gate were vicious. Without a thorough investigation and trial, they took the life of the sick child's mother, and then took her inheritance and threw the girl out on the street. But are all these acts so cruel as to be worth the deaths of all those uninvolved? Creed wondered. The survivors said they didn't even know Sylvia. The lone wolf decided it was wrong to kill the uninvolved. The madman's revenge had gone too far, and without the forces of order, the city would turn to ruins. Creed drew his sword, but Alex told him the Shaolin would handle it himself and stepped forward. He still wanted to leave the matter an internal temple matter. He assured Creed that although he didn't look strong, he was still a high-ranking monk and would be able to handle it. But it wasn't his martial arts that Creed doubted at all. Alex answered nothing to this and stepped forward to fight his younger brother, which was maddening. Paul hypocritically reproached the monk for being willing to throw away their friendship for the protection of wretched scoundrels and called it ruinous ambition. Alex took a fighting stance. He was tired of mocking the Buddha's teachings and said he was about to punish him as a Shaolin monk, not a brother. Paul took a stand, another lingering and disgusting aura emanating from him. He attacked first, leaping like a predatory beast at Alex. His furious onslaught of powerful fists threw Alex back. But the stream of blows and techniques didn't end there, and Paul added more, so that his hands blurred in the air. But Alex gathered all his strength into a fist and knocked him down with one blow. Paul coughed up blood and rose to his feet and asked what he was supposed to do then. "Just close your eyes and bear it when Sylvia died so unjustly," he said. And Alex replied that it wasn't their methods of punishment. The words about just punishment only fueled Paul's anger more. He shouted angrily again that it couldn't be called punishment. Alex once again tried to reason with the madman who had gone on a rampage. He might not come back if he kept fighting, Alex told him, but Paul didn't listen to him and attacked again. He thought he had nowhere to go back to. For a second, Alex's mind was clouded by the image of his little brother, whom he loved dearly. And the sturdy monk who had previously held up well missed a powerful blow. He flew backward and stopped and lifted his head to see where Paul was. He had already gotten close to Alex, and unlike him, he wasn't going to spare him. But Creed's blade flying past made the madman dodge. Paul jumped back and wondered what if that punch would have hit Alex. Creed wasn't paying attention to Paul, and told Alex that he hesitated at the end. Alex asked the lone wolf for leniency, for his brother had simply fallen into despondency. He still saw the good, simple guy in front of him and couldn't raise a hand against him. But to the lone wolf, these bonds were of no value. He replied that Paul had killed 50 men in 2 days. And then the monk realized the depth of his attachment and weakness. The lone wolf returned his sword to its scabbard and balled his fists. He thought again about the fact that he had gotten too much of an upfront payment. Paul grinned madly. He knew Creed was a master, but he didn't think he would go at him with his bare hands. To which the lone wolf answered him with a bored look that Paul would die if he used the sword. The madman grinned again and took a stand. He was amused that Creed was so dismissive of Shaolin martial arts. Creed made a few characteristic hand motions as if he were a monk himself. After Paul went into key deviation, he started talking too much, so Creed told him to stop and start fighting. The mad monk noted his skills, and suspicions of ties to the Imperial Army loomed over Creed once again. The lone wolf responded with a grunt. Everyone suspected him of it, though it was an art he had created himself. Mad Monk was surprised by this statement that Creed had created a martial art. Creed corrected himself, clarifying that he had recreated it rather than invented it from scratch. Madman accepted his challenge and went on the attack to see what his fist could do. The lone wolf met his opponent standing still. The martial arts of this world are mostly straightforward, he thought. The foundation of the army's martial arts was just that, with a bet on destructive power and efficiency. As this approach spread across the continent, the outcome of a fight could be finalized in a single exchange of blows. The Shaolin fist technique in front of his eyes is different, but still draws a sequence that will quickly overwhelm the opponent. Thus, even for the madman Paul, it was enough to destroy someone, therefore no other avenues were needed. However, the martial arts in Creed's memories were not something simple. Starting with the first swordsmanship techniques, the heavy sword, or illusionary sword, appeared, where the stride technique goes beyond mere quickness as they mesmerized the enemy and crashed into their gap. There were even techniques that looked like magic, heat, or freezing palm. And then there were martial arts that allowed you to achieve something more than simple body movements. Of course, most of these techniques in martial arts were fantasies, just words that were written down in books. But for Creed, who found himself in the world of martial arts, those words were no longer fiction. Thus, he took what had been fantasy in the books and began to recreate them himself. At first he doubted it made any sense, and no one understood a loner who did strange things. He himself doubted whether these fantasies could be realized, and yet continued to practice over and over again, going through many failures. He never gave up. As time passed, he started with trivial things like voiceover, trajectory kicks, until at the end, he created what was a technique of enlightenment and was able to implement more complex techniques. There were many more martial arts present in Creed's mind that he had not materialized in this world, and he was about to become even stronger. Without taking orders from anyone, he just wanted to recreate these martial arts. As someone who was born again in a world where martial arts exist, he erected a monument using his body as a foundation. Creed slips to the side of Madman's lingering punch and hits him. He used a strange technique, and his opponent flew into the sky as if he was whirled by the wind. The Mad Killer fell to the smoothness of the water. He didn't realize what kind of merry-go-round he had just been on. Creed explained to him that it was the Thompson family's Tai Chi fist. He froze in place for greater effect, but it only became more incomprehensible. The madman shouted again with fury, and the remnants of his clothes tore at him. Monk attacked Creed with his swift dragon claws into a weak spot. Suddenly to himself, he felt himself being dragged upward, though his attack was aimed precisely at the target. He asked the lone wolf what the Thompson family's Tai Chi was. Paul found it worthy to tie the family name to this technique, but he didn't believe Creed would be able to block his punches forever with such slow movements. The lone wolf didn't know what to say to that, and offered to find out in a duel. Calling it arrogance, the mad monk jumped on Creed again. He beat it with furious fists, but the lone wolf reflected all his blows. Somehow he parried each of the monk's blows. Because of that, no attack could reach the target. The monk didn't know what was wrong. Creed redirected all of his movements as if he was in complete control of them. The madman had no idea how such a technique could exist in principle. Receiving the counterattack, the madman did a somersault in the air and fell again. Alex, that was watching from the side, was also amazed. He didn't expect this level of skill. He'd always been convinced that the temple's martial arts were the pinnacle of technique, but his insight proved insufficient, Alex thought. However, it was impossible to defeat Paul, to subdue him in this way alone. Breathing heavily, with veins ballooning in his face, Paul pitifully asked if Creed thought he was wrong. He had to bring the scoundrels to justice, had to take revenge, the monk shouted to him. But the lone wolf looked at him with complete indifference, and the monk asked why. In the clear water of the melted snow, he saw his disfigured face and found the answer. He remembered Creed's words about not being curious about the girl. It was exactly as he had been told, the mad monk realized, and didn't understand why he wasn't interested in finding out. Even if she was cured, he had to know her well-being, and he let his anger loose because she was the daughter of a scoundrel too. But if that was true, was there any need to steal the valuable medicine from the temple? Just saving Sylvia would be enough. And then Paul realized that he wasn't thinking about Sylvia after all. He was doing things for himself. He admitted to himself his desire to cure the girl so that Sylvia would choose him. Blinded by this desire, he decided to betray his brothers, his teachers, to commit theft of the holy relic. From that moment on, he was no longer a monk, but a loser who wanted to win back his beloved. What he had done was not revenge for Sylvia, only a grotesque form of escapism, an escape from himself, for he had nowhere else to return to. Paul cast aside Sylvia's daughter, who gave her life to save her. He asked himself who he was now. He wasn't a monk anymore, or the guy he was before. Devoid of respect from his brothers, devoid of sympathy for the injured child. He's just a disgusting monster with nothing left but murderous intentions and selfishness. Realizing what he looked like, Paul laughed. The mad monk tore towards the surviving guards to kill them. He completely ignored Creed. The dummies couldn't even get far away from here in that time, and were begging to be rescued again. Alex got in his brother's way and shut people down, demanding that he stop. The monk was about to give his life when a lone wolf stopped the mad killer with a palm strike. Alex grimaced and leaned over his brother Monk. Paul told him it was an excellent shot, no regrets heard in his voice. The lone wolf felt disgusted, as if he had just been taken advantage of. Alex lifted his brother up and begged him to hold on, promised to heal him, but it was too late. The lone wolf told him that the truth remains the truth, no matter how hard it is. Admitting it doesn't make it worse. Creed realized that at the last moment the madman had taken back all the energy he was spewing out. He planned to die from the beginning, Creed said, looking at the dying madman. Monk apologized to the lone wolf for making him uncomfortable even before he died, and Alex asked Creed why he did it. The wounded madman tried to explain to Alex that he already knew the answer. In 2 days, he had killed over 50 men and could not afford to live with the disgrace. Again, he made a rout. Alex bowed his head and called his brother a stupid man. Paul asked the lone wolf if he knew the name of the girl, Sylvia's daughter, but Creed didn't. While they were having their conversation, the girl woke up and was even able to get up to go to the window. Paul revealed that her name was Ginny, a name that was no accident to him. The word truth, as her name was translated, had become firmly entangled with his life. It is the surname of her father who tormented Sylvia, and with it, the name with which he entered the Buddhist temple. It was exactly the word he needed to realize himself. He truly has nowhere to hide his face from them, Paul told them, and asked them to protect the child. She's a girl who lost both her parents. Paul asked not to leave her alone, at least for a while. Alex promised they would. Before he died, he saw Sylvia when they were still children, and she called him to follow her. Monk Alex began to pray to the Buddha to take care of his brother's soul and all the dead. A few days after the funeral, Creed stood over the grave with Alex. The lone wolf recalled their conversation and asked Alex what kind of man Paul was. The monk replied that his brother was a truly virtuous and talented man. His talent for martial arts was higher than any of his peers, and he was an outstanding genius, Alex told me. It got to the point that even the abbot was sure that Paul would be his heir, and yet he was shy, though he was respected by all. Creed was surprised to learn that the girl would be accepted into Shaolin, and Alex told him that not everyone who dwells there needs to shave their head. The main temple will only protect her until she is an adult. They call such independent disciples. Luckily, Alex got some money from the Black Gate, so the girl won't be living with an empty stomach. Those guards who survived had arranged Ginny's father's estate into a cashier's check and handed it over to them, plus the amount there was triple. Whether it was out of guilt or fear, no one knew, but it was a lot of money. They didn't atone for all their mistakes, but the head of the guards and half of his school died. The future of their clan would no longer be so rosy. The monk asked the lone wolf if he would be okay. He spent all the royalties he received from Paul on the funeral of Sylvia and her lover. Although Alex offered to solve this with the temple's money, the lone wolf refused. What he said he had to do was when he was called out from the side. Triss, her maid Judith, and Ginny approached them in the cemetery. That way the lone wolf could look directly into the girl's eyes. Alex thanked Triss for all the trouble taking care of the girl. He and Creed wouldn't have had the hands to do it. Triss replied that she was glad to help in any way she could. She led Ginny by the hand. The girl still hasn't spoken since she came to, Creed thought. From the townspeople, he had heard that there had been no such problems before. It wasn't the illness, but perhaps the shock of losing his family. The lone wolf could only hope that the girl would gain mental stability over time. Triss asked her maid if everything was ready, and she nodded affirmatively. The servant reported that they had finished with the luggage and carriage service. Right now, they can go to a city on the other side of the continent. The day after Paul's death, as promised, Creed told Triss the story. At first, the girl took the book and brush with an excited look, and when the story was over, she had tears in her eyes. She then said that she wanted to help Ginny on her journey and be there for her until the ship took her back to her homeland. Triss had provided them with everything for the journey, and Creed had no reason to refuse her favor, so they set off for the port. He himself was not riding in a carriage, but as a bodyguard should ride beside him on the horse. Only now, Creed decided to ask her name, which had slipped his mind. She used to give her first name, but not her last name, and he wanted to know the whole thing so he would know how to address her. After all, everyone called her Lady Triss. This question dumbfounded the girl. She didn't know how to answer and became nervous. She said Rabbit's last name, and Creed didn't understand what rabbits had to do with it. Alex stood up for the girl and said that you don't pick a name just like you don't pick your parents. Judith sighed heavily, but it was over, the dialogue quickly turning to another direction. The princess had only slightly changed her real name and almost got caught, thought the maid who had taken the coachman's place. The princess gave off something obvious as her nickname, but it was over. Ginny looked out the window thoughtfully. She remembered how she had been introduced to the scowling and non-smiling tramp and told that he had cured her of her illness. When he reached out to her, she squirmed with fear, more on instinct, and he stopped. Creed did pet her, though, and said he couldn't have healed her on his own. He told her that there had been a man who had rushed across the ocean when he heard of her trouble and had given her the most valuable medicine in the world. And right now he was headed into eternity with her mother. A few days later, in the alchemist's shop, several people were asking questions about this treatment. The apothecary told the travelers that the child who was bedridden had recovered and was able to walk. It was strange. The masked travelers wanted to know where those who had taken the child were going, and the pharmacist asked about their motives. After getting the information they needed, they left a few coins in payment. One masked wanderer asked another if those people could, in fact, have cured the 9 yin streams in the girl. The head guy in their party assumed that those people had cured her with extras and now wanted to bring her back to her homeland. The younger masked man thought that the girl might have been taken by the Imperial Army, but the man in charge answered him that they couldn't give up that easily anyway. He ordered Junior to gather everyone and contact the palace, because the body of the 9 yin that had the blood of the traitor flowing in it would belong to them. One deserted tavern was quiet, a couple of customers, the employees habitually cleaning up. The few who had been sitting there at the time turned to look at the group of travelers who had entered. Creed, as the most experienced tramp, immediately demanded that the innkeeper organize a night's lodging for 5 people, and the restless Triss wanted tea and a meal. The girls stretched tiredly as they waited. The transition, though it was with the best possible comfort, it still wasn't easy for her. Judith immediately chided Mistress that they must be the ones who were tired since they hadn't traveled all the way in a carriage. Creed and Monk had been sleeping outside the whole time, and for him it was a regular thing. The sky is his roof, he said. Triss asked Ginny, who had been silent the whole time, how she was enjoying their trip. But the girl still didn't utter a word. To smooth over the awkwardness, Triss demanded more tea. And then she remembered something important, for Creed had promised her an interview, to which the lone wolf remarked that he had already told her the monk's story. But she reminded him that there was another promise, to tell him about the heroic stories he had experienced in his travels. Creed modestly replied that, like he said, he was just an ordinary wanderer and not a great enough warrior to make it into the legendary book. Like most of the continent's inhabitants, he is an ordinary citizen of the Central Plains who left his homeland to seek happiness of a new land. Triss huffed. He had told her he had been traveling for years after all. There was no way he didn't have stories. Then the lone wolf offered her a story about how he'd made a big score in a gambling game, but that wasn't what she wanted to hear. The girl remembered a tale and asked Creed if he had heard of the nameless brave man. She was eager to meet the bravest of the brave and the loneliest of the lonely great warriors. Alex chuckled at that name, and Triss explained that it was a nickname people gave him. They give it to those who come for no reason, do good, and leave without saying a name, and don't ask for a reward, Triss said. Alex grinned. Such people definitely exist in novels, said the monk. Creed replied that he had already said he had never heard of such a brave newcomer, and thought it would take a fool not to take the reward. Alex suggested that the story about the brave man might just be a collection of different rumors about different people. Triss began to argue vehemently with the monk, but at that moment the food arrived. They were served better specialties of this hotel. Triss didn't deny herself anything. Someone from a neighboring table glanced over at her, looking at this feast worthy of an aristocrat. After lunch, everyone went about their business, and Triss went to her room, where she plopped into bed. Judith warned the princess that it was time for her to return before the Vice-King showed up on the Central Plains. And she must have realized how many people would get hurt because of her if that happened. The girl stood up and said she understood that, but would think about it when they got to their destination. But she didn't think the Viceroy would resort to speakers. He had another way of asking for help. Judith pointed her finger to maintain silence when there was a knock at their door. Triss imperiously asked who was knocking on their door. It was unseemly of them. The man at the door apologized for interrupting their rest and said they urgently needed to talk. At this time, the lone wolf was brushing the horse, and Ginny was sitting next to him. The tavern worker brought him what he asked for in a bucket, and Creed thanked him for it. He saw that the girl was interested and showed her a carrot that had been brought from the kitchen. He explained to her that he had squeezed everything out of his pet a few days ago, and he had become moody and disobedient. And saying that sometimes you have to take care of this animal like this, Creed held out a carrot to him. The horse gave a bite and took the carrot along with his hand, so Creed didn't have time to yank his hand away. The lone wolf gave a savory curse and tried to wrench his hand from his clamped teeth. But the horse stubbornly refused to let go of his hand and clung to it like an alligator. Creed heard laughter and turned around to see the usually serious girl laughing for the first time. The lone wolf was pleased to see her smile as several carriages and riders pulled into the inn at once. One of them saddled his horse right next to Creed, and dust and sand sprinkled down on them from under his hooves. The traveler got off his horse and apologized to them, making the excuse that he was just in a hurry to rest. Creed mistook them for traders on their way to the port, and the traveler confirmed it. They were carrying leather. The lone wolf complimented their labor out of politeness, and the man replied that he did it every year. The merchant leaned over to the girl and asked if it was his daughter. He smiled at her, held out his hand, and told her she was a sweet kid. But the lone wolf intercepted the stranger's arm to keep him from touching Ginny, who hid behind his back. Creed flashed his eyes and told the merchant that the girl was very shy. The peddler put on a smile of politeness and apologized. He explained that he just had a daughter around the same age, and Creed released his hand. The merchant's employees shouted to him that the cleanup was complete, and he said he had to go. He wished Creed a good trip if they ever saw each other again. When the lone wolf grabbed the merchant's wrist, he felt a foreign energy there that a mere human could not have. A grim and wild energy lately, he'd encountered it often. In passing, Creed remembered that Creep's warning that the demon palace would be after him. The lone wolf did expect that he might be followed, but he didn't think it would be so soon, and right now. He stroked the little girl's head and said it was cold now, and we should go back inside. Returning, Creed thoughtfully said casually that he had a lot of work to do. Judith grabbed her sword. She refused to let the strangers into the girl's room and demanded they wait downstairs, to which the suspicious person replied that no one should know about their case, therefore they could not leave. But when they called her Princess, Triss demanded imperiously, identifying herself. The man introduced himself and said that they were a squad of hidden dragons and had come for her on the orders of the Vice King. He was begging her to let him see her when the door opened. Triss looked like she was meeting a servant at the palace. Judith was looking at them angrily too. The seventh princess said they could go in, but quietly. The hidden dragons saluted her and fell to their knees. The princess asked them why the squad that should be the eyes of the imperial palace dared to pursue her. The hidden dragon expressed regret for inconveniencing her, but the Vice King was worried about the princess's safety. The princess remembered that she had left letters for the governor, and he was worried about her for nothing. She checked with them to see what order the Vice King had given, and if he had said to drag her by force. The dragon replied that the Vice King wanted to make sure she traveled comfortably and safely across the new continent. The princess grinned. Even the Vice King didn't dare to order the hidden dragons directly. If anything went wrong, the dragons could be labeled traitors, the princess said, but the warriors replied that they were simply following the captain's orders. Triss sighed disappointedly. These people couldn't have sins. The princess had escaped from the palace and already violated so much, and wanted to at least meet the hero. One could only hope that she would get another chance, she thought, and apologized to the dragons. She was getting a lot of people in trouble because of her, and added that the dragon squad should be serving her father and not wasting time on such a thing. The warrior answered her with relief that they had already prepared the ship. But Triss told him that she wasn't traveling alone now, and would only go to the port after she had brought her traveling companions to the right place. She promised to swear on the name, and told them to get back to their business, and to deliver something to the Vice King. The hidden dragons asked her to at least keep the princess safe by being nearby. As they persisted, though they were not noted for their hard-headedness, she asked them if there were other reasons. And the cloak and dagger servants replied to her that they had received disturbing reports of subversion outside the castle. An unknown group is looking for the orphan girl and chasing after her. Hearing these words, Judith was alarmed. At first, the dragons thought they were looking for the princess too, but it turned out not to be the case. The girl they are looking for is a small child with bright blue eyes. He described the signs. The peddler was studying the placard and slipping it into his pocket when he saw the innkeeper come up to him to ask about the facilities. The merchant declined a hearty dinner and instead ordered himself a hearty breakfast. After letting the servant go, he went into the barn where his men were lurking, crowded in there like herrings in a barrel. He asked them imperiously if they had completed all the investigations he had assigned. The demon spies reported to him that they had found the very girl with the body of the 9 yin rivers, and also that in her group was a monk, 2 girls from rich families, and a beggarly ragamuffin. But this strange vagrant was a problem. He is around the child all the time, and it is impossible to identify him. The false merchant agreed the tramp was unusual, judging by the touch, and said he received a message from the true palace. Several imperial army ships had arrived at the new port, which meant his hounds had picked up the trail. This meant that the vagrant was most likely an emperor's envoy, undercover whose goal was to deliver the body of the 9 yin to the emperor. The second demon said to that if the emperor's army was involved, then it becomes problematic. But the merchant reassured him. He had received word of reinforcements. The great master would arrive at their door tomorrow. Until then, their goal is to seize the blood of the 9 yin, said the false merchant, and asked if they had managed to contact the support forces that were in the port. He was told that 12 agents had taken up positions near the city and were awaiting the signal. The demon grinned. With this many people, they might not be afraid of a couple imperial dogs. That night, they set out to kill everyone in the inn except the baby and proceeded with their plan. The demon assassins put on their masks. Their ringleader ordered to start with the monk and the vagrant. He told his men when Creed called out to them and suggested they start with him. The assassins turned around and saw his formidable figure in the shadows of the awning. The lone wolf grumbled unhappily. After so many days, he was staying at an inn, and he wasn't getting a proper rest. The assassin took off his mask. Creed knew who they were anyway, so there was no point, and they were also going to kill everyone anyway. The lone wolf had no trouble recognizing them because each one gave off the disgusting scent of demonic qi. The false merchant got angry, called him arrogant, and ordered all the goons to attack. But the lone wolf kept his cool and took the life of the first loser sent to test his strength. He moved a little to meet it and struck with his bare fist to eliminate the other. Someone tried to take advantage of this and struck with a sword from the back, but Creed saw that coming too. Another slight movement and the third dummy was chopped in half. That evening, Triss told him that unknown people were targeting Ginny. Princess told me how she had spoken to another client not too long ago, and the one told her that a group had recently showed up looking for a girl with blue eyes. Triss couldn't mention hidden dragons, so she lied. Given the time and the situation, as well as the omens, Triss concluded that it was about Ginny. Alex agreed that the eye color was quite rare. It could have been a side effect of the 9 yin disease. He hypothesized that the killers were targeting the bounty Alex had received as the girl's inheritance. The girl had no enemies and owed no one else. Alex was pretty pissed off that someone wanted her inheritance, but Creed doubted that was the case. He immediately assumed that Ginny's pursuers were interested in her features, the body of the 9 yin. In this world, a ruptured 9 yin canal is considered a congenital disease. But in the world of martial arts that Creed knew of, it was also a very strange fate. But the question remained who and why is looking for a person with such a disease? Creed thought, and immediately remembered the merchant who immediately paid attention to the girl. Creed thought the demons were after him personally because of that greedy demon's case. Then the lone wolf decided to share his hunches with others. Another assassin died from his sword right in the air before he could even take a breath. Creed quickly attacked the ringleader. It was time for the ancient rule, hit the head and so on. The demon defended itself with its steel claws and released a bloody kai to throw back its opponent. Following the order, all the dummies activated the demon's abilities. They were shouting nonsense that a servant of the fake emperor should see their combat power. And then a bunch of wimps rushed forward again, hoping that the second time would work. The lone wolf found this amusing, hid his sword in its scabbard, and adopted a stance for a special technique. He used Tai Chi to parry all the attacks of the goofy assassins, and the first one just stuck himself into the ground to look for moles. Creed walked through them completely unharmed. Not a single blow could reach him, as if he had become a ghost. All the energy of the killer's movements was turned against them. Creed pushed 2 at once and swung his arm to finish them off on the ground. Despite his pleas for mercy, he used some powerful technique. He continued to work until only the demon leader was left on his feet, who, according to the bad guy's precepts, waited until the enemy was tired. The lone wolf asked if the assassin was going to continue and demanded that he tell of their true palace. But the demon master only chuckled madly, calling Creed arrogant again. Like the last loser, the demon kept talking instead of ending it altogether. He recognized his misjudgment of the wandering swordsman's strength. It was already obvious by looking at the carpet of bodies. The assassin told Creed not to take the palace lightly, and said that while they were distracting the tramp, his companions were all alone, and the demons had already gotten the girl. Judith and Alex were breathing hard. They were fighting off multiple enemies. Triss was holding Jinya and protecting her. 6 hours ago, the lone wolf had told Triss about 3 skirmishes with demons. The fact that he had kept it hidden for so long angered her. But Creed replied that now was not the time to discuss her nonsense. Judith clarified the conclusion. Right now, the inn is packed with assassins that practice the demonic arts. Creed confirmed that he had only found one of them, but there was a good chance that the demons were walking in groups. Worst case scenario, all the merchants are demonic wizards, Creed said. Plus, there could be more reinforcements. Alex looked stunned. Not only was there an entire organization of demons, but they were also after Ginny. The lone wolf told them to take the girl and get as far away as possible. He assumed that the assassins were now sitting quietly preparing for a night attack and should escape quietly. Triss asked what about him. She was worried about the lone wolf. Creed replied that he would stay here and deal with all the villains. He had experience with them. Judith didn't believe his words. Creed was offering her the unthinkable of running away, leaving everything to him. She wanted to argue his intentions, but Triss stopped her, saying she understood the lone wolf's intentions, but wondered if it was really the best choice. Even if they're in the guest house now, it's still a place too. The bandits could just spot them leaving. It wasn't certain that it was safe outside. Creed cautioned her that it was still better than being ambushed sitting still. These demons were very different from the usual cult or muggers. Alex countered that co-wrestling was a more attractive option in that case, but Creed replied that Monk's injuries hadn't healed yet. Triss noticed that it wasn't just Alex, but her and Judith as well. She assured him that they would take care of Ginny and he could take it easy, because she firmly stated that they would stay to fight together. The lone wolf grinned. He already had a premonition that this would happen and asked them to do it. But only now did Judith realize how smug and careless they were. Monk Alex didn't look his best either, as his injuries from fighting his brother hadn't healed. Judith, on the other hand, was an officer in the Imperial Army. She thought she could handle even fully converted demons. But those demons she knew of had crude and substandard craftsmanship, unlike these, whose aggressiveness and strength exceeded her expectations. These assassins were much stronger compared to the thugs from the Chaos Sect. One of the masked pursuers stepped forward. He found it odd that there were other strong wizards among Ginny's entourage besides the tramp. He defiantly demanded the girls tell him who they were. The assassin noted that their squad immediately launched a counterattack and had already killed several attackers, as if they had been waiting for this ambush. The monk uses Shaolin martial arts, and the girl bodyguard uses techniques from the Imperial Palace, the assassin noted. He immediately began to suspect that Ginny didn't just possess the body of the 9 streams, but something else they didn't know about. He ordered that the noblewoman be captured alive along with their target, and if she resisted, chop off her legs. Monk Alex shouted to them that he would not allow it, and would not let them commit the atrocity. Vonnie, with 2 spears in his hands, leaped at the monk, taunting him. Alex felt shame for not heeding Creed's warning, and it gave him strength. The monk was ready to burn all his original Kai, but spread out his enemies. But at that moment, the roof of the inn collapsed, and another warrior appeared in front of the monk. With a powerful attack of his heavy sword, he thwarted the assassin's entire onslaught and threw him back. The hidden dragon from the Emperor's division was carrying out his directive and protecting the princess. The second dragon bowed to the princess, apologized for being late, and asked if she was injured. The girl smiled and replied that they were saved because of them. The dragon explained that they were delayed because they had first killed the 5 that stood guard at the inn. Now only those inside remained, and the first dragon engaged them in battle. The spear assassin asked who they were to meddle in the affairs of the true palace. But the warrior called the question silly. He didn't have a name to give the demon, and the dead didn't need to know it. The demon couldn't stand it, and on the jet propulsion of his anger rushed forward. The hidden dragon responded in kind, and swung a powerful sword attack. At this time, the lone wolf was fighting the leader of the assassins. They exchanged a lot of punches, but Creed fended them all off. However, the demon killer didn't give up. Creed noted that the demon's strength and speed were gradually decreasing. The assassin leaped like a bat at Creed, promising to finish him off now. But then, the lone wolf used the 3-blade technique on him, and all hit the target. As if sensing his death, the assassin retreated a split second before Creed struck. The lone wolf praised his well-developed instincts as for a demon, and after all, he had already killed 1 demon with this technique when he was protecting the tribe in the mountains. The demon became nervous and asked Creed if he had killed the black serpent Thane. The lone wolf thought so, that Rascal was a member of their freak group. He asked the demon what plan they were pursuing and why they wanted the girl. The killer laughed and called Creed a fool, saying that because of the disease, the girl wouldn't live to be 20. He stated that no one from the Emperor's palace would be able to understand their intent, and only their true cult could use it, and added that the girl should consider it an honor since the cult needed her. Creed darkened at such words. The demon loser kept talking some bullshit about fate when Creed thought about the little girl who didn't have an easy life. He compared the idle chatter of a loser demon to a bucket of slop, and menacingly declared that today he would make the demon beg for death. A hidden dragon with a huge sword in his hands shredded the demon with a single swing. The wounded assassin finally recognized this sword and couldn't believe his eyes. The hidden dragon took off his mask and showed everyone his gorgeous mustache. He sighed heavily, for it had been a long time since he had fought demons. Triss took one look at that mustache and recognized it too, greatly surprised. He asked the second dragon that the dragon in front of them was indeed the one in front of them, and the warrior nodded. Number 31, the best in their hidden dragon squad. Creed fought the demon furiously and was now overpowering it himself with his onslaught of blows. The one barely fought back and didn't understand how it was happening or why. The demon was sure he was much stronger and faster than the wandering swordsman. Creed shredded his claw blades after another predictable attack, and told the assassin that he had long ago completely read his every move. The demon went crazy again and started talking nonsense about his true palace and soared into the sky like a frog. He put his hands out in front of him and lit a fireball, praising his skill without interruption. The lone wolf stared blankly as fire snakes emerged from the ball and attacked it. The assassin was already celebrating his victory when he suddenly felt his hands go numb. The fight was over faster than he realized it. Creed remembered the move Paul had used, as well as the ones Alex had used. He was inspired by the explosive transition from stillness to movement. It was not a Shaolin stepping technique, but close to it, or just a shadow step. While he was pondering, Triss ran up to him, asking if he was okay. He looked good, and asked how the girls were doing. Triss told him that although it hadn't been easy, it had all worked out. She also said that the girl was very frightened, so the monk is looking after her, but she was not hurt. The mustachioed dragon approached, amazed at the number of enemies Creed had laid down with his own hand. The lone wolf replied that it just happened. They had come upon his sword themselves. Triss stepped forward and told Creed not to be surprised, for they would present the master now. This valiant master is a celebrity, the Stormwind Blade Great Valiant himself with a mustache, she introduced the proud swordsman. The girl froze to her knee, waiting for his violent reaction. Judith clutched her head in shame, but expectedly Creed had no idea who it was. Triss started waving her hands and saying that she had told her about this master before, but Creed hadn't read the novels, nor had he heard of him. But on the other hand, he had heard rumors of a bounty hunter who uses a wide, straight sword. And he realized it was the mustachioed master, the one who greeted Creed courteously, and said he had only just heard of him. Mustache admitted that he was ashamed of his fame after hearing of Creed's exploits, but the latter suggested that he leave those pleasantries behind. Another warrior stepped forward and told him that they were hidden dragons, spies in the service of the Emperor. They suggested he talk elsewhere. Creed glanced suspiciously at Triss and was greatly surprised at this turnaround. The dragons told him the details of their case and how they realized who the demon's target was. Their organization had long known about the huge group of demonic martial arts practitioners in the new continent. This group operates behind the scenes and are quite skillful because they were hard to track down. The lone wolf realized that the rumors about the imperial palace having eyes and ears everywhere were true. But the problem was that very important information was being revealed to him, even though he was an outsider, a mere man. The hidden dragon agreed that they shouldn't know about them. Not many people on the new continent were aware of them. After all, even his partner was known as a bounty hunter. His affiliation with the Imperial Service was not known even within the Alliance. But the hidden dragon didn't want to arouse suspicion and told Creed so when the wounded demon groaned behind them. The hidden dragon asked Creed if they could take this demon, who was a mid-level officer, with them. The lone wolf warily asked what they would do with the killer. He had other plans. They told him they'd take him to headquarters and interrogate him to get all the information. To which the demon laughed, calling their attempts to interrogate him pathetic. He hoped to live to see the evening. After all, then the demon clan expert will join them and save him. But until then, you just have to hold out. The hidden dragon noted the resilience of the wounded demon. There was no doubt as to what martial arts he practiced. The intelligence officers assured Creed that he would get a reward for the demon, but he didn't care about the money at all. He grabbed the demon by the collar and lifted it to him to remind him of his promise. After all, Creed had told him he would make the demon beg for death. After the lone wolf pressed several points on the demon's body, the demon began to squirm in unbearable pain. He was moaning so loudly that even the spy who had seen all sorts of things got goosebumps, and he asked what was going on. Creed replied with complete indifference to the assassin that the simple had separated the flesh from the bones. The dragon spy was very surprised. He had never heard of such a martial art. Then Creed explained that it was a meridian striking technique that distorted the paths of Kai, and judging by the villain's appearance, he further gave it the correct name. The mustachioed dragon was also surprised that such an effect could be achieved just by pressing a couple points on his body. The lone wolf thoughtfully replied that he himself was surprised, for this was the first time he had used such a method. He walked over to the demon assassin and pressed the points again, with the scabbard of his sword. Again, he asked him what reason the demons had for targeting the girl. Leaning to the ground, the demon pitifully explained that he didn't know much, only that the girl's body would help them realize a great plan. He said it was a great scheme that would help save all those persecuted by the cursed Han dynasty. The mustached man could not endure such sacrilege, so he seized the demon himself and demanded that he name his lord. To which the demon replied, smiling contentedly, that everything would happen according to the will of the serpent lord. At those words, the demon fainted, though at first it appeared to be dead. It just lost a lot of blood, Creed reassured them. The spy warned Creed that what he had just heard must not be recognized. This could have seriously affected the public because Creed assured them that he would remain silent. He was curious to know why the demon was targeting his companions. He didn't want to pry any further. He hated unpleasant business and wasn't about to chat to anyone about it. The spies thanked him for his cooperation and took the demon away. Just in case, they asked the wolf if he wanted to join their squad, but Creed said emphatically no. The next day they were on their way again. The monk grumbled that it had been a rough night, and Creed asked how his wounds were. Alex told him not to worry because monks specialize in strengthening the body. But what he was most worried about was if the girl had gotten a lot of shock last night. She already had a wounded heart. Creed glanced at the saddened little girl who sat nearby. Triss apologized to them for the hassle of packing, but the lone wolf told her they were almost done. The princess informed them that it was time to move out to the port city and was encouraged. At this time, the hidden dragons were going their own way and dragging the demon. The mustachioed one worried about them revealing themselves to Creed. But his partner calmed him down, saying there was nothing they could do anyway. Besides, the princess had told them everything was fine. They decided that they could tell their captain the truth, for even he would not dare to speak against the princess. There was nothing to worry about, they thought. After all, they were delivering a live captive demon. And the partner thought about the fact that they might also get a reward. But then they met a woman in their path, her face concealed by a veil. Before the Emperor's spy realized what the lone woman was doing here, a blade like glass stabbed into his chest. The mustachioed man also fended off a few throwing knives because he was ready to attack. The clinking of broken glass was heard, and he demanded the assailant identify himself. But before he knew it, the girl in front of him had disappeared and appeared behind him. Both famed and skillful spies were killed in a matter of seconds. The captive heard the noise and revived. He begged to be rescued. The woman dragged him off his horse and asked why he didn't wait for her since she had told him to. She grabbed his head and lifted him to her face, which turned pale with fear. The demon began to make excuses that the Imperial army had intervened. He had come to the conclusion that they didn't have time to wait, and was now begging to be spared. Whitesnake told him that since he was in command on the spot, she should have respected his decisions. But he had to pay for the deaths of 20 precious palace demons. Before dying, the demon managed to shout out that his opponent was the strongest, and perhaps he was created by the Imperial army, but that didn't save him. Ginny had been riding a horse. The last couple days she had decided to learn new things while they were on the road. Triss watched the girl from the carriage window and yelled to her not to get too ahead of herself. But the little girl was unstoppable. She was enjoying her freedom. Judith remarked that the girl must have talent. Creed agreed, though his horse was definitely helping her ride. On the other hand, he thought, hidden talents might have already awakened in her. Time flew by very quickly, for they reached the harbor without adventure. A huge city spread out before them. The first thing the travelers did was head to a tavern to rest. Triss was amazed at how many people were here. When she first arrived in this town, it wasn't as lively. Creed agreed with her and said that since the discovery of the continent, this port had grown unceasingly, with most goods passing through it. Then a monk joined them. He was taking tickets for a ship and was delayed because there were many people in the harbor. His ship was leaving in 3 hours. He had already put his name on the passenger list, Alex said. And then the monk asked Triss what she intended to do next. The girl had told them then at the fire that she would soon return to the island. She had gathered quite a few topics for the book, and it had been a long time since she had been on the road. It was great, but Triss still wasn't happy that Creed hadn't told her his whole story. She almost revealed her origins to them when she told them her clan would send a ship after her. The lone wolf said contentedly that when they reached the harbor it would be goodbye, and the end of this difficult quest. Monk Alex also clapped his hands cheerfully. That's life, he said. People meet and break up. They stopped at the wharf to say goodbye, their friendly troops scattering whoever was going where. Judith told the girl to obey Alex and to remember to eat right. The lone wolf stroked the sad little girl's head and told her everything would be okay. Monk Alex didn't know how to thank him for all his help, starting with Paul. Creed modestly replied that he worked exactly as much as he was paid. And he also handed the girl a purse of sackcloth and said it was a parting gift. She must open it not now, but as she was on her way. A herald appeared and began shouting that boarding was about to end. The monk thanked them for everything and bowed. Ginny began to involuntarily imitate him. They said their goodbyes and left for the ship. The cheeky princess said it was time for them to leave too, and asked if he had a parting gift for her too. She joked immediately, saying she wasn't a child, but the lone wolf had already handed her the scroll. He recorded there the events he had experienced after arriving on the new continent as he memorized them. Creed wrote down everything there without detail, something he himself was embarrassed to say out loud, but tried to make it readable so she'd have something to do along the way, at which point they said goodbye. Already looking at the dock from the board, Ginny pulled out the pouch the lone wolf had given her. When she looked inside, she found a figure carved out of wood. All the memories of the journey came over her at once, and she promised to keep them carefully in her heart. The captain of the ship reported to his mistress that they would soon set sail for the islands. Under a ton of ceremonial makeup, Triss was unrecognizable with her new hairstyle. The princess praised him for his good work and said he could leave. When the girls were alone, Triss plopped into a chair tiredly. The journey had been difficult for her, having to sleep in the open air. The vagabond life was not as fun as described in the novels, the princess remarked. But she still found plenty of topics for stories, Judith remarked as she opened the window, and now she would be able to sit in the palace on the island. But she never got to meet the nameless hero, Triss said disappointedly. But Judith said they still got a lot out of the trip. Creed walked pensively along the wharf. He was surprised to note that he had gotten used to the hustle and bustle of the large squad now that he was alone. Meetings with people, the inevitable parting, and the reunion of those who parted. He remembered the monk's words. When some man called his name, Creed turned around. The man couldn't believe his eyes, but he recognized the lone wolf. It was his brother. He immediately remembered the burden he had left his family with. His mother had yelled at him then, and his brother had stormed into their room. She threw the cup at him so that blood dripped down Creed's face. The brother asked the mother what was going on, but the woman wouldn't listen to him. She'd like to think her feelings were just speculation, but something like him couldn't be her son. She called him a ghost that had come into existence clinging to her son's body, and she was right about a lot of things, though she didn't know it. Big Brother invited Creed into the house to talk over a cup of tea. His brother was very happy to see him. He didn't think he would meet him on a new continent, much less in this city. Heaven sure helped them. It's been 10 years since they broke up, Dries noticed, and asked if he was doing well. The lone wolf answered him that without incident, and inquired how Mrs. Thompson was doing, his brother wondering if that was what he called their mother. To which Creed replied to him that he wasn't the kind of person who would want to call her that. Then that woman declared to him that although she had given birth to his body, he was a ghost, and therefore she did not recognize him as a son. His brother sighed heavily. He didn't fully understand all these circumstances and still treated Creed like a brother. He said the mother was fine and was busy finding a groom for the younger one. He dumbfounded the lone wolf with the news. He hadn't expected this news at all, but his brother explained that the girl was already 25 years old, and if it weren't for her training, she would have become a wife long ago. He also said that the younger one took the test for the Empire's army 3 times, but failed. The girl went into a frenzy every time after failing, claiming that the Imperial service simply didn't recognize her merits. Creed grinned. His sister's character hadn't changed and asked who would want to marry a girl like that. His brother told him that because their mother had put a lot of effort into finding a soft man and asked if he would attend the wedding. Their little sister would be pleased. His brother smiled, but Creed changed the subject and asked how the family trade was going. Dries sighed. He knew it wasn't going to be that easy since he answered like that right away and said that their clan was lagging behind the other groups. Initially, he tried to settle in regions where the Imperial Army rules, but the profits were not great. His brother was immersed in a long recounting of business when the lone wolf rose, thanking him for the news about his sister. He asked me to tell his sister congratulations on her marriage and decided to leave. But when he opened the doors, he was stunned, for he had not expected to meet this man at all. His sister-in-law smiled the best she could to greet him and said she missed him very much. Creed realized he was in trouble and mumbled that it was good to see her too. He said it was time for him to leave, but his sister-in-law said with a sweet smile that she had already made dinner. The lone wolf made an excuse on the fly that he had eaten on the way here. But at that moment, his stomach gave out a stray whale song. His sister-in-law looked at him again and asked in a voice that tolerated no objection that he would eat with her. Creed stayed for dinner, figuring he could leave after eating. But as soon as he stood up, his sister-in-law offered them tea. And then it's time for dinner, and here she is asking him to stay and rest because it's getting late. The lone wolf lay on the soft, rich bed and didn't understand how it had come to this. As he stretched out in bed, he recognized his complete surrender to this woman. It had been 10 years since he had said goodbye to them and began to live as a vagabond, interrupted by temporary earnings. It was as if he had run away from everyone then. But now he decided to stay, the lone wolf thought, and decided he would leave in the morning. That's what he thought. But now he was looking at the two pairs of inquisitive eyes of his nieces. The lone wolf demanded an explanation, and his sister-in-law started baring her teeth at him again. They suddenly got a message that their babysitter was sick, and she asked to help her out at least today if he wasn't busy. She was very apologetic, but she and her husband had to greet an important guest at the port. Creed still looked at it with great suspicion that there was no one in their clan who could babysit children. His brother also lied ineptly and hid his face when he asked for his help. The lone wolf clutched his head. He didn't understand what was expected of him to linger here. After all, he had always caused friction in the family. So he left. But under such pressure, still agreed to look after the children for half a day. They asked if he was really their uncle, because he looked like a tramp. From his nephews, he learned that his sister had told them he was a great master, which puzzled Creed. So they demanded an immediate demonstration of his skills. Creed thought for a second to show them, and a bamboo pole caught his eye. He told them to watch carefully and jumped onto the pole, keeping perfect balance. Creed crossed his arms over his chest with an important look and thought he should make some money before he left. He pretended to fall, which scared the kids, but he easily caught his head down on a stick, then performed several complex figures, all the while maintaining perfect balance. The kids were thrilled and clapped loudly for him when their uncle landed, but it turned out that his performance had another audience member who was laughing out loud. He found this performance to be a fine example of skill and art. The big guy in front of him cheerfully declared that this was the first time he had seen such magnificent moves. The stranger told him that he didn't look like someone who did acrobatics, and suggested that Creed was a Murama man. Creed at first mistook the giant for the babysitter he was waiting for, and asked the stranger who he was. The giant looked stronger than even Monk Alex. But his brother showed up and called this man the director. The giant told him that he had seen a good performance. The brother approached Creed and asked him to introduce himself to his guest. It was the director of a new trade organization and had come here for a short time on business. Creed let all his regalia pass his ears. He wasn't going to develop that familiarity anyway, and replied that he was just a simple tramp. The brother immediately grabbed his head from embarrassment, and the principal was greatly surprised, but thought it was a good joke and started laughing out loud, saying that Creed is a unique individual. Most people constantly exaggerate their fame and merit, the director said. He really liked the guy in front of him, calm demeanor and outstanding skills. The principal immediately inquired about Creed's plans and invited him to dinner tonight. For a merchant to become director of a trade association is the highest position one can dream of, Creed thought. But the lone wolf wasn't a merchant, and new acquaintances were troublesome for him, and a quest could also be implicated. Then he said he was leaving after lunch. But then he saw his brother's face on the verge of despair, and he understood. He said his business could wait and accepted the principal's invitation. The latter was very happy about it. As he left, the headmaster called Driss to dinner, which pleased him as well. Creed gave them a glance. It was a very important meeting for his brother. The lone wolf sighed heavily, much to the surprise of his nephews. After lunch, the kids played Go while Creed kept an eye on them in the room. Looking at them, Creed realized why his sister-in-law had taken the children on a difficult and dangerous journey across the ocean. He had only seen them for half a day, but he already realized that they were talented and bright, and the elders of their clan would definitely take after the children. Originally, the family business was to be run by his brother, the oldest among the children. Creed and his sister were to join the army. But he left the house, and his sister had already failed the test several times. The nephews were the old men's next target in their plans for family greatness, and the daughter-in-law would never let their greed take the children away. Creed was contemplating how much more he could expand his family when the boy asked him what he meant. The lone wolf asked them about the game. The kids loved it. The boy even wanted to teach the game to his babysitter. As if hearing their conversation, the nanny came in and asked what he was going to teach her. An elderly woman came in and said she had heard about the young master from the owners and that she was the children's nanny. The boy asked if she had fully recovered from her illness. The woman stroked the boy's head and said she couldn't be calm until she took him down. The girl looked at the nanny strangely, and the nanny turned to her, asking what was the matter. Before the nanny could move, Creed was at her back and grabbed her shoulder with his hand. When he clenched his hand in a dead grip, she cried out in pain. The lone wolf's eyes sparkled, and he asked the alien who he was. When the false babysitter asked what the matter was, Creed kicked the spy with his foot in the back. The boy grabbed Creed's hand and asked not to be their babysitter. But at the same second, he dodged a steel dart thrown at his head. As much as the alien looked nothing like their babysitter, Creed said, and told the boy to step back. The nanny's voice and face changed, making the children even more frightened. The lone wolf found such a transformation to be a rather elegant hobby. The demon resented being exposed. His change of face and voice was perfect. The use of such techniques indicated that the villain was specifically going after children, Creed realized. He told the demon that he wasn't in the best mood right now, since he had already dealt with his friends just a few days ago. So ordered him to fall on his knees and tell who he was and where he came from before he was simply killed. The demon assassin tore to the side, throwing 2 projectiles at Creed at once. Realizing that he was exposed and everything was ruined, the demon decided to escape. He was already thinking of where to lay low when his own dart stabbed him in the leg. The demon fell to the floor and asked Creed what he had done, and he replied that he simply caught the shells and threw them back. The killer realized he had been caught by an incredible monster, and said it was useless anyway, for even Creed couldn't defeat the master. The killer taunted Creed by saying he wouldn't tell him anything. But the lone wolf quickly performed a mouth inspection and found what he was looking for. He unraveled the demon's plan after a failed assassination attempt. When the one is caught, he was left with only suicide. But Creed managed to get the poison balloon, which was at the root tooth, into the demon's mouth. The lone wolf smiled at the demon and said he felt sorry for him.